Preface to the Life and Times of Joseph Warren. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert Morel. Life and Times of Joseph Warren by Richard Frothingham. Preface. When preparing, in 1849, an introduction to a narrative of the military transactions in 1775 and 1776, contained in a volume entitled History of the Siege of Boston, I found but meager accounts of the revolutionary movement in the town from 1767 to 1775. The space allotted to it in Dr. Snow's history is about 30 pages. It was not part of the plan of William Tudor in his Life of James Otis, or of Josiah Quincy in his Memoir of the Life of Josiah Quincy, to describe it in these valuable works, nor could the subject be treated with the fullness it requires in a history of Massachusetts or of the United States. I found, moreover, that Joseph Warren was identified with the whole of this movement as an efficient political leader. The only accounts of his great service, however, were a brief memoir by Reverend Dr. John Eliot in the Boston Magazine of 1784, which in 1809 was enlarged into the 5 pages of his biographical dictionary. An interesting sketch of his life in 1816 in Rees' Cyclopedia, supplied by Dr. John C. Warren. The Memoir of Joseph Warren, of 10 pages, by Samuel L. Knapp, in the Boston Monthly Magazine of April 1826, which was enlarged from his biographical sketches printed in 1821, a little volume entitled Stories of General Warren in Relation to the 5th of March Massacre and the Battle of Bunker Hill, by a lady of Boston, printed in 1835, and The Life of Joseph Warren by Alexander H. Everett, printed in 1845, incorporated into Sparks's American Biography, the most of which will be found in an oration delivered in 1836. This life contains 90 pages, 55 being devoted to a description of the Battle of Bunker Hill. These publications do not contain one of Warren's letters. In 1849, I began to frame a narrative of Warren's career, and my collections soon became large. In 1852, fresh material was supplied in the valuable historical contribution of The 100 Boston Orators by James S. Loring, who devotes to Warren 26 pages. In 1854, additional matter relative to him was printed in Mr. Bancroft's 4th volume of History of the United States, in which Warren is assigned a just position in our revolutionary story. That year, Dr. John C. Warren issued the elegant volume of the Genealogy of the Family, which contains several of the letters of Warren and Dr. John Warren's journal. In 1855, Samuel G. Drake printed his elaborate History of Boston, which, however, does not come down later than 1770. In 1857, there appeared a pamphlet entitled Biography of General Joseph Warren by a Bostonian, which consists of 85 pages, 40 of them being taken up with 3 orations. None of these publications contain a description of the proceedings of the Patriots of Boston from 1767 to 1775. I have attempted in this volume to supply a deficiency in American history by describing those scenes which had direct bearing on momentous political events. From the date of 1774, the material for biography is abundant, and I have given Warren's letters in full and have dwelt on his personal action. I am indebted to Jared Sparks for the free use of the collection in folio volumes of The Letters and Papers of Francis Bernard, to George Bancroft for the use of a manuscript Life of Samuel Adams by Samuel Adams Wells, the journals of the Boston Committee of Correspondence, and the papers of Samuel Adams, in which were preserved the letters addressed by Warren to Samuel Adams, now carefully bound in a separate volume, none of which have been printed, to the librarians of the Boston Athenaeum, Harvard College, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, the American Antiquarian Society, and the New York Historical Society, for every facility in making researches, to the courteous city clerk of Boston, Samuel F. McCleary, for access to the files of papers and records in his office, to the successive secretaries of state for facilities in consulting the Massachusetts archives, and to Dr. J. Mason Warren for the use of the plate from which is printed the portrait of the general. I am indebted for favors to Dr. Nathaniel B. Shirtleff. I am under special obligations to Dr. John Appleton, Assistant Librarian of the Massachusetts Historical Society, for the drawing of the facsimile of Warren's last letter and for critical service in revising the proof sheets. In all cases where it was possible, I have resorted to original authorities. I have spent much time in examining the letter books and papers of Thomas Hutchinson, which are among the rich collection of Massachusetts archives at the State House, and I have copied much from them. This material and the papers of Francis Bernard contain authentic revelations of the principles and objects of two confidential agents of the British administration who exerted an important influence in bringing about the events that were the proximate cause of the Revolution. I will only add that I have aimed to be precise and accurate, not only in the construction of the narrative, but in the statement of opinion. The history contained in this volume has a general bearing. There will be found in it much to show the beginnings of that union which the fathers of the Republic recognized to be a manifestation of the providence of God, and much to illustrate the way in which the 13 English colonies passed from the sovereignty of Great Britain to become an American nationality. Charlestown, Massachusetts, October 2nd, 1865. End of preface. Chapter 1 of The Life and Times of Joseph Warren by Richard Frothingham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. The Early Days. Introductory. Family of Warren. His boyhood. Death of his father. His college days. Political events. Anecdote. A schoolteacher. A Mason. His profession. 1741 to 1763. Joseph Warren was one of the popular leaders of Boston during the early stage of the American Revolution. He grasped its basis idea of civil freedom and aimed to impress on the public mind its dignity and glory. By 10 years of devotion to the patriot cause, he rose to be the head of public affairs in Massachusetts and became one of the most prominent characters of New England. Warren, through life, was a man of action whose words were deeds. To repel the aggressions of arbitrary power and to maintain the principles of liberty, he wrote in the political journals, was zealous in the private clubs, and was a leader in the public meetings. When his townsmen desired an exponent of their sentiment, he became their orator. When the time arrived for American Union, he was active in organizing committees of correspondence, and when revolutionary action was required, he appeared in the front of responsibility in destroying the tea and in resisting the acts altering the Massachusetts Charter. As the virtual executive of a free state, he acted with the comprehensiveness of the patriot and the administrative ability of the statesman. On the field of war, he impressed his associates with his coolness, judgment, and resources. He volunteered to share with a band of militia the perils of an extreme post, and when he fell in the Bunker Hill battle, his co-laborers in the cause, who felt the magnetism of his influence and knew the value of his service, declared that his memory would be endeared to the worthy in every part and age of the world, as long as virtue and valor should be esteemed among mankind. The tributes paid to Warren, when he was crowned an immortal, indicate a career of no ordinary character, and the future seemed burdened with his honors. But so scanty is the material relative to him, of a strictly personal cast, that the greater part of his civic service has been overlooked. The Boston records place him in the front rank of great political action, but are barren of details. Contemporary eulogy, however abundant, is not copious in facts, and his letters are but a few in number until the last 15 months of his life. Then utterances elicited by his public labors, often in a prophet's tone and always aglow with patriotic fire, reveal the inner springs of a noble life and justify the judgment that Warren lived an ornament to his country. His words, interpreted in action, show his grasp of issues, his motive, and his aim. But to see him as a social power, it is necessary to follow him through scenes when the public passion was roused and high resolve ruled the hour, and when he was a leader in company with kindred spirits. These scenes must ever be of interest from their connection with the events that led to national independence. In weaving descriptions of them into a biography which demands traits of personal character, there is a liability of encroaching on the province of history on the one hand, and on the other, of being incomplete. And while a view will be given of the great popular demonstrations in which he was an actor, only so much general history will be related as may be necessary to show the working of political influences on the community among whom he passed his life. The career of many of the Revolutionary men extends over a longer period than that of Warren, but few have connected their names more enduringly with vital principles or salient events, and seldom is there seen a life of nobler devotion to country and hence better calculated, by its lesson, to strengthen patriotic influences. The contemplation of such a character as the self-devoted martyr of Bunker Hill is the noblest spectacle which the moral world affords. In a genealogy of the Warren family, the name is traced back to William, Earl Warren, a Norman baron of Danish extraction. He accompanied William the Conqueror on his expedition to England, fought at the Battle of Hastings, was rewarded with riches that were shorn from the intrepid Saxons, and won the confidence of the court to such an extent that, when the king left England on a visit to his native land, Earl Warren was appointed one of the two guardians of the kingdom. From this ancestry, the Warrens are followed down through earls, knights, and commoners to the period of the colonization of our country. Then emigrants of this name settled in Plymouth, Watertown, and Boston, but no proof has been discovered of a connection between these families. A careful examination of the records of the parish in England, whence the Watertown family came, fails to connect it with the Boston family. Joseph Warren's ancestry have not been authentically traced beyond Peter Warren, whose name appears first on the Boston records in 1659, where he is called Mariner. His second son, Joseph, a housewright, built a house in 1720 in Roxbury and died in 1729. His son Joseph, born in 1696, married May 29, 1740, Mary, the daughter of Dr. Samuel Stevens of Roxbury, and here their son Joseph, the subject of this biography, was born on the 11th of June, 1741. The family mansion, which was substantial and commodious, stood in what is now Warren Street, and was then near the center of the principal village. On the site of it there is now a modern house built of stone, which has two inscriptions on the front of the second story. One is, "On this spot stood the house erected in 1720 by Joseph Warren of Boston, remarkable for being the birthplace of General Joseph Warren, his grandson, who was killed at the Battle of Bunker Hill, June 17, 1775. The other is, "John Warren, a distinguished physician and anatomist, who was also born here. The original mansion being in ruins, this house was built by John C. Warren, M.D., in 1846, son of the last named, as a permanent memorial of the spot." Roxbury, which borders on Boston, is characterized by an early writer as having been settled by a laborious people who turned its swamps into fruitful fields and planted flocks and herds on its rocky hills. The father of Warren was a farmer who was highly esteemed and respected, led an exemplary life, and held several municipal offices to the acceptance of his townsmen. He paid much attention to fruit raising and introduced into the neighborhood of Boston the apple denominated from him the Warren russet. Warren's mother had a fine mind and a lovely disposition, and her long and useful life was imbued with fervent piety. Warren, happy in a parentage of independence and virtue, passed his childhood under careful eyes and healthy influences. He was instructed in the rudiments of knowledge in the public school of Roxbury, but nothing is related specially of his studies. He is described in boyhood as manly, generous, fearless, and independent. He raised himself, a Tory writer said, from ambition only, from a bare-legged milk boy to be a major general. The history of the time could hardly have failed to arrest his attention and excite his ambition. The journals then seen in most families contained accounts of the encroachments of the French in the valley of the Ohio, and Washington's daring feats and dawning fame would naturally be the household talk. There was in Boston the uncommon spectacle of the gathering of an army, and its embarkation for Nova Scotia in order to act against the enemy. When Warren was 14, his father, while in his orchard gathering fruit from a tree, fell from the ladder on which he was mounted and was instantly killed. His son John, subsequently a celebrated surgeon who was sent by his mother to call his father to dinner, met the body as two laborers were bearing it towards the house. A letter in the Boston Newsletter, Roxbury, October 25, 1755, thus relates this calamity. On Wednesday last, a sorrowful accident happened here. As Mr. Joseph Warren of this town was gathering apples from a tree, standing upon a ladder considerable distance from the ground, he fell from thence, broke his neck, and expired in a few minutes. He was esteemed a man of good understanding, industrious, upright, honest, and faithful, a serious exemplary Christian, a useful member of society. He was generally respected among us, and his death is universally lamented. His widow was left with the charge of 4 sons, Joseph the Patriot, Samuel, who continued to live with his mother and cultivate the paternal estate, Ebenezer, who settled in Foxborough and was a member of the convention which ratified the federal constitution, and of the General Court, and a judge of the Court of Common Pleas in Norfolk County, and John, who was educated at Harvard College, studied medicine with his brother, was a surgeon in the Army of the Revolution, rose to eminence in his profession, was a distinguished literary and political writer, and an eloquent lecturer. The fidelity with which the mother executed her arduous trust is attested by the virtues of her children. She lived to see her sons attain fame and honor, was an object of general interest in Roxbury, reached an advanced age, and continued until her death to live in the family mansion. She was hospitable, kind to her neighbors, benevolent to the poor, and reaped, in the affectionate attention of the younger members of the family, the best reward for the exemplary care with which she had discharged her maternal duties. This excellent woman appears to have much resembled the mother of Washington in the skill and care with which she infused generous sentiments and virtuous principles into the bosoms of her children, and she reaped, almost as richly as Mrs. Washington, the fruits of her labors. It has been said that it is not easy to imagine a lovelier scene than the following paragraph from The Stories of General Warren presents of the evening of a well-spent life, still warmed and brightened by the benign spirit which had been the sun of this life's long day. In her old age, when her own children had left their fireside to take their part in the active scenes of life, it was one of her dearest pleasures to gather a group of their children and the children of others around her. She did all in her power to promote their enjoyment, and her benevolent smile was always ready to enliven and encourage them. On Thanksgiving Day, she depended on having all her children and grandchildren with her, and until she was 80 years of age, she herself made the pies with which her table was loaded. Mary Warren died in 1803. Several of the Boston journals of January 20th have this obituary notice. At Roxbury, on Friday last, Mrs. Mary Warren, aged 90. Few among the sons and daughters of Adam have attained so advanced an age, fewer still with faculties so unimpaired, very few with a character so unspotted. An unshaken confidence in the rectitude of the divine government rendered her firm and serene through every stage of life. Of the cup of adversity she had sometimes drank deeply, but the religion of Jesus was her never-failing support. It was this that prompted to the exercise of universal beneficence. It was this which heightened her relish for social intercourse and enjoyment, and the cheerfulness it inspired, together with an uncommon strength of mind, made her, at a period of life which is usually but labor and sorrow, the welcome companion of the young and the aged. And it was this which at last enabled her to meet the approach of death, for which she, at that interesting hour, expressed herself she had been all her life preparing, without terror and without a groan. In 1755, Warren, at 14, entered Harvard College, which was presided over by the prudent Holyoake, a man of just and noble spirit. Great political events occurred during the 4 years of his college course. The struggle between England and France for empire in this Western world filled every locality with politics. The humiliation to which unworthy councils brought British arms was typified in the defeat of Braddock, and the victory of Wolfe was an earnest of the fresh life which Pitt infused into his countrymen. Harvard graduates, with whom Warren was afterwards intimately associated, were during this period beginning their career. Samuel Adams was of the class of 1740, and 3 years later he maintained in a thesis before the faculty the doctrine that it was lawful to resist by force the supreme magistrate, if the Commonwealth otherwise could not be preserved, and was recognized already as a champion of the popular cause of Boston. James Otis, of the class of 1743, had acquired such fame for genius, learning, and eloquence at the bar that lawyers spoke of him to John Adams, then at Worcester, as the greatest, the most learned, and honest young man of his age. Samuel Cooper, of the same class, the patriot divine who became Warren's pastor, was settled at Brattle Street Church, which appeared like the rising light, shining more and more unto his meridian splendor. James Bowdoin, of the class of 1745, was an eminent merchant and a member of the General Court. John Hancock, of the class of 1754, was in the counting-room of his uncle, the largest merchant of Boston. John Adams, of the class of 1755, was master of a grammar school at Worcester and was speculating on the removal, from the West, of the turbulent Gallics, an American Union, and on the progress of his country in power until the united force of Europe would be unable to subdue it. And the year Warren was graduated, his lifelong and dear friend, Josiah Quincy, entered as a student. Warren sustained in college the character of a youth of talents, fine manners, and a generous independent deportment, united to great personal courage and perseverance. He exhibited, in union with manliness, spirit, and resolution, that gentleness of nature which characterized his career. An anecdote is related showing his fearlessness. Several of his class, in the course of a college frolic, to exclude him, shut themselves in a chamber and barred the door so effectually that he could not force it. Warren, bent on joining them, saw that their chamber window was open, and that a spout was near it which reached from the roof to the ground, and he went to the top of the house, walked to the spout, slid by it down to the window, and threw himself into the room. At this instant the spout fell, when he quietly remarked that it had served its purpose. He then entered into the sport of his classmates. A spectator of this feat and narrow escape, Knapp says, related this fact to me in the college yard nearly half a century afterwards, and the impression it made on his mind was so strong that he seemed to feel the same emotion as though it had happened but an hour before. During Warren's collegiate course, Washington and other Virginians visited Cambridge and were received with marked attention. But no memorials connect Warren thus early with public men or affairs. It is said that he distinguished himself highly as a student and had a part assigned to him on the day he was graduated. It is related that soon after he left college, he gained a premium which was offered by gentlemen of the province for the best poem on the death of George II and the accession of George III. A volume was published in Boston in 761 under the title of Pietas et Gratulatio, containing 31 poems on these themes, which were written by the alumni of Harvard, but he is not named among their authors. In April succeeding his graduation, at 19, he was appointed master of the grammar school in Roxbury, which was one of the best endowed, oldest, and most successful schools in Massachusetts. His immediate predecessor was Mr. Fairfield, and the Fefees or trustees' records say 1760, April 11th. Then the Fefees agreed with Mr. Joseph Warren to take the school for 1/4 of a year at a yearly rate of £43 9 shillings and 4 pence a year, he to board himself and his time to commence until about the 2nd of May, as he was to keep a week or 10 days for Mr. Fairfield. Warren taught this school for about a year, as appears from the following letter addressed to the gentleman entrusted with the care of the school at Roxbury. Boston, December 1761. Gentlemen, you may remember that you agreed with me to teach the school in Roxbury for £44 16 shillings a year, of which I have received from Deacon Gridley £25 12 shillings, of the Reverend Mr. Adams about £5, of the schoolboys to pay for the carting of wood, £2 and 8 pence, of which by your direction I expended 11 shillings and 2 pence in buying a lock, hooks, staples, and nails for the repairing of the schoolhouse, so that there remains due to me about £13, by payment of which my mother or order you will greatly oblige. Gentlemen, your honourable servant, Joseph Warren. P.S. I am not certain of the particular sums received of the Reverend Mr. Adams, but his receipts will determine. On the back of the original of this letter is the autograph of Mary Warren, acknowledging the receipt of £13 6 shillings and 8 pence, in full for her son's keeping this grammar school. About the time Warren left this school, he was initiated, September 10th, 1761, a member of the St. Andrew's Lodge of Masons, which had been formed but a few years. He was regular at its meetings and made earnest effort to establish the character and widen the influence of this association. It was his alma mater, it has been said, and as such he was ever zealous to defend its honor and promote its welfare. He continued through life a member of this institution and rose, as will be seen, to its highest honors, and the craft have affectionately and gratefully cherished his memory. Warren chose the profession of medicine for his calling. Dr. James Lloyd, who had recently returned from London with a high reputation for learning and skill, was now an eminent physician in Boston. He kept a genteel equipage, entertained company with great liberality, commanded a more respectable circle of practice than any other physician of his day, and was considered highly accomplished in all branches of the profession. Warren went through the usual preparatory course of study under his direction, but I have no memorials of this portion of his life. He took his degree as a Master of Arts in course at Harvard in 1762. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Life and Times of Joseph Warren by Richard Frothingham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Principles and Party. Marriage. Settlement in Boston. As a physician. As a politician. His ruling passion. Letter. The popular leaders. Samuel Adams. Warren and Adams. 1763 to 1767. Warren was united in marriage on the 6th of September 1764 with Miss Elizabeth Houghton of Boston. The event was announced in the following way. Last Thursday evening was married Dr. Joseph Warren, one of the physicians of this town, to Miss Elizabeth Houghton, only daughter of the late Mr. Richard Houghton, merchant, deceased, an accomplished young lady with a handsome fortune. A gentle, sensitive nature, good sense, and accomplishments of a high order formed a character worthy to share his fortunes. A tribute on her decease says she had good sense and modesty with virtue crowned, a sober mind when fortune smiled or frowned, so keen a feeling for a friend distressed, she could not bear to see a worm oppressed. The eulogies on Warren specialize the social qualities and domestic virtues, which endeared him to the honest among the great and the good among the humble, and made him, in the private walks of life, a pattern for mankind. The love which he bore his mother attests his filial piety, and his care for his children, his parental affection, and the devoted patriot was the faithful head of a happy home. He lived in Hanover Street, on the estate on which the American House stands, being but a short distance from Faneuil Hall and the old townhouse, and attended the Congregational Church in Brattle Street, of which Samuel Adams was a member and Dr. Cooper the pastor. Thus, at 23, Warren established himself permanently as a physician. Boston was the metropolis of New England, and was noted as the largest town and best situated for trade in British North America. Its population, almost wholly of English extraction, was estimated at 16 or 18,000, and the number who could take part in politics at 3,500. It presented an attractive field for professional life. It was emphatically Republican in politics, and this element, in a century and a quarter of its history, had become so interwoven with the feelings, habits, and customs of its inhabitants that, along with whatever it contained of the provincial and transient, it had the heirloom of principles that were national and enduring. It happened that the smallpox, which was then dreaded as a scourge, prevailed in the town this year to such an extent that business was mostly suspended, and many of the inhabitants retreated into the country. A great number were inoculated. One of Warren's patients was John Adams, when the two patriots formed an acquaintance which ripened into friendship, and, until near the day on which Warren fell, the Adams family continued to enjoy the benefit of his skill in his profession. He was especially attentive to the poor, a service which drew the public eye upon him. He had a graceful figure, was scrupulously neat in his person, of thorough culture, and had an elegant address. And these traits rendered him a welcome visitor in polite circles, while a frank and genial manner made him a general favorite. He had great love for his fellow men, and being a stranger to the passion of avarice, and even neglectful to a fault in pecuniary matters, he had an ear ever open to the claims of want, and a hand ever extended to afford relief. Thus imbued with the qualities that characterize the good physician, the path before him to success was easy and wide. In person, mind, and manners, he was equally well accomplished, Dr. Eliot, a Whig, says, and a Tory, Dr. Perkins used to remark. If Warren were not a Whig, he might soon be independent and ride in his chariot. Thus the quiet walks of private life allured him, not only with the promise of a fortune, but with the crowning honors of his profession. Great events, however, growing out of the spirit of the age, and exciting powerfully the liberty-loving people of the colonies, attracted Warren to a wider stage of action, and gave direction to the current of his life. The progress of his countrymen in numbers and wealth, and their large and successful exercise of popular power, roused the jealousy of England, and with the end ever in view of checking the democratic principle and of increasing a dependence on the crown, its ministry entered on the policy of subjecting the colonies to taxes which they had no voice in imposing, and to plans of internal government which they had no hand in framing. The Stamp Act provoked discussions on profound questions connected with natural rights and constitutional law, which divided the community of Boston into two political parties: the supporters of the administration, who were called Loyalists, Tories, and Friends of Government, and the opponents of the administration, who held the new policy to be unconstitutional, who were styled Whigs, Patriots, and Sons of Liberty. The Tories claimed to be friends of freedom because they upheld the supremacy of law, and the Whigs said they were loyal to the mother country because they recognized the executive functions of the Crown and the sovereignty of Great Britain. As it was not the original purpose of the Tories to invoke for their country the curse of arbitrary power, so it was not the early program of the Whigs to sever political relations with the British Crown. Men are but instruments in the hands of Providence. Both parties drifted into measures which neither party originally proposed or even desired, and thus the Tory, to uphold the sovereignty of Parliament, grew into the defender of arbitrary power, and the Whig, to preserve his constitutional rights, became the asserter of national independence. Warren's natural bent would not permit him to be a cold looker-on in this struggle of parties, in which he saw involved the issue of freedom. It is worthy of remark that Dr. Lloyd, who was an ornament of his profession, with whom Warren studied medicine, did not join in the movements of the Patriots, and Dr. Rand, one of Lloyd's students at the time, sympathized with the Tory side. Other physicians of the town took the same view, and with these Warren would naturally be thrown frequently in contact. But his professional associations did not govern his political course. It is related that, after the passing of the Stamp Act, he undertook a serious examination of the right of Parliament to tax the colonies, and, as his time was not at his command during the day, his nights were spent in this investigation. He devoted himself to the common cause with a zeal extremely prejudicial to his private interests. While he was engaged in disseminating the great truths he had learned, his pecuniary affairs were neglected and became greatly deranged. His love of country and of liberty was ardent and absorbing, and when he reached settled convictions as to the aggressive nature of the new policy of the administration on popular rights, he desired to influence the public mind. In aiming at this, instead of wasting himself in individual and unsystematic action, he put himself in a situation to wield power by joining the political party that was opposing these aggressions. He gave his heart and hand to the Whigs, and it was the ruling passion of his life to promote their cause. But though he became a warm party man, was high-spirited, had sensibilities uncommonly strong, and a zeal which blazed in the cause of liberty, he was candid, generous, and ready to do kind offices to those who had different sentiments about the cause in which he was engaged. This warrants the remark that he mingled among his fellow citizens as though it were his endeavor to rear into vigor and maturity the generous and honest feelings that belong to our nature, to bring the dispositions that are lovely in private life into the service and conduct of the Commonwealth, and so to be the patriot as not to forget to be the gentleman. He gained the love of those who lived with him in habits of intimacy, while the public voice celebrated his virtues. Warren left a precious early memorial showing the feelings and ideas with which he engaged the public life. One of his college classmates, Edmund Dana, had emigrated to England, married there happily, and was settled as the rector of Wroxeter and Salop. Warren addressed to this friend the following letter, which reveals much of his genius and his aims. It shows his sympathy with the free spirit of his age, his broad Union and national ideas, contains a sagacious view of the temper of his countrymen, and may be said to be the key to his political life. Boston, when this letter was written, was alive with politics. Its daring spirit had been evinced in the memorable uprising of the 14th of August, 1765, against the Stamp Act. It was welcoming John Adams's high-toned dissertation on the canon and feudal law, and Warren was taking part with his townsmen in their bold action. The letter is dated the day after the repeal of the Stamp Act, which, of course, was unknown in the colonies. Joseph Warren to Edmund Dana, Boston, New England, March 19th, 1766. Dear Sir, I have not had the pleasure of a line from you since you left this country. I wrote to you soon after I heard of your arrival in England, and I have not at any time been negligent in inquiring concerning you, whenever an opportunity presented. I have great satisfaction heard of that agreeable life which you lead amidst all the gaieties and diversions of that jovial city, London. But I received a peculiar pleasure from the intelligence which I have lately had of your happy marriage with a lady of noble birth and every accomplishment, both natural and acquired. Accept the sincerest wishes of your long absent, but I hope not forgotten friend, that you may long enjoy, with your charming consort, that unequalled happiness which must arise from a union of persons so amiable. Perhaps it may not be disagreeable at this time to hear something of the present state of your native country. Never has there been a time since the first settlement of America in which the people had so much reason to be alarmed as the present. The whole continent is inflamed to the highest degree. I believe this country may be esteemed as truly loyal in their principles as any in the universe, but the strange project of levying a stamp duty and of depriving the people of the privilege of trial by jury has roused their jealousy and resentment. They can conceive of no liberty when they have lost the power of taxing themselves, and when all controversies between the crown and the people are to be determined by the opinion of one dependent man. And they think that slavery is not only the greatest misfortune, but that it is also the greatest crime if there be a possibility of escaping it. You are sensible that the inhabitants of this country have ever been zealous lovers of their civil and religious liberties. For the enjoyment of these, the first settlers fought battles, left a pleasant and populous country, and exposed themselves to all the dangers and hardships in this new world, and their laudable attachment to freedom has hitherto been transmitted to their posterity. Moreover, in all new countries, and especially in this, which was settled by private adventurers, there is a more equal division of property amongst the people, in consequence of which their influence and authority must be nearly equal, and every man will think himself deeply interested in the support of public liberty. Freedom and equality is the state of nature, but slavery is the most unnatural and violent state that can be conceived of, and its approach must be gradual and imperceptible in many old countries, where in a long course of years some particular families have been able to acquire a very large share of property, from which must arise a kind of aristocracy, that is, the power and authority of some persons or families is exercised in proportion to the decrease of the independence and prosperity of the people in general. Had America been prepared in this manner for the Stamp Act, it might perhaps have met with a more favorable reception. But it is absurd to attempt to impose so cruel a yoke on a people who are so near to the state of original equality, and who look upon their liberties not merely as arbitrary grants, but as their unalienable eternal rights, purchased by the blood and treasure of their ancestors, which liberties, though granted and received as acts of favor, could not, without manifest injustice, have been refused, and cannot now, or at any time hereafter, be revoked. Certainly, if the connection was rightly understood, Great Britain would be convinced that, without laying arbitrary taxes upon her colonies, she may and does reap such advantages as ought to satisfy her. Indeed, it amazes the more judicious people on this side of the water that the late minister was so unacquainted with the state of America, and the manners and circumstances of the people, or, if he was acquainted, it still surprises them to find a man in his high station so ignorant of nature and of the operations of the human mind as madly to provoke the resentment of millions of men who would esteem death with all its tortures preferable to slavery. Most certainly, in whatever light the Stamp Act is viewed, an uncommon want of policy is discoverable. If the real and only motive of the minister was to raise money from the colonies, that method should undoubtedly have been adopted which was least grievous to the people. Instead of this, the most unpopular that could be imagined is chosen. If there was any jealousy of the colonies, and the minister designed by this act more effectually to secure their dependence on Great Britain, the jealousy was first groundless. But if it had been founded on good reasons, could anything have been worse calculated to answer this purpose? Could not the minister have found out, either from history or from his own observation, that the strength of any country depended on its being united within itself? Has he not by this act brought about what the most zealous colonist never could have expected? The colonies, until now, were ever at variance and foolishly jealous of each other. They are now, by the refined policy of Mr. George Grenville, united for their common defense against what they believe to be oppression, nor will they soon forget the weight which this close union gives them. The impossibility of accounting in some other way for the imposition of the stamp duty has induced some to imagine that the minister designed by this act to force the colonies into a rebellion, and from thence to take occasion to treat them with severity, and, by military power, to reduce them to servitude. But this supposes such a monstrous degree of wickedness that charity forbids us to conclude him guilty of so black a villainy. But, admitting this to have been his aim, as it is known that tyrannical ministers have at some time embraced even this hellish measure to accomplish their cursed designs, should he not have considered that every power in Europe looks with envy on the colonies which Great Britain enjoys in America? Could he suppose that the powerful and politic France would be restrained by treaties when so fair an opportunity offered for the recovery of their ancient possessions? At least was he so ignorant of nature as to not know that, when the rage of the people is raised by oppression to such a height as to break out in rebellion, any new alliance would be preferred to the miseries which a conquered country must necessarily expect to suffer? And would no power in Europe take advantage of such an occasion? And, above all, did he not know that his royal benevolent master, when he discovered his views, would detest and punish him? But, whatever was proposed by the Stamp Act, of this I am certain, that the regard which the colonies still bear to His Majesty arises more from an exalted idea of His Majesty's integrity and goodness of heart than from any prudent conduct of his late minister. I have written, sir, much more than I intended when I first sat down, but I hope you will pardon my prolixity upon so important a subject. I am, sir, your most sincere friend and humble servant, Joseph Warren. To Mr. Edmund Dana, P.S. I hope for the favor of a line from you the first opportunity. The simple way in which Warren, in this letter, deals with the vital principles indicates that they had been so wrought into his mind as to have become the mold and guide of his life. He tested the absorbing measure of the day, the Stamp Act, not only by the abstract idea of justice, but by its adaptation to the condition of the people of the colonies, showing with bold strokes of theory a practical turn of mind. He evinced clear insight into causes and accurate judgment as to effects. His remark that freedom and equality is a state of nature indicates that with him the French dogma of the equality of man was joined to the English dogma of the freedom of man, and that he grasped the principle which had most thoroughly leavened modern opinion and promises to modify most deeply the constitution of society and the politics of states. While the strain of sentiment on the division of property shows an appreciation of the fact of the equality of condition which modern philosophy pronounces to be the central point of American society, his letter is a representation of the enthusiasm and resoluteness with which the young men welcomed the principles of the Revolution, and which led Hutchinson to say that independence had entered into the heart of America. With these comprehensive views and high aims, Warren engaged in public life by enrolling himself in the band of popular leaders whose service to the country associated Faneuil Hall with the idea of civil freedom, and fixed it in the public mind and affection as the cradle of American liberty. In this hall, it has been said, was first heard the eloquence of a Hancock, the two Adamses, a Baudouin, a Molyneux, and a Warren. This band were mostly young men or men of middle age. Jonathan Mayhew, a celebrated divine, and Oxenbridge Thatcher, a distinguished lawyer, both pioneer patriots, had recently died at 43. Samuel Adams and William Cooper, the faithful and intrepid town clerk, were 46. James Otis, who, 6 years before, made the great freedom plea on the question of writs of assistance, and Thomas Cushing and Samuel Cooper were 43. John Adams, the future president, ambitious to be a great lawyer, was 33. Paul Revere, a representative of the patriotic mechanics, was 32. John Hancock, a wealthy merchant who threw a powerful social influence in favor of the cause, was 31. Hosea Quincy, who had become a lawyer of great oratical power, was 25, and others like Molyneux, a stirring businessman, Thomas Young, a physician, and William Phillips, a merchant who took a prominent part in the action of the Patriots, were in the prime of life. James Baudouin was the oldest, being 61. This band of leaders engaged in the contests of party with as much freedom from sinister motives and with purposes as elevated as are ordinarily seen in the guidance of public affairs. They were Warren's friends or associates, with whom, down to the close of his life, he communed in the social circle, counseled in the political club, acted in the public meeting, and served on important committees. His relations were of the most confidential nature with one of this band, Samuel Adams, who of all the patriots had the most radical love of liberty and was a universally good character. He was educated at Harvard College, where he was distinguished for proficiency in logic and the classics. He was trained for the ministry, but after he was graduated, he went into business as a small trader and soon accepted the office of collector of taxes. He evinced a decided inclination for politics, spent much time in talking with people about their rights, and, as he grew in years, his reputation increased for a just appreciation of public questions, firmness of principle, and sagacious leadership. He was known also as a contributor to the journals and the framer of able state papers. He moved before the community with a morality that was instinctive, a love of country that was undying, and a faith that rose to the sublime, and those inspirations mingled with and guided his public and private life. As a party leader, he was prudent, and yet, when it was necessary, he was bold. He was keen in penetrating the designs of his opponents and was inflexible in carrying out his purposes. He had confidence in the virtue and intelligence of the people, believed they had a high destiny, and passionately loving the republicanism that was so firmly embedded in his native soil, he regarded this element as vital to individual, communal, and national progress. It was the custom of this patriot to watch the rise of every brilliant genius, seek his acquaintance, court his friendship, and enlist him as a co-worker in the common cause. And there were two characters in Boston who, John Adams said, after he had served in Congress, were as great in proportion to their age as he had ever known in America. One was Josiah Quincy, and the other was Warren. They were both my intimate friends, Adams says, with whom I lived and conversed with pleasure and advantage. I was animated by them in the painful, dangerous course of opposition to the oppressions brought upon our country. Warren was a young man whom nature had adorned with grace and manly beauty, and a courage that would have been rash absurdity had it not been tempered by self-control. Samuel Adams found in him a kindred spirit. Both respected the common capacity, estimated alike the greatness of the political issues, embraced similar vital principles, and strove for the same object. Both, with faith in an ultimate triumph of the right, had the moral courage that bears up in the day of weakness and the patience in labor that waits for the day of strength. Both acted fearlessly on their convictions. Both were representative men, one personifying a more peculiar theological element, and the other a more passionate nationality. What though Warren had the fascination that marks the true man of the world, and Adams had the rigid inflexibility that has caused him to be regarded as the last of the Puritans, and what though one was naturally inclined to cultivate the things that charm in social life, and the other was moved to shun, if not to despise, luxury and display, both were gentle, kind, and generous. Both were sincere and self-sacrificing. The hearts of both beat in unison for a common cause, and both were inspired by visions of the future glory of their country. They became bosom friends. Their kindred souls were so closely twined that they both felt one joy, both one affection. Warren proved a trustworthy counselor, on whom Adams ever leaned and could always rely, and they labored lovingly together in the great revolutionary action of Boston and Massachusetts until Warren sealed his work with his blood, and the heart of Adams poured itself out like water over the early grave of his friend. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Life and Times of Joseph Warren by Richard Frothingham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Connection with the Press. The Townshend Revenue Acts. Francis Bernard. Warren opposes the administration. His connection with the press. A true patriot. Proceedings against the Boston Gazette. 1767 to March 1768. It has been remarked that the great authority and influence which Warren exercised over his fellow citizens in the latter part of his life evidently show that he had taken an active part in political affairs from the commencement of his residence in Boston, though, as the foreground of the stage was occupied by the great men who were the fathers of the Revolution, his activity must have been confined to a secondary sphere. There was an intermission in the controversy between Great Britain and her colonies on the repeal of the Stamp Act, and at this period Warren's name does not occur in connection with public affairs. In 1767, the Townshend Revenue Acts were passed, which imposed duties on paper, glass, painters' colors, and tea, created a Board of Customs, and legalized writs of assistance. These measures, with the doings of Crown officials who acted under royal instructions, which were declared to have the force of law, constituted a system of arbitrary power. At this time, Francis Bernard was the governor of Massachusetts. He was born in England, educated at Oxford, and, with the knowledge and training in civil affairs acquired as a solicitor at Doctors' Commons, was appointed governor of New Jersey, and after 2 years of service in that colony, was transferred to Massachusetts. He was a scholar and kept fresh his memory of alma mater. He loved literature and science, could write elegies in Latin and Greek, used to say that he could repeat the whole of Shakespeare, and had gifts of conversation which charmed the social circle. His politics were of the Oxford school. He was a good hater of Republican institutions, habitually spoke of the local government, with its recognition of popular rights, as a trained mob, and deemed it a marvel that Charles II had not made a clean sweep of the little New England republics, as he characterized these provinces, and had not supplied their place with more aristocratic governments, with executives having viceregal powers molded as nearly as possible like that of England. He thought that though people might bluster a little when such reform was proposed, yet they would never resist by force, and, if they did, a demonstration of British power, such as the presence of the King's troops in a few coast towns and the occupation of a few harbors by the Royal Navy, would soon settle the contest. Bernard, in September 1767, before receiving officially the new Revenue Acts, sketched the state of things in Boston in the following terms in one of his letters. "Never were people more divided in opinions, hopes, and fears than those of Boston now are. Men of a timid complexion give up the town, and expect greater disturbances than have been hitherto, and at the same time wish for troops to protect them, and are afraid of their coming here. Others persuade themselves that the gentlemen of the town will be able to keep it quiet and defeat the purposes of the faction. I believe there is a great deal of pains taken to prevent mischief. On the other hand, the faction is as indefatigable in promoting it. The minds of the common people are poisoned to a great degree, so that, to use an expression of one of their own partisans, their bloods are set on boiling. It is a melancholic consideration that this rich and populous town should be thus distracted and disgraced by a set of desperadoes, perhaps not a dozen, whose own ruined or insignificant fortunes make the distraction of their country a matter of indifference to them, who, having themselves little to lose, are unconcerned at the consequences of a contest which they are desirous of bringing about, and must be fatal to persons of real worth and property." This letter supplies a glimpse of the British official, as well as a view of opinion in Boston, and shows how little he appreciated the men or the spirit of his time. To him, a band of enlightened patriots who represented not merely the aims of a town, but of a great and free people, appeared but a criminal faction advocating a ruinous cause. A few months later, he named Warren as one of the chiefs of the faction which he described. The divisions in the popular ranks, which were noticed by Bernard, had their origin in the different views that were taken of public questions. Some, in their political theory, accepted a shadowy line, which had been marked out by Lord Chatham between internal and external taxation, while others rejected it. The claim, Hutcheson says, to an independence of Parliament, in whole or in part, is now become most universal. When they, the patriots, are most moderate, Lord Chatham's distinction is admitted. Others say it is reasonable we should be restrained in our trade. But the true heroes for freedom say that if we are to be under restraint at all by any authority without us, we are but slaves. Warren was of the class who rejected the distinction between internal and external taxes, and uniformly held that every kind of taxation was tyranny. Their theory, however, was not stated accurately by Hutcheson. They did not claim to be exempted from authority which they considered to be national, but only claimed the right to make the local law. When it was urged on the side of the administration that the right of Parliament to make laws for the American colonies remained indisputable at Westminster, it was replied, on the side of the colonies, that their right to make laws for their own internal government and to tax themselves had never been questioned. They regarded the colonies in Great Britain as members of one great empire, each under the Constitution having independent legislatures, the Parliament having the right to make laws for England and the local assemblies to make the laws for America, with the King as the common chief magistrate, whose rightful prerogative was in force in each colony as it was in England. There was this difference between the two parties. The theory set up for Parliament was regarded by the Whigs as an abstraction of the British lawyers, which, though dangerous, had lain dormant, while the claim urged for the local government was for customs which were a part of their daily life, and by the exercise of which they had attained and now enjoyed a high degree of individual and communal freedom. The popular leaders were united in the determination to avoid such riotous excesses as had disgraced the uprising against the Stamp Act, to confine their action to constitutional methods, and to build up their cause on the foundation of an enlightened public opinion. It was now said in the press, and probably by Warren, "Let the persons and properties of our most inveterate enemies be safe. Let not a hair of their scalps be touched. Let this be the language of all. No mobs, no confusions, no tumults. Save your money and save your country." A call from a southern colony printed in the journals had the same injunction. The liberties of our common country are exposed to imminent danger, and Massachusetts must first kindle the sacred flame that must warm and illuminate the continent. The cause is nothing less than to maintain the liberty with which heaven itself has made us free, and let it not be disgraced by a single rash step, for constitutional methods are the best methods. This indicates the fixed resolution of the patriots that social order should be the baseline of worthy political action in behalf of a common country. Warren shared in the indignation of his countrymen as the plan of establishing arbitrary power in the colonies developed. He was, at 26, as settled in principle and as firm in the purpose of devoting himself to the patriot cause, as his letter already printed shows, as his whole past career proves him to have been at 34. A few of his sentences will attest his lifelong ruling passion. We eye the hand of heaven in the wonderful union of the colonies. The mistress we court is liberty, and it is better to die than not to obtain her. America must and will be free. The contest may be severe, the end will be glorious. These words reveal his inward impulse, his purpose, and his faith, and he ever appeared earnest to impress his views on others. It is related by John Adams that when, as the President of the Provincial Congress, he addressed, in the form of a charge, every military officer on delivering his commission, he never failed to make the officers as well as all the assembly shudder. This indicates that, when his spirit was roused, there came from beneath his native amiableness a burning energy of soul that was magnetic and irresistible. This may account for the personal influence which he exercised. Warren now began to appear in the foreground of the public stage in connection with the great popular leaders. Neither resentment, Dr. Gordon, who knew him, says, nor interested views, but a regard to the liberties of his country, induced him to oppose the measures of the government. He stepped forward into the public view, not that he might be noted and admired for a patriotic spirit, but because he was a patriot. He was a gentleman of integrity in whom the friends of liberty could confide. The soundness of his judgment enabled him to give good advice in private consultations. And his eulogist, Perez Morton, remarking on his public service, says, Amor patriae was the spring of his actions, and mens conscientia recti was his guide. And on this security he was, on every occasion, ready to sacrifice his health, his interest, and his ease to the sacred cause of his country. The earliest identification of Warren with political affairs, and in opposition to the measures of the administration, is his connection with the press. He began to contribute to the journals in the time of the Stamp Act, and he continued to supply matter to them down to the close of his life. The newspaper had been established 63 years in Boston, but at first it was little more than a chronicle of the passing time, and left the discussion of political affairs to the pamphlets. The earliest paper established in the town and the country, the Newsletter, after continuing 20 years, announced it would publish those transactions only that had no relation to the quarrels of the day. The New England Courant, however, a contemporary journal, criticized so sharply the administration and the theology of the day as to draw upon it in the indignation of the general court. In 1748, Samuel Adams and other popular leaders, to arouse the people to maintain their rights, established the Independent Advertiser, which was printed but 2 years. In 1755, the same politicians encouraged the printing of the Boston Gazette and Country Journal, a weekly paper. Its publishers, Benjamin Edes and John Gill, were men of probity and enterprise, and zealous Whigs, but the influence that molded public opinion proceeded from the Adamses, Otis Thatcher, Quincy Warren, and their associates, who wrote elaborate editorials and communications in the faith and inspiration that Providence had set them to defend the rights and liberties of mankind. Their record in this journal warrants the generous judgment of Isaiah Thomas, a patriotic co-worker in the same field, that no paper on the continent took a more active part in defense of the country or more ably supported its rights than the Boston Gazette. Its patrons were alert and ever at their posts, and they had a primary agency in events which led to our national independence. The popular leaders employed with great effect the press in exposing the system of arbitrary power. Warren, who is now a frequent contributor to it, used his pen not to win a literary reputation, but, as the farmer uses his spade, to do his work. He sought not, Perez Morton says, the airy honors of a name, else many of these publications, which, in the early period of the controversy, served to open the minds of the people, had not appeared anonymous. He had the talent of seizing the pith of a subject, making salient points, imparting his own spirit, and with clearness, precision, and force, saying much in a few words. His vein of the poetic and his nervous style were calculated to strike the public mind. His productions contain many pointed sentences. Dr. Eliot calls him a fine writer. Many of his articles appeared in the Gazette, a Tory informer, after mousing about Edes and Gill's printing office in search of matter to use in court. The case of the arrest of the popular leaders made affidavit that Warren had burned his manuscripts. Governor Bernard watched the newspapers narrowly and represented in his official letters that they teemed with matter against the new revenue laws precisely of the same nature as that which preceded the former insurrection, meaning the popular action against the Stamp Act, and that they were calculated and designed to raise the mob against the new establishment. 6 years later, he prepared an elaborate narrative of the transactions in Boston, which begins as follows. The success which had attended the flagitious publications in the Boston newspapers on the subject of the Stamp Act, in exciting the popular tumults which followed the promulgation of that law, was too obvious to escape the attention of those who wished to see the same opposition given to the subsequent revenue laws, and therefore, when it became known that such laws were proposed, at least as soon as they were published and the concomitant establishment of the commissioners of the customs had taken place, the press again teemed with the publications of the most daring nature, denying the authority of the supreme legislature and tending to excite the people to opposition to its laws. Bernard advised Lord Shelburne, October 15, 1767, that he had received the new revenue acts and that they had been printed in the journals, and he persistently represented that the patriots designed to oppose them by an insurrection. He specified the occasions on which he expected the insurrection to begin, as when the commissioners of the customs should land or when the revenue acts should go into effect, but he had no proofs of the existence of the disloyal designs which he denounced. And it is difficult not to believe that he feigned the fear which it suited his purposes to express. A town meeting was held in Faneuil Hall, October 28th, when the passive mode of meeting the acts by a non-importation and non-consumption agreement was adopted. At the adjournment of this meeting, November 20th, the day on which the new revenue laws went into effect, there was a seditious handbill posted under Liberty Tree. Under the tree, Bernard wrote, was stuck up a paper so highly seditious that it would be undoubtedly deemed in England an overt act of high treason. It contained an exhortation to the Sons of Liberty to rise on that day and fight for their rights, stating that if they assembled, they would be joined by legions, that if they neglected this opportunity, they would be cursed by all posterity. This circumstance drew from James Otis, who was the moderator, an extempore speech, strongly denunciatory of the mobs, in which he urged that the opposition to burdensome measures should be strictly constitutional, and in the course of it he reminded the people that their forefathers of the reign of Charles I for 15 years offered prayers to their God and petitions to the king for a redress of grievances before they resorted to force, and in closing he exhorted all good citizens to assist the civil magistrate in preserving the peace. The speech was received by all parties with great applause. The obnoxious paper was removed and disavowed by the patriots, who said that it was the device of their enemies, and the meeting voted unanimously a resolution against mobs. But this did not stop the flow of Bernard's misinterpretation. In January 1768 he wrote, "It seems to me unavoidable that the whole power of the government must be in the hands of the people before June next, unless some relief, I know not what, comes from England. I can't stand in the gap again, unless I am assured of being supported from home. If I am left to myself, I must deliver up the fort and make the best terms I can." He said that the memorable circular letter in which Massachusetts in February proposed united action to the colonies was designed to raise a general flame. In the meantime, he kept on complaining of the work of the press. He sent cuttings from it to the ministry, and sometimes files of the Gazette, and he suggested that legal proceedings should be commenced against the profligate and flagitious popular printers. Lord Shelburne received the suggestion of a prosecution of the journals with great coldness, and in allusion to an observation of Bernard, that their mischievous matter was contemptible in ability and impotent in influence, Lord Shelburne said, with singular good sense, that contemptible writings were rendered more abortive by being left to oblivion, and he gave sound advice in relation to appearing as His Majesty's governor, in any case as the prosecutor. The popular leaders had accurate information of the course of Bernard, and the following article, written by Warren, appeared in the Boston Gazette on the 29th day of February, 1768. Messrs. Edis and Gill, please insert the following. May it please your... We have for a long time known your enmity to this province. We have had full proof of your cruelty to a loyal people. No age has, perhaps, furnished a more glaring instance of obstinate perseverance in the path of malice than is now exhibited in your... Could you have reaped any advantage from injuring this people, there would have been some excuse for the manifold abuses with which you have loaded them. But when a diabolical thirst for mischief is alone the motive of your conduct, you must not wonder if you are treated with open dislike. For it is impossible, however much soever we endeavour it, to feel any esteem for a man like you. Bad as the world may be, there is yet in every breast something which points out the good man as an object worthy of respect and marks the guileful, treacherous man-hater for disgust and infamy. Nothing has ever been more intolerable than your insolence upon a late occasion when you had, by your Jesuitical insinuations, induced a worthy minister of state to form a most unfavorable opinion of the province in general, and some of the most respectable inhabitants in particular. You had the effrontery to produce a letter from his lordship as a proof of your success in calumniating us. Surely you must suppose we have lost all feeling, or you would not dare thus tauntingly to display the trophies of your slanders, and upbraidingly to make us sensible of the inexpressible misfortunes which you have brought upon us. But I refrain, lest a full representation of the hardships suffered by this too long insulted people should lead them to an unwarrantable revenge. We never can treat good and patriotic rulers with too great reverence, but it is certain that men totally abandoned to wickedness can never merit our regard, be their stations ever so high. If such men are by God appointed, the devil may be the Lord's anointed. A true patriot. The governor said that he could not, with safety to the government, let this article pass unnoticed. He first consulted, informally, several members of the council who advised him to lay it officially before that body in the House of Representatives, which was then in session, which he did by sending a similar message, March 1st, 1768, to each. He said that he usually treated the Boston Gazette with the contempt it deserved, but that he felt bound to notice it when its publications were carried to such an extent as to endanger the existence of the government, that this paper was of this character, and he presented it to them for their serious consideration, that they might act as the majesty of the king, the honor of the general court, and the interest of the province might require. The council received this message, Bernard says, at a very full board, there being 20 present, the whole number but 3, who appointed a committee to prepare an answer which was unanimously agreed upon by the same number. The council, March 3, 1768, remarked that the article gave the board a real concern and characterized it as a false, scandalous, and impudent libel on His Excellency. They said it was an insolent and licentious attack on the king's representative, involved an attack on government itself, was subversive of all order and decorum, an insult on the general court, on the king's authority, on the King of Kings, and worthy only of the utmost abhorrence and indignation. And the reply closed with the assurance that the council would always support the dignity of the king's governor. It is questionable whether the council, in this reply, preserved its own dignity, for, while it affected to be shocked by the licentiousness of the press, it showed itself a master of the vocabulary of the invective. The governor, March 3rd, returned his most hearty thanks for so decided an address by a message in which he said that he should not have taken notice of the libel if he had not apprehended it to be pregnant with danger to the government. The House also considered the governor's message. Bernard says, in the House, which was grown thin and evacuated by the friends of government in greater proportion than by the opponents, it had not the same success. The faction labored with all their might to prevent the paper being considered. It was debated a whole afternoon and adjourned to the next morning. The House, after such deliberation, agreed, 39 to 30, upon an answer to the message. They said, March 3rd, that they had given due attention to the communication of the governor, had examined the paper which he had transmitted, and expressed sorrow that any publication in a newspaper or any other cause should give His Excellency an apprehension of danger to the being or dignity of His Majesty's government here. The House, however, could not see reason to admit of such conclusion from that paper. No person was named in it, and there was nothing contained in it that could affect the majesty of the king or the honor of the general court. The House thought they were justified in taking no further notice of it, remarking, "The liberty of the press is a great bulwark of the liberty of the people. It is, therefore, the incumbent duty of those who are constituted the guardians of the people's rights to defend and maintain it." The answer closed by an expression of the opinion that the provision already made for the punishment of abuses by the press, in the common course of the law, was sufficient in the present case. The House, Hutchinson says, rather justified the libel than condemned it. The criticism would have been more just had it read, "The House rather condemned the action of the governor than justified the contents of the paper." In truth, the House understood its position, and its admirable answer is a calm and strong word for the freedom of the press. The governor, with reason, now asked the council to prosecute the printers of A True Patriot, but this body declined to proceed farther in the affair. This, Bernard wrote, is one of the consequences of the fatal ingredient in this Constitution, the election of the council, which he termed the cantankerworm of the government. He next directed the Attorney General to commence proceedings against the printers in the courts, and the article was brought before the grand jury. Hutchinson, as the Chief Justice, delivered on this occasion a charge in which he says, "I told them in almost plain words that they might depend on being damned if they did not find a bill." This charge received from his friends great praise for its legal ability. But the grand jury, which sympathized with the House of Representatives, braved the penalty against the Chief Justice and refused to find a bill against the printers. Warren, in two communications printed in the Boston Gazette under the signature of A True Patriot, reviewed with scathing severity these proceedings, while he disavowed any intention to destroy the dignity of authority and remarked with contempt on the doctrines of divine right and passive obedience. He expressed the pleasure with which he heard the voice of all orders of unplaced and independent men who were determined to support their rights and the liberty of the press. He said that the House of Representatives showed themselves resolute in the cause of justice, and the grand jurors demonstrated by their action that influence was not able to overcome their attachment to sacred honor, a free constitution, and their country. He remarked of the people that, when they knew their true interest, they would distinguish their friends from their enemies, and would protect from tyrannic violence generous defenders in the cause of justice and humanity. But should a mistaken complacence lead to a sacrifice of their privileges, or to a desertion of their well-meant supporters, they would deserve bondage and soon find themselves in chains. He said that the authors of some of the misfortunes under which the province groaned had been detected, and he closed in the following words: "We will strip the serpents of their stings, and consign to disgrace all those guileful betrayers of their country. There is only one way for men to avoid being set up as objects of general contempt, which is, not to deserve it." The result of this affair caused great chagrin to the Tories. Hutchinson said it convinced him as much as anything which had occurred that the laws had lost their force. Bernard said it proved that the government could not regain its authority without aid from superior powers. Lord Hillsborough said it was but too striking an evidence of the influence of those who sought to disturb the public peace and persisted with so much obstinacy and malevolence in sowing the seeds of disorder and discomfort. The Patriots, on the other hand, appreciated a triumph that assured freedom of utterance in behalf of their cause. They had grasped the idea that the liberty of the press and the liberty of the land must stand or fall together. "I am no friend to licentiousness," Andrew Elliot said, "but the liberty of the press must be preserved, sacred, or it is all over." And the exulting voice of the people found expression on festive occasions in toasts to the honest and independent grand jurors. Bernard did not allege that his individual character had been injured in the article signed A True Patriot, but based his action on the ground that it tended to bring the government into contempt. It was not until a later period that the distinction was practically recognized between attacks on private character to gratify a malicious intent and an exposure of official wrongs to promote the common welfare. In ordinary times, there can be no abridgment of a right to arraign measures of administration, for it must be unrestrained or it is no right. It is a necessity to ensure publicity, that great safeguard against corruption, and, if acts are detrimental to the general welfare, their originators ought to be brought into contempt. The House of Representatives and the grand jury, with an American instinct, proceeded on the rule which is now widely recognized, for the common law offense of libeling a government is ignored in constitutional systems as inconsistent with the genius of free institutions. Political comment in this country and in England, severer than that which, in the article entitled A True Patriot, disturbed the royal governor, now passes unnoticed, and he would be regarded as quite an indifferent observer, who should from this draw the inference that the government, in permitting this freedom, compromised its authority, or that the people, in countenancing it, wavered in their loyalty. The first great duty of the press, that of collecting intelligence of passing events and making it common property, was an invaluable service rendered to the popular cause. In addition, during the preparatory struggle, when public opinion was forming and a thinking community achieved our revolution, before a battle had been fought, the press, assuming as of right to be free, was keen in the exposure of error and injustice, and noble in the presentation of truth and right. The popular leaders did not veil the temple of liberty, but arraigned corrupt officials and dangerous measures with a power, which, though to Toryism it seemed to be the seed of disorder, was really the kernel of national life. It was a standing marvel to the royal governor that the administration would not prosecute a band of printers who, he said, were continually directing daggers to the heart of their mother country and sovereign state, and to whom was very applicable the fable of the trumpeter, who was told, on being taken prisoner, that he was answerable for all the mischief done by the soldiery. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Life and Times of Joseph Warren by Richard Frothingham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Connection with Public Meetings. Public Meetings, Warren and the Clubs, the Commissioners of the Customs, a riot in Boston, Warren in Town Meeting, Public Opinion. 1768, March to June. Warren, in 1768, took a leading part in the public meetings that were held in Boston to remonstrate against the acts of the administration. The people had been so long in the habit of assembling to discuss political questions that the custom was looked upon as a right, and really was a part of American law, written and unwritten. The officers of the Crown, however, held that the town meetings for such objects were illegal. The political education of the people of England had been so backward that, in times of excitement, they still resorted to tumultuous and riotous assemblages in order to overawe the deliberations of Parliament. The institution of public meetings, as a regular mode of popular influence, forms a new era in constitutional government. There was a quiet direction given to the public meetings of Boston by political clubs, which were of several years' standing. Warren was accustomed to say that nothing contributed more to promote the great end of society than a frequent interchange of sentiment in friendly meetings, and, as a member of some of the clubs and the adviser of others, he continued to be connected with them down to the close of his life, and their ruling spirits relied much on his judgment. The largest of these clubs consisted of mechanics, traders, and others, and were named the North End Caucus, the South End Caucus, and the Middle District Caucus. A smaller club consisted of lawyers, clergymen, and the popular leaders. From 1768, Eliot says, a number of politicians met at each other's houses to discuss public affairs and to settle upon the best methods of serving the town and the country. Many of these filled public offices, but the meetings were private and had a silent influence on the public body. Warren was a member of this club and also of the North End Caucus. Hutchinson, in his history, says that a circle consisting of a number of the inhabitants and members of the general court met at least once a week in the evening, and at these meetings, besides determining what should be done at town meetings and agreeing upon other measures, they generally furnished the newspapers with speculations and compositions for the service of the cause in which they were engaged. And, he says, in a letter that he could fill his sheet with acts of government, come into the town, the cadet company, and the clubs remarking, "We have no sort of companies but which look upon it they have a right to do something or other in public affairs." A Tory writer, in tracing the origin of the popular movement in Boston, says, "Garrets were crowded with patriots, mechanics, and lawyers, porters and clergymen, huddled promiscuously into them. Their decisions were oracular, and from thence they poured out their midnight reveries. They soon determined to form an independent empire." Warren's influence in the clubs is noticed by Dr. Eliot in his biographical sketch and by Paul Revere in his well-known military narrative. And his zeal in promoting public meetings is seen in a relation in The Diary of John Adams, who writes of 1768, "I was solicited to go to the town meetings and harangue there. My friend, Dr. Warren, most frequently urged me to do this. My answer to him always was, 'That way madness lies.'" The symptoms of our great friend Otis at the time suggested to Warren a sufficient comment on those words, at which he always smiled and said it was true. Warren is named in the proceedings of a town meeting that was held in March, when he was appointed a member of a committee to prepare a letter of thanks to the author of The Farmer's Letters. The town recognized the service rendered by the farmer, John Dickinson, in his most seasonable, sensible, loyal, and vigorous vindication of the rights and liberties of America, and promised warmest to recommend and industriously to promote that union among the several colonies which is so indispensably necessary for the security of the whole. The farmer, in a reply, complimented the rank of Boston, the wisdom of her counsels, and the spirit of her conduct. Warren appeared before the public as a popular leader in a memorable town meeting that was occasioned by the proceedings of the new commissioners of the customs. This board consisted of Charles Paxton, Henry Halton, William Birch, John Robinson, and John Temple. Not much is said of Halton or Birch, who were simply placemen. Robinson is remembered by a savage assault on James Otis. Temple, who was not in favor of the creation of the board, incurred the enmity of its other members by disapproving of some of its doings. Paxton, its ruling spirit, was a bland, courtier-like, greedy partisan who was very obnoxious to the people. The members were appointed to reside in Boston and to superintend the collection of the revenue on the line of coast extending from Labrador to the Gulf of Mexico. They held their first board in Mr. Du Bois' great room in Hanover Street, and soon surpassed Bernard in mess representations of the designs of the Patriots. The revenue was duly paid, and the members had not been injured, though Birch had been frightened by a collection of boys and others about his house. Yet they asserted that their persons were in danger of violence from a mob, and that British sovereignty was threatened with an insurrection of the colonies. They would ask the governor what support he could give them in case of an insurrection. "I answer," Bernard says, March 3, 1768, "none at all. They desire me to apply to the general for troops. I tell them I cannot do it, for I am directed to consult the council about requiring troops, and they will never advise it, let the case be ever so desperate. Indeed, I no more dare apply for troops than the council dare advise me to do it. Ever since I have perceived that the wickedness of some and the folly of others will, in the end, bring troops here, I have conducted myself so as to be able to say, and swear to it, if the Sons of Liberty shall require it, that I have never applied for troops, and therefore, my lord, I beg that nothing I now write may be considered such an application." The commissioners were very desirous to have a British force stationed in the town. About a fortnight ago, Hutchinson writes, March 28, 1768, "I was in consultation with the commissioners. They were very desirous the governor should, for our... If he had done it, by some means or other it would have transpired, and there is no saying to what lengths the people would have gone in their resentment. The commissioners carried themselves so arrogantly in collecting a revenue which was held to be oppressive, that their conduct excited odium in Boston and elicited censure in England. They were, Samuel Adams said, extremely disgustful to the people, were neglected by men of fortune and character, and were viewed, in general, in no better light than the late stamp commissioners. Expressions of the public feeling are seen in the vote of the independent cadets, to the effect that they would not escort the governor on the day of the election of councillors if the commissioners were invited to dine with the governor and council, and also by the vote of the town. refusing the royal governor the use of Faneuil Hall to dine in unless the commissioners were excluded. The commissioners, soon after the consultation just named, obtained a naval force in Boston Harbor by misrepresenting what occurred on the 18th of March, which was the anniversary of the repeal of the Stamp Act and was celebrated as a holiday. There were, at daylight, hanging on Liberty Tree, effigies of Commissioner Paxton and Inspector Williams. The last, being a cabinet-maker, had a glue pot by his side, but the popular leaders soon had these removed. During the day, cannon were discharged in the principal streets. Public-spirited citizens decorated their residences with flags and received their friends. A very respectable company had a festive season at the British Coffee House, where one of the toasts was the Boston Gazette and the worthy members of the House who vindicated the freedom of the press. In the evening, sailors and apprentices went through the streets, giving hearty huzzas, and as they passed by the Province House, where Bernard lived, he said they disturbed him and his family by their noise. At 10 o'clock, a Whig report says the town was quiet without there having been riot or rumpus, and the whole conduct of the day was in complete exhibition of a decent and rational joy. The commissioners officially represented that the mob certainly intended, on this day, to oblige them to resign their commissions under Liberty Tree, that the governor and magistrates had not the least authority in the town, and they made a demand on Commodore Hood, who was at Halifax, for immediate aid to secure the revenue and save the honor of the government. The moment, this officer says, application was made to me by the commissioners for assistance from the king's ships, I ordered the Romney of 50 guns to Boston, a lucky event for those gentlemen, as she proved an asylum to them in a time of need, and from time to time I continued to throw in additional force till they said no more was wanted. 2 tenders accompanied the Romney. Hyperion, Hosea Quincy, said, in the Gazette, that the Tories had threatened the defenders of America with halters, fires, and faggots, but there was nothing more serious than threats, or more authentic than rumors, until this appearance of the Romney and her tenders. As they lay in the harbor, a press gang from them seized several Massachusetts citizens, a practice which, though defended even later by Junius, was repudiated in the colonies as a relic of barbarism. Meantime, the journals continued reports that the ministry were determined to maintain the powers claimed for Parliament, and they printed eulogies from abroad on the people of New England for the spirit with which these claims had been denied. In May, Governor Bernard negotiated the choice by House of Representatives of Hancock and Otis as councilors. It was the talk of the town that the colonists were to be taxed in order to maintain a race of sycophants, court favorites, and hungry dependents, that needy lawyers from abroad or tools of power at home would be their judges, and that their governors, if natives, would be partisans rewarded for mercenary service, or, if foreigners, would be nobles of wasted fortunes and greedy for salaries to replenish them. The people who were sincere in their loyalty felt that they were ill-treated and were sullen. This was a time of great excitement on popular rights in England. The Boston journals, after an arrival from London, abounded in relative matter to the Wilkes controversy. And, if London resounded the word liberty from every corner and every voice, there was an echo in every home and every street in Boston. The officers of the Crown regarded this temper of the public mind as affording fresh proof of the necessity of a British force to preserve the public peace. Our politicians, Hutchinson said, are the most wrong-headed people in the world. Every step they take for relief has a direct tendency to increase our distress. Their threats can never intimidate, but certainly must incense the Parliament, and they are determined to provoke a power they cannot resist. And Bernard advised the ministry that he was well assured that it was the intention of the faction in Boston to raise an insurrection against the Crown officials. The popular leaders in vain averred that it was their object to procure by constitutional methods a repeal of acts which they held to be illegal, and that they desired to preserve the union between the colonies and Great Britain. Information was now laid before the commissioners of the customs of a violation of the revenue laws in the case of the sloop Liberty, owned by John Hancock, and the Solicitor General, Mr. Liesel, on the 10th of June, advising her seizure. On hearing of this intention, Warren said to the comptroller, Mr. Hallowell, that if the seizure were made, there would be a great uproar, and that he could not be answerable for the consequences. The commissioners, however, gave directions for the seizure. The sloop lay at Hancock's Wharf, and near the hour of sunset on this day, as the laborers of the town were going from their day's work, the revenue officials put upon her the broad arrow, and, as though the people would not respect the law, a boat's crew from the Romney cut her fastenings from the wharf and moored her under the guns of the man-of-war. No official warrant was produced, and, in doing this, the British captain and his officers used vulgar and threatening words to the bystanders. This was the beginning of a war of epithets, in the usual way of brawls between the crowd, which kept increasing, and the custom-house officers, and, by a sort of natural law of mobs, grew into a riot, in which the offending officials were pelted with dirt and stones. The windows of the houses of the comptroller and inspector, Mr. Irving, were broken, and the pleasure boat of the collector, Mr. Harrison, was drawn out of the water and carried to the common, where above 1,000 people gathered. One of them, in a harangue, exclaimed, "We will support our liberties depending upon the strength of our arms." The boat was set on fire. Hancock, Samuel Adams, and Warren had been in consultation, and as it is said that Hancock and others of influence came on to the commons while the boat was burning, the inference is a fair one that the three came together. Through their exertions, the riot ceased, the word was passed round, each man to his tent, and the town, about 11 o'clock, was as quiet as usual. Outrages had been committed which the popular leaders never attempted to justify, but alleged that they were provoked by the brutal language of the commander of the Romney, Captain Corner, and the arbitrary conduct of the officers of the Crown. This was a slight affair, in comparison with the contemporary terrific mobs of London, and Colonel Barre said, in the House of Commons, that, in this riot, Boston was only mimicking the mother country. On Saturday, there was great excitement among the people. Bernard says that the riot was followed by papers struck upon Liberty Tree, containing an invitation to rise and clear the country of the commissioners and their officers, and that one of them was doomed to death. These were the words of the rash spirits. The commissioners, who had not been harmed, were the most violent of all the officials. As they had fancied signs of an insurrection in the hilarity of a holiday, they had neither difficulty nor scruple in magnifying a riot into a rebellion, and it was in vain that Bernard, on this day, entreated them to change their measures. He also laid the state of the town before the council, which advised such of the members as were justices of the peace to make inquiry into the facts, and report at a future meeting. Warren, on this day, exerted himself to allay the excitement, and, in Hancock's name, he proposed to Hallowell, whose bruises confined him to his house, that, if the vessels were brought back to the shore, he, Hancock, would give his bond that he would have her the forthcoming on trial, but no agreement was concluded. On Sunday, Warren acted again as a mediator between the parties. Mr. Harrison, in a note to Hancock, said that if he, Hancock, would agree that the Liberty should be forthcoming on the trial, she should be returned to the shore, and, in the morning, Warren informed Hallowell that matters were so far settled that, on the next day, the Liberty would be restored. During the day, the commissioners kept quiet, though Bernard still urged them to be conciliatory while they spoke of going to the castle. There was a consultation of the popular leaders in the evening at Hancock's house, which was filled with the patriots, those named as present being Warren, Samuel Adams, and Otis. Here the affair of the Liberty was fully considered, and the course of the patriots was determined. At 12 o'clock at night, Warren went to Hallowell's house and said to him that he had been at Hancock's and was extremely sorry that matters could not be settled as he told him in the morning, for Mr. Hancock had taken the advice of his counsel and friends, and would have nothing to do with the business, but would let it take its course, and would give nothing under his hand. It was held by the patriots that the seizure, as no legal process had been filed, was illegal. On Monday morning, labor throughout the town was mostly suspended. The inhabitants gathered in various places under their leaders, and things wore a threatening aspect, as the outrage committed by the press gang was connected in the public mind with the seizure of the Liberty. The name of the sloop, the popularity of her owner, and the aversion to the Board of Commissioners contributed to inflame the people. There were reports that, on certain contingencies, the country was coming into Boston to begin an insurrection, though Hutchinson, characterizing this as madness, said he could not bring himself to believe that any number of people worth regarding had a serious thought of this sort, or would dare to fire on the king's representatives. Early in the day, 4 of the commissioners, on the pretext that their persons were not safe, notified the governor, by a card, that they were going on board the Romney and asked for orders for their admission to the castle, whither they soon went with their families. Temple and several of the chief officers remained in the town. In the afternoon, by a handbill, the Sons of Liberty requested those who, in this time of distraction and oppression, wished well to the town and the province, and who would promote peace, good order, and security, to assemble on the next day, Tuesday, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon, at Liberty Hall, under Liberty Tree, and the journalists say that the expectation of this meeting kept the town in peace. A red flag was now hoisted above Liberty Tree. On Tuesday morning, though it rained, so many people flocked into Boston from the neighboring towns that there was a larger assemblage at Liberty Tree, over which still waved the red flag, than had ever been seen in the town. The senior member of the Board of Selectmen was the moderator, who was surrounded by the popular leaders, but it being uncomfortable in the streets, the meeting, before passing any votes, adjourned to Faneuil Hall. On reassembling here, it was resolved, as the call had been informal and there was not a legal town meeting, to adjourn to meet at the same place at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and accordingly the selectmen issued a warrant for a meeting. Meantime, the governor, at his country seat, Jamaica Plain, Roxbury, received such startling advices from his friends as to the doings of the Sons of Liberty that he sent one of his own sons into town to desire the immediate attendance of the Lieutenant Governor Hutchinson, as he, Bernard, was in expectation of very important news from town, and of such a nature that he would be obliged to withdraw to the castle. Faneuil Hall at 3 o'clock could not contain the people who assembled. It was the largest town meeting ever known. Those inside the hall organized by choosing James Otis for the moderator. The Patriot, since the argument on the question of writs of assistance had been the popular idol. The Tories affected to consider his manly word in the November meeting against mobs and for social order as in favor of the measures of the administration, and he had met the ordeal of being eulogized by his political opponents. On entering the hall, the meeting gave him a warm reception, there being great clapping of hands as he passed through the crowd to take the chair. No other business was transacted here, a motion being carried to adjourn for the better accommodation of the people to the Old South Church. In the church, the moderator spoke from the pulpit on the questions of the day. Hutchinson says that, after haranguing the people some time, he suffered them to harangue one another, and Bernard says that some made wild and violent proposals, but were warded off, one being that every captain of a man-of-war who came into the harbor should be under the command of the General Court. A petition to be presented to the governor was submitted to the meeting. It averred that a people had the fundamental right to make their own laws, that the late acts of Parliament were in direct violation of this right, that menaces had been thrown out fit only for barbarians, and that the state of the town was as though war had been declared against it. It expressed the hope that, as the commissioners had relinquished their office of their own motion, they would not renew it, and it requested the governor to order the Romney to be removed from the harbor. To contend with our parent state, are its words, is, in our idea, the most shocking and dreadful extremity, but tamely to relinquish the only security we and our posterity retain of the enjoyment of our lives and properties is so humiliating and base that we cannot support the reflection. And it expressed the opinion that it was in the power of the government to protect the distressed and justly incensed people from affecting too much and from the shame and reproach of attempting too little. It is related in the town records that the petition was adopted after very cool and deliberate debates upon the distressed circumstances of the town and critical condition of affairs. A committee was now appointed consisting of John Rowe, John Hancock, and Warren, to ascertain when the governor would receive the petition, and, on their reporting that he was at his country seat, a committee of 21, Warren being one, was directed to wait on him immediately. A committee, of which Warren was a member, was chosen to prepare a letter to the Massachusetts agent in London, Mr. de Burt. Another committee, consisting of Warren, Benjamin Church, and Samuel Adams, was appointed to prepare resolves expressing the feeling that was excited by the removal of the Liberty from Hancock's Wharf and characterizing the ill consequences that would follow the introduction of the troops into Boston. The moderator, on adjourning the meeting until the next afternoon at 4 o'clock, earnestly enjoined an adherence to peace and order. The grievance the people labor under, James Otis said, might in time be removed. If not, and we are called on to defend our liberty and privileges, I hope and believe we shall, one and all, resist unto blood, but at the same time, pray Almighty God, it may never so happen. The reports of these transactions that were carried to the governor at Jamaica Plain strengthened his impression that an insurrection was at hand, and as he was awaiting in the afternoon the arrival of his confidential adviser, Hutchinson, he must have been surprised to see on the road, moving towards his house, not a noisy populace pell-mell flourishing pikes and liberty caps, but a train of 11 chaises, from which alighted at his door the respectable committee from the meeting, among whom were Otis, Samuel Adams, and Warren. I received them, Bernard says, with all possible civility, and, having heard their petition, I talked very freely with them, but postponed giving a formal answer till the next day, as it should be in writing. I then had wine handed round, and they left me highly pleased with their reception, especially that part of them which had not been used to an interview with me. Considering the governor's state of mind, the committee could not have been more highly pleased when they left than he was when they arrived. But his perturbation was over when Hutchinson, soon after this interview, came in, and the governor was convinced that there was no insurrection, and that there was no occasion for him to take the awkward step of retiring to the castle, or, indeed, for any unusual political action. On the next day, Wednesday, at the adjournment of the meeting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the Old South Church, the answer of the governor to the town's petition was read. He said that his official station made him a very incompetent judge of the rights which the people claimed as set against the Acts of Parliament, and on this subject he expressed no opinion. He stated that he had no control over the Board of Customs, and was bound to support their authority, but he promised to remove the inconveniences of impressments. He said that he should think himself most highly honored if, in the lowest degree, he could be an instrument in promoting a perfect conciliation between the colonies and Great Britain. This answer, on the face of it, proper and reasonable and conciliatory throughout, was unusually satisfactory to the patriots. The moderator, Otis, made it still more acceptable by acknowledging the polite treatment which the committee received from the governor and by declaring that he believed Bernard was a well-wisher to the province. An elaborate report was now read from the committee appointed to prepare a letter to be sent to the agent in England, Mr. de Burt, which is a spirited paper and bears Warren's ardent impress. It went over the whole question of the public grievances, gave full details of the recent stirring events, and put as the groundwork of the whole difficulty and unconstitutional imposition of taxes for raising a revenue. This, the letter says, was oppression, and it came down on the people like an armed man, though they were the subjects of an empire which was the toast of nations for freedom and liberty. It severely arraigned the commissioners of the customs and the swarm of placemen under them who were supported out of this pilfered revenue, which it characterized as booty drained from the merchant, the mariner, the farmer, and the tradesman. The meeting, having accepted the spirited letter and appointed a committee, with Warren as the chairman, to prepare the instructions to the representatives, adjourned to meet on the 17th of June in Faneuil Hall. This meeting was viewed with great interest by the officers of the Crown. Bernard immediately sent an elaborate narrative of what had occurred to Lord Hillsborough, and again urged the council to adopt measures to prevent an insurrection. Hutchinson declared that the petition to the governor was the most extraordinary thing that had appeared. The commissioners represented, in a letter to the Lords of Treasury, that there had been matured, by a correspondence carried on between the local assemblies, an extensive plan of resistance to the authority of Great Britain, and nothing but a military force could prevent a revolt of the town which might spread through the provinces. And Paxton wrote that, unless 2 or 3 regiments were sent to Boston, it was the opinion of all the friends of the administration that the town would be in rebellion. On this day, the Patriots, in a handbill, urged a general attendance of the citizens at the adjourned meeting, as the fate of the province and all America depended on the measures to be adopted. On the 17th of June, the people again met in town meeting in Faneuil Hall. Warren, chairman of the committee, reported instructions to the representatives which declared that the principle of the Stamp Act was revived in the Revenue Act, proclaimed the unalterable resolution to vindicate invaluable rights at the hazard of fortune and life, expressed the determination to maintain loyalty and duty to their most gracious sovereign, a reverence and due subordination to the British Parliament as the supreme legislature in all cases of necessity for the preservation of the whole empire, and a sincere and cordial affection for their parent country. These representatives were instructed to propose action in the legislature against impeachments, to urge an inquiry into the authors of the rumors, that troops were to be ordered to Boston, and to recommend for adoption a resolution to the effect that any such person who shall solicit or promote the importation of any troops at this time is an enemy to the town and province and a disturber of the peace and good order of both. These instructions were unanimously adopted. It is related by Hutchinson that a much higher-toned resolve was introduced, which was to the effect that whoever had, by any means, promoted the introduction of troops was a tyrant in his heart, a traitor and an open enemy to his country. But this motion, though supported by William Cooper, the town clerk, and others, was rejected. The meeting on this day was dissolved. In the transactions that occasioned this town meeting, and in the whole of its proceedings, Warren appears by the side of Otis, Hancock, and Samuel Adams. He was a member of all of its committees, was the chairman of 3 of them, and probably prepared some of the documents which it issued. This indicates the public confidence he had gained. The petition which the town presented to the governor was regarded as the most important action of the meeting. Its author is not named. It contains the principle as to the inherent right of taxation and of internal government in the local legislatures, which was held by Warren and Samuel Adams. If the governor saw the reach of this principle, he evaded a discussion of it in his reply. This was so conciliatory that it was used against him in British political circles, where he was accused of giving way to a popular clamor, and it required explanation by his friends to remove the unfavorable impression. 6 years later, he said, in his narrative prepared for the Privy Council, whether proceedings of this nature in a town meeting, legal only to the purposes of the election of officers and the management of the prudential concerns of the town, are or are not criminal, or, if criminal, what is the criminality, must be submitted. In an elaborate report, the same year, 1774, in the House of Lords, it was singled out of the accumulated matter, and it was said, "In this petition, the town disavowed the legislative authority of this country, and asserted that it would be better for them to struggle against it than tamely to relinquish their rights." A contemporary judgment on this meeting, in commending the heartiness with which the citizens came forth to give their presence to the support of the patriot cause, lamented the necessity of their action. "Unhappy for families," are the words, "unhappy for towns, unhappy for the province, that so many valuable freeholders, honest tradesmen and husbandmen of every kind and denomination should be laid under a necessity by the laws of nature and the ties of duty to future generations to quit their useful operations and turn politicians. But happy was it, when public liberty was in danger, that its possessors, animated by such motives, turned politicians to protect it. Their movement derived dignity and importance from the idea of freedom at its base and its wide relations. It was in harmony, in principle, and in object with the views of a great people. It was an illustration of an intelligent American opinion, appearing as an actor on the public stage, and hence it indicated, not a mere ripple on the top of shallow waters, but the groundswell of an ocean tide of irresistible and providential power. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Life and Times of Joseph Warren by Richard Frothingham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Protest against the Standing Army. Town meetings. The Massachusetts Circular Letter. British troops ordered to Boston. the public feeling, a town meeting, a convention, effect of the popular movement. 1768, June to October. Warren took a prominent part in the town meeting that was occasioned by the decision of the ministry to station a British force in Boston. So marked was the effect of the regular action of popular power in the formation of public opinion that Hutchinson wrote, June 18th, "Ignorant as they may be, yet the heads of a Boston town meeting influence all public measures." Ignorance had no such power. The band of popular leaders who were guiding the patriot cause so discreetly were of such character and intelligence that, besides members of Congress, judges, and state officers, they supplied 4 governors of Massachusetts and 1 president of the United States, and among them were names honorably connected with literature and science. An event now occurred which increased the excitement in the town and strengthened the popular cause. The circular letter which the House of Representatives sent to the assemblies of the other colonies, proposing unity of action, was said by the Tories to have been designed to raise a general flame and to organize a confederacy, and on the allegation that it was dangerous to the king's prerogative, Governor Bernard was instructed by Lord Hillsborough to demand the House to rescind it. This was an exciting period. "Our people," Hutchinson said, June 19th, "seem to be more infatuated than ever, and I cannot say what further extravagance they may rule." As Governor Bernard imagined what might occur when he should execute the order which he had in hand, he said, June 18th, "I don't know whether I shan't be obliged to act like the captain of a fire ship, provide for my retreat before I light my fuse. There seems at present a determination to resist Great Britain." In this mood, he sent in the royal order, but the patriots in their circular simply invited their brother patriots to join in a petition for a redress of grievances, and this, being clearly constitutional, the House refused, by the vote of 92 to 17, to rescind the circular, when, as a penalty, the governor first prorogued and then dissolved the legislature. This action was declared to have been the most important which an American assembly had ever acted on. As this magnificent "no" of Massachusetts resounded through the colonies, it elicited a response which filled the hearts of Boston patriots with joy. It showed a spirit of unity in the colonies in support of common rights. "The action of the other colonies," Hutchinson wrote, "keeps up the spirit of our demagogues. I am told Adams and Cooper say it is the most glorious day they ever saw." The decision of the ministry to station a British force in Boston was made before the June riot. On the 8th of this month, Lord Hillsborough ordered General Gage, who commanded the king's forces in America, to send at least 1 regiment to Boston and to garrison Castle William. And on the 11th, Lord Hillsborough advised Bernard of this measure, saying it had been done upon the most mature consideration of what had been represented by himself, Bernard, and the commissioners of the customs. In an elaborate dispatch dated the 30th of July, Lord Hillsborough directed Bernard to institute an inquiry into the conduct of any persons who had committed any act of overt resistance to the laws, with the view of arresting them and transporting them to England for trial in the King's Bench. Meantime, the commissioners had made the June riot the occasion of a demand on General Gage for the protection of troops and on Commodore Hood for additional men of war. The general was evidently surprised at the silence of the governor, but immediately tendered to him all the force for which he, Bernard, might make a requisition. But the governor declined to make such requisition, and wrote to Gage, "My not applying for troops is no argument that they are not wanted. It is above 3 months ago since I informed the Secretary of State of my situation, and utter inability to preserve the peace of the town or support the authority of government, but the letter went too late to expect an answer by this mail. I must beg that you will keep this letter to yourself as much as you can, that is, wholly so on this side of the water, for obvious reasons." The commissioners succeeded better with Hood, who immediately, on receiving their request, sent 2 more ships to Boston. This prompt action, he said, secured the castle from all attempts at a surprise, though Hutchinson thought there would have been no danger of such a consummate piece of quixotism if there had not been a man of war in America. As additional ships appeared in the harbor and reports multiplied that military power was to be used to enforce the new revenue laws and the violations of the right of internal government, there was roused the traditionary English hatred of standing armies, which had ever been mercenary instruments of despotic power, and the people were very bitter and suspicious towards all whom they supported to be concerned in the applications for troops. There is no report of any saying of Warren in this hour of passion. A like fiery spirit, his friend Josiah Quincy said, "Before all the freeborn sons of the North will yield a general and united submission to any tyrannic power on earth, fire and sword, famine and slaughter, desolation and ruin will ravage the land." The intrepid Samuel Adams said, "Before the king and parliament shall dragoon us, and we become slaves, we will take up arms and spend our last drop of blood." The calm Andrew Elliot said, "You cannot conceive of our distress. To have a standing army, what can be worse to a people who have tasted the sweets of liberty?" In a letter it was said, "We are frequently threatened with a naval and military force to execute the late acts of Parliament, but 50,000 troops with 50 men of war will never be able to oblige us to import, buy, or consume English goods." Hutchinson said, "Many of the common people were in a frenzy and talked of dying in defense of their liberties, while too many above the vulgar countenanced and encouraged them." It is a curious coincidence that, at the time, July 30th, Lord Hillsborough was justifying this use of force on the ground that Boston was in the possession of a licentious and unrestrained mob, so that neither the Council nor the House of Representatives could proceed in their deliberations with the freedom that was incident to their Constitution. The Council, containing friends of the administration, unanimously decided against making any application for troops on the ground that the civil power did not need them. This decision was made in July, when the governor, first enjoining an oath of secrecy, laid before a very full council a formal tender, by General Gage, of troops when they should be called for. Bernard, in advising Lord Barrington of this vote, says, July 30th, "Though I was prepared for this answer, I was not for the high strain of the present popularity with which this question was treated, from whence I am convinced that I am no longer to depend upon the Council for the support of the small remains of royal and parliamentary power now left, the whole of which has been gradually impeached, arraigned, and condemned under my eye." There was a brilliant celebration of the 14th of August, which was the third anniversary of the uprising against the Stamp Act, when the appearance of the town was not unlike that of Boston on a 4th of July. Bernard did not fail to extract out of this celebration additional signs of a riotous spirit in the town. There was a great procession, and Bernard, August 29th, said that one person in it had been the foremost man in a riot, who was celebrating his mob exploits, and two of the principal merchants rode in the foremost chariots, who were in this way countenancing mobs. If these merchants were John Hancock and Thomas Cushing, or James Bowdoin and William Phillips, they were the last persons who would have countenanced riots. Candid observers saw the truth and said, in the British press, that the popular leaders were much more concerned at any riots than the friends of the administration, who seemed pleased with them because they sustained their representation that troops were a necessity to keep the people in order. A long correspondence between civil and military officials relative to the introduction of troops came to a result in August. The representations of the state of the town by Bernard, Hutchinson, and others were direct to the point, and it was under the dominion of a mob. But William Knox of London, a keen observer after looking closely into American affairs down to the 24th of this month, wrote to his friend, Mr. Grenville, that all was quiet at Boston and that the non-importation agreement went no further than to avoid importing articles on which duties had been laid. He says, "I looked all over the Boston newspapers and did not find one rash or violent expression, and the entries, inwards and outwards, at the custom house were as many as usual. There are advertisements also for the sale of English goods and Madeira wines, and notices of the meeting of county courts, and such sorts of things as are commonly transacted in times of tranquillity." On the 31st of August, General Gage at New York sent his aide-de-camp, Captain Sheriff to Boston on the pretense of private business, bearing a letter addressed to Bernard, stating that one regiment, the 14th, had been ordered from Halifax to Boston, but that it would be left for him to say whether the order made out for the 29th Regiment should be withheld or transmitted. General Gage, in requesting a reply to this letter, said, "The contents of this, as well as of your answer and everything I now transact with you, will be kept a profound secret, at least on this side of the Atlantic." Bernard received this letter on Saturday evening, September 3rd. When the public had nothing but rumors as to the coming of troops, there appeared in the Boston Gazette of September 5th a communication with the caption of "Reader, attend," which, under a series of queries, urged that in theory the acts of the administration, by breaking the compact between the colonies and the mother country, had dissolved their union. It arraigned with great severity the course of the Crown officials. As the governor had dissolved the legislature, it was proposed that the towns of the province should be invited to elect delegates, authorized to meet and consider public affairs, remonstrate to the king, and declare that there was nothing this side of eternity which they dreaded more than being broken off from his government. "If an army," it read, "should be sent to reduce us to slavery, we will tell them that we are willing and desirous to be their fellow subjects. We are Englishmen and claim the privileges of Englishmen, but we are never willing to be slaves to our fellow subjects, and, if this will not satisfy them, we will put our lives in our hands and cry to the Judge of all the earth, who will do right." The communication caused a great sensation in official circles and led to important action. Bernard says, in a letter to Lord Hillsborough, "In the Boston Gazette of the 5th instant appeared a paper containing a system of politics exceeding all former exceedings. Some took it for the casual ravings of an occasional enthusiast, but I persuaded myself that it came out of the cabinet of the faction and was preparatory to some actual operations against the government. In this persuasion I considered that if the troops from Halifax were to come up here on a sudden, there would be no avoiding an insurrection, which would at least fall upon the Crown officers, if it did not amount to an opposition to the troops. I therefore thought it would be best that the expectation of the troops should be gradually communicated, that the heads of the faction might have time to consider well what they were about, and prudent men opportunity to interpose their advice." Accordingly, he says that he took an occasion to mention to one of the council in the way of discourse that he had private advice that troops were ordered to Boston, but had no public orders about it. When passion was moving a community so powerfully, and when this community was a type of the indignant feeling in all the colonies at the encroachments of arbitrary power, Warren again appeared on the public stage as a popular leader. The question in reality to be met and decided was whether the American cause was to be wrecked on the rock of a premature insurrection, or whether it was to be led on by cautious and wise steps under the dominion of law until it should develop into the majesty of a successful revolution. Before Thursday night, Bernard says, the intelligence which he communicated to a member of the council spread all over the town. A petition to the selectmen was now numerously signed, praying for a town meeting. "Your petitioners," it says, after reciting the governor's declaration, "apprehensive that the landing of troops in the town at this particular juncture will be a matter of great uneasiness and perhaps be attended with consequences much to be dreaded, humbly beg the town may be forthwith legally convened to request of His Excellency the grounds of such declaration, and to consider the most wise and prudent and most considerate, loyal and salutary measures to be adopted on such an occasion." The selectmen issued the usual warrant for a meeting to be held on the following Monday in Faneuil Hall. A town meeting, Bernard promptly advised Hillsborough, is appointed for Monday. "I hope it will be for the best, but I can't be answerable for events in so precarious a body as a popular assembly." On Saturday, the governor and his friends were much disturbed by signs and reports which they judged indicated an insurrection. Somebody had put a turpentine barrel in the skillet that hung at the top of the beacon pole on Beacon Hill, and was alleged to be the signal for a rising. And it was reported that Samuel Adams said, "On lighting the beacon, the people of the town would be joined by 30,000 men from the country with bayonets fixed." Bernard subsequently said that the plan was for 500 men who had been enrolled for this purpose to capture the castle, to seize the governor and lieutenant governor, take possession of the treasury, set up their standard, and put in force the old charter. The belief in this plan explains the haste of members of the council in asking the governor to call a meeting of that body, which was held before night at a private residence halfway between Boston and Jamaica Plain. Here, after grave debate, it was voted to request the selectmen to cause the tar barrel to be taken down. On the evening of this day, several of the popular leaders met at Warren's house, James Otis and Samuel Adams being named as present, where resolutions were drawn up and other preparation was made for Monday's meeting. This was reported to Bernard, who advised Lord Hillsborough that, at this very small private meeting at the house of one of the chiefs of the faction, it was resolved to surprise and take the castle on the Monday night following. And he also named a large private meeting of the patriots on the night before, at which he says it was the general opinion that they should raise the country and oppose the troops. In stating these as reports, Bernard indicated doubts of their accuracy, in which he was more just to the popular leaders than he was in his subsequent positive averment that there was a deep-laid plot for whatever may have been the gasconade of the rash in the patriot ranks. It was certainly the object of the wise among them to guide the deep and general indignation at the prospect of a standing army into a safe channel of action, and to turn this insult, offered to their loyalty, to the benefit of the common cause. On Sunday, the selectmen were called together to consider the request of the council in the matter of the tar barrel, but it was regarded as too trivial an affair to be acted upon. When the council directed Sheriff Greenleaf to take the barrel down, Hutchinson says that, in the most private manner he could, he executed his order, taking 6 or 7 men with him just at dinner time, and in about 10 minutes, luckily as he thought, effected his purpose. This transaction was the subject of several affidavits in the papers. On Monday, the journals called the attention of the freeholders and other inhabitants to the notification for the town to assemble at 9:00 a.m. in Faneuil Hall, and desired a universal and punctual attendance. At this hour, the gathering was so large that Bernard said the faction appeared with all its forces, by which he meant the people. He also said that very few of the principal gentlemen attended, and only as anxious and curious spectators, by whom he meant the Tory party. James Otis was chosen the moderator, and the Reverend Dr. Cooper opened the meeting with prayer. The petition of the citizens was read, and when it was voted that, as the governor had intimated his apprehensions that troops were daily expected, Thomas Cushing, Richard Dana, Samuel Adams, Joseph Warren, John Rowe, John Hancock, and Benjamin Kent be a committee to wait on him, and humbly request that he would be pleased to communicate to the town the grounds he might have for expecting the arrival of the troops. The meeting now adopted a petition praying that he would issue precepts forthwith for a general assembly in order that measures might be taken to preserve their rights and privileges, and it asked the favor of an immediate answer. A large committee, of which Warren was a member, was then appointed to consider public affairs and to recommend suitable measures to meet the present emergency. The town records say that a vote of the Honorable Board, the council, respecting a tar barrel which was the other night placed on the skillet on Beacon Hill by persons unknown, was communicated to the town, but not acted on. The meeting was then adjourned to the next day. Bernard says that the speeches of this meeting were much of the same purport as the sentiment of the communication already noticed in the Gazette of the 5th instant. At the adjournment of the meeting on Tuesday, the committee appointed to wait on the governor reported his reply, in which, in spite of his file of official letters on the subject of troops, he coolly stated that his apprehensions of an arrival of some of His Majesty's troops arose from information of a private nature, and that he had received no public letters notifying him of their coming or asking quarters for them, and that, the business of calling another assembly being before the king, he could not act in the matter until he received the royal commands. The Committee on Public Affairs now reported a declaration and a series of resolves. They aver, as a principle of society founded in nature and reason, that consent either by the individual or by his representative through his own free election should be the basis of law. They cite, in support of their position, the precedent of 1688, which gave the crown to William and Mary. They claim that, by charter and birthright, the fathers held certain rights and customs as to as great an extent as though they were born in England, and they declare the purpose, by all legal and constitutional means, to defend these immunities at the utmost peril of their lives and fortunes. They affirm that these rights were violated when money was levied within the province for the use of the crown in any other way than by the general court, and when a standing army, unauthorized by the assembly, should be kept among them to enforce laws which the people had not made. This paper, the town records say, was several times distinctly read, and a glimpse of the scenes in Faneuil Hall, as it was considered, is supplied in the official letters of Bernard. He had friends in the meeting who reported to him some of the words that were uttered. He says that the reading of the report was followed by a set of speeches by the chiefs of the faction, and no one else, who succeeded one another in such method that it appeared as though they were acting a play, everything, as to matter and order, seeming to have been preconcerted beforehand, which was a compliment to the foresight of the patriots, who met on the previous Saturday evening at the house of Warren, and to the good sense of the people in coinciding with these wise exponents and champions of their cause. It is not strange that, where speech was free, some of the speakers exhibited a zeal and indignation which outran discretion, and which had to be met and checked. The Tory observers did not fail to report to Bernard the bitter terms which embodied the chafings of such spirits, nor did Bernard scruple to transmit them to the ministry as the real exponents of the meeting. One man cried out, "The people wanted a head," but he was overruled. The old man protested against everything but the people's rising immediately and taking power into their own hands, but he was soon silenced. One man, very profligate and abandoned, Bernard says, and if so, could be of little account with the Bostonians, argued, in a short, startling argument, in favor of massacring enemies. "Liberty," he said, "is as precious as life. If a man attempts to take away my liberty, I have a right to take his life." And he argued that when a people's liberties were threatened, they were in a state of war and had a right to defend themselves. Bernard adds that he carried these arguments so far that his own party were obliged to stop him. The position was taken that the people had a right to oppose with arms a military force sent to compel them to submit to unconstitutional acts, and it was urged that both town and country ought to arm against their enemies. There had been in England some talk of a war with France, and Bernard says this fact was not only used as a cover for the frequent use of the word enemy, but as an argument for the immediate delivery of 400 muskets that lay in boxes on the floor of the hall. It was said, the enemy might be here before the convention met, and a motion was made that these muskets be delivered at once. The moderator, James Otis, skillfully parried this plausible proposition as, pointing to the boxes, he said, "There are the arms. When an attempt is made against your liberties, they will be delivered. Our declaration wants no explication." On the question being put to the acceptance of the report, the vote was unanimous in the affirmative, and the record remains to the honor of Boston among all posterity. It was judged that the crisis required other measures. The people, deprived of their general court, were on the eve of military rule. To submit tamely, they said, was to consent to be slaves, and to bring upon themselves the curses of posterity, while to act rashly would imperil a common cause and create a justification for the presence of a standing army. Hence the meeting adopted unanimously a preamble and resolutions declaring that, as the Parliament of William and Mary enacted, that, for the redress of grievances and the preservation of the laws, Parliaments ought to be held frequently, and as present grievances threatened the destruction of their natural and charter rights, and as the governor was unable to convene the general court, which was an assembly of the states for the province, therefore the town would make choice of a committee to act with such committees as might be joined from the other towns. in order that such measures might be consulted and advised as His Majesty's service and the peace and safety of his subjects in this province might require. The 4 representatives elect, James Otis, John Hancock, Thomas Cushing, and Samuel Adams, were named as this committee. The selectmen were directed to write to the selectmen of the several towns within the province, inform them of the above vote, and propose that a convention be held at Faneuil Hall on the 22nd of the same month at 10 o'clock before noon. The remainder of the proceedings of the meeting may be briefly stated. It recommended the citizens to observe a good and wholesome law of the province, requiring each to have a well-fixed flintlock, musket, accoutrements, and ammunition, listened with high satisfaction to the reading of a letter from the New York merchants on their agreement relative to a non-importation of British goods, directed the selectmen to request the ministers to set apart the succeeding Tuesday as a day of fasting and prayer, ordered the proceedings to be printed in the newspapers and copies to be sent by express to the several towns of the province, and then it dissolved. The journals contain no comments on this meeting. Strangers in town said that it was one of the most regular they ever attended, for everything was conducted with the utmost good order and decorum. Hutchinson, in his history, says of the movement, "It must be allowed by all that its proceedings had a greater tendency towards a revolution in government than any preceding measure in any of the colonies. The inhabitants of one town alone took upon them to convene an assembly from all the towns, that, in everything but in name, would be a House of Representatives, which, by the charter, the governor had the sole authority of convening. The projectors of the plan depended upon their influence over this assembly to keep it under such restraints as they judged proper." As it happened, there had been a fresh arrival from London, and when the meeting dissolved, the Boston journals abounded in details taken from the British press of the sensation which the June meeting occasioned in England, the fall in the price of stocks, the indignation in court circles, the midnight cabinet councils, the dispatch of additional ships and troops to Boston, and all the varied expressions of the public anger. The truthful memorial presented to the ministry in behalf of the inhabitants of Boston, containing a touching expression of the loyalty to the crown, made no impression in the court circles or on the public mind, and the ministry determined to proceed with severity against Boston and to endeavor to divide the colonies. This threatening tone occasioned no change in the purposes of the popular leaders of Boston. On the 14th, the selectmen issued circulars to the towns and invited them to send delegates to the proposed committee of convention. They briefly described the melancholy and very alarming circumstances to which the province and all America were reduced, and urged the expediency of assembling gentlemen, having the greatest public confidence, to give sound and wholesome advice, and thus happily prevent any sudden and unconnected measures which the people, in their anxiety and even agony of mind, might be in danger of falling into. The Crown officials pronounced this proceeding to be treasonable, and collected some of the circulars having the autographs of the selectmen to be used in the case of arrests. Bernard, September 16th, wrote to Lord Hillsborough, "How large their meeting will be, and what they will do at present, can only be guessed at. But, as they have hitherto pursued the dictates of the paper in the Boston Gazette, it is supposed they will go through with them, and exclude the Crown officers, and resume the first original charter, which has no ingredient of royalty in it. It will certainly be so, if it is not prevented by power from without, and I much doubt whether the force already ordered by General Gage, namely 2 regiments, will be sufficient. For my own part, if I had any place of protection to resort to, I would publish a proclamation against the assembling of the convention, but I dare not take so spirited a step without first securing my retreat." The circular of the selectmen stated that the February circular of the House of Representatives implied nothing more than a right to the American subjects to unite in humble and dutiful petitions to their gracious sovereign, when they found themselves aggrieved, and they now proposed only to act in a constitutional way. The manner in which this circular was received served to show the temper of the country. As the people met in town meetings to choose committees, they, in some places, dedicated with enthusiasm trees to liberty, and in others they listened to the reading of Cato's letters to Magna Charta, to dissertations on liberty, and the Bill of Rights. This order of facts shows how clearly the American Revolution was the child of the English Revolution, which was guided by the great politics of Eliot, Pym, and Hampden. On the day fixed for the convention, September 22nd, this novel election was going on. It was Coronation Day, when Boston was accustomed to be resident with royalty. On this legal holiday, there were salutes from Castle William and the town batteries. The militia and the ancient and honorable artillery had their parades and fired their volleys in the capital streets, and at noon, by invitation of the governor, the principal citizens went to the council chamber in the town house to drink the king's health. It is not mentioned that committees elected to the convention were invited to this festivity or were present, but at the dedication of Liberty Trees, the first toast was "the King," and there was no inconsistency between the purposes entertained by the patriots and this pledge of fidelity to the flag of their country, for the King, or the sovereignty which they cheerfully recognized, was looked upon as the constitutional protector of the rights and liberties which they enjoyed and meant to preserve. On this day, above 70 delegates from 66 towns assembled in Faneuil Hall as a committee of convention. It was a fine representation of the intelligence and patriotism of the province, but was really a mode of popular action now of everyday occurrence, and indispensable in carrying on self-government. Thomas Cushing, the Speaker of the House, a citizen of great weight of personal character and ever temperate in speech and action, was elected chairman, and Samuel Adams, the clerk of the House, was made the secretary. The first day's business was mainly the adoption of a petition to the governor in which, disclaiming any pretense of being a law-making body, they prayed for a meeting of the General Court. But the Crown officials saw in this novel spectacle a dangerous phase of popular action, and the governor declined to receive the petition. On the second day of the session of the convention, the governor, through the chairman, sent to it a proclamation in which he assumed that the organization was, to all intents and purposes, a law-making body, charged the Boston selectmen with ignorance of the law and committing a grave offense in issuing the call, and warned the members to disperse, as the king was determined to maintain his sovereignty over the province, and the usurper of any of its rights would repent of his rashness. The intrepid Samuel Adams, holding this untruthful and irritating paper in his hand, read and commented upon each paragraph with great severity, and, after he had finished, he threw it from him in a manner strongly expressive of his indignation and contempt. On the third day, the convention, by a well-timed message in reply to this proclamation, calmly assured the governor that neither the delegates nor their constituents proposed to do or to consent to anything oppugnant to or inconsistent with the regular execution of government in the province, and this was urged earnestly and truthfully. The governor, however, declined to receive this communication. Having sat with open doors 3 days, the convention adjourned until Monday. Thus far, Otis had been absent. Monday's journals were laden with matter which must have been of the deepest interest to the distressed population. They contained a report of the 3-day sessions of the convention and the papers that had passed between it and the governor. They stated that the number of members had increased daily since Thursday, and that towns were still holding meetings to choose delegates. They printed the letters of officials relative to the introduction of troops, and the menacing street talk of the rash among the Tories, who threatened the patriots, when a standing army should arrive, with the pillory and the whipping post, and the loss of their ears or their heads. And why? Hyperion, Hosea Quincy, gloriously said on that morning in the press, an ill-timed obpugnation of the commissioner's authority, a manly boldness in delivering patriotic sentiments to the world, and an open daring to discuss the rights of mankind, the liberty of the press, and freedom of speech, are those unpardonable crimes for which the scaffold alone can work an expiation. The convention, on reassembling this day, sat with closed doors, Otis being present, and it continued its deliberations by successive adjournments, 3 days. It received so many additions that, before dissolving, it contained delegates from 96 towns and 6 districts. According to Dr. Eliot, there were 3 parties in the convention. One party, fearful of the legality of the meeting, would gladly have done nothing. Another party would have laid no restraint on the people but left them to act for themselves. A third party desired to await the arrival of the troops and then assume the direction of affairs. Fortunately, the same discretion that controlled the towns meetings guided the deliberations of the convention. As a result, it agreed upon an address, which briefly restated the rights of the colonists, earnestly disclaimed any intention to assume the work of government, and avowed a firm adherence to the principles of the Constitution and the peace and good order of society. The convention then dissolved. The rash were undoubtedly disappointed, but the wise regarded the result as salutary. By the mere act of assembling, Bancroft remarks, the object of the convention was accomplished. It was a bold and successful attempt to show that, if the policy of suppressing the legislature should be persisted in, a way was discovered by which legislative government could still be instituted and a general expression of opinion and concentration of power be obtained. Warren, though not a delegate to this convention, was a member of all the committees of the town meeting which determined to call it, and probably the plan was carried out that was matured at the consultation of the popular leaders at his residence on the evening of the 10th of September. The assertion by the municipality and by the provincial assembly of their constitutional rights in the transactions which have been described greatly moved the public mind of the colonies, awakened an attention in the very soul of the British Empire, and even occupied the time of continental cabinets. Though the judgment passed on this popular action by the conservative and the progressive schools was as opposite as the polls, yet they agreed in ascribing to it a marked effect on the progress of events. Both recognized the appearance of a new agency in the formation of public opinion. The Tories said that it was in the town meeting that the flame of discord and rebellion was first lighted up and disseminated over the colonies. The Whigs said that the spark in the breast of the individual American that blazed more conspicuously in the public meeting was that almost divine spirit which evidenced the approach of an independent and free republic. I have not the space to present in detail the consequences of the popular proceedings. They were the subject of cabinet consultations, severe comment by the British press, exciting debates in both houses of Parliament, and threatening resolves. Lord North then made the memorable declaration, "Whatever prudence or policy might hereafter induce us to repeal the Paper and Glass Act, I hope we shall never think of it till we see America prostrate at our feet." Words that sunk deep into the popular heart and will be transmitted from age to age as an embodiment of a spirit of arbitrary power. This September Rebellion, as British officials termed it, was declared to have given the government great advantage because it enabled it to separate the case of Boston and Massachusetts from all the other towns and colonies. Bernard now urged in letter upon letter that this occasion should be seized on to justify a forfeiture of the Charter of Massachusetts and a reorganization of the local government, and even Lord Camden of the Cabinet suggested, as there was no pretense for violence anywhere but in Boston, that Massachusetts should be selected out from the other colonies, and that punishment should be leveled against it as the ringleading province, while British lords urged in Parliament the necessity of altering the law fundamentally as to jurors, the council, and the municipality, avowals that were marked by the patriots, and they foreshadowed the measures which, 7 years later, were the occasion of the morning guns of Lexington and Concord. The ministry determined to use force in the colonies in order to check the rising popular power. "I am convinced," Lord Barrington wrote to Bernard, February 12, 1769, "the town meeting in Boston, which assembled the states of the province against the king's authority and armed the people to resist his forces, was guilty of high crimes and misdemeanors, if not of treason, and that Mr. Otis, the moderator, as he is improperly called, of that meeting, together with the selectmen of Boston, who signed the letters convoking the convention, should be impeached." This would carry terror to the wicked and factious spirits all over the continent, and would show that the subjects of Great Britain must not rebel with impunity anywhere. 5 or 6 examples are sufficient, and it is right that they should be made in Boston, the only place where there has been actual crime. In the spirit of this citation, the Duke of Bedford moved and carried in Parliament an address to the King, urging His Majesty to put in force against the men of Boston a statute of Henry VIII, take them to England and try them before a special commission. Thus it was designed, Lord Mahon says, to draw forth the mouldering edict of a tyrant from the dust where it had long lain, and where it ever deserved to lie, and to fling it, instead of bread, a stone, not merely at the guilty, but also at the innocent, whom it equally despoiled of their rightful native juries. Such a proposal, made at such a time, to me appears at least utterly unjustifiable. The popular leaders understood their position. They did not intend to create a rebellion and aimed only to preserve their constitutional rights. The truth was seen and expressed by candid observers, and it was precisely said of this period. The American colonies aspire not to independence, but to equality of rights with the mother country. The men of Boston were neither thrown off their balance by the eulogies of friends nor cowed by the threats of their enemies. They averred in the press that there was not a person, either in or out of Parliament, who has justly stated or proved one single act of that town as a public body to be, I will not say treasonable and seditious, but even at all illegal. Nor is it in the power of any man, either on this or the other side of the Atlantic, to do it. And they said, it is the part this town has taken on the side of liberty, and its noble exertions in favor of the rights of America, that has rendered it so obnoxious to the tools of power. When Samuel Adams, Warren, and their associates were guiding popular action, freedom had hardly begun to achieve its modern civic triumphs. England, which had supplied a grand armory of principles in the Republican school of patriots and statesmen of a revolution, had not attained a just municipal life, or the public meeting, or practical freedom of the press, or publicity in the lawmaking body, and more citizens gathered in the largest public meetings in Boston than had a voice in all Great Britain in the choice of a majority of the members of Parliament. In France, a few citizens in each town, by virtue of money paid by their ancestors by some one or the old kings, held the right of governing the other citizens forever, and the people for 140 years had not appeared for a single instant on the public stage. In Germany, serfdom had not been abolished, and there was but a feeble glimmer here and there of an open verbal discussion of public measures and unfettered press, or of political freedom. The spirit of progress was active in all these countries, but it is no more than simple justice to the popular leaders and the people of America to recollect the status of the political world in their day, in order to be properly grateful for their pioneer stand in behalf of customs and principles so vital as to underlie all free institutions and as wide in their application as our common humanity. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Life and Times of Joseph Warren by Richard Frothingham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Boston Massacre and a Civic Triumph. An Army in Boston. The Question of Removal. Town Meetings. Thomas Hutchinson. The Citizens and the Troops. The Boston Massacre. The 6th of March. The Removal of the Troops. October 1768 to March 1770. Warren took a part in all the town meetings that were held during the 17 months that succeeded the September Convention. This was an interesting period when arbitrary power, true to its threat, used the standing army as an instrument to overawe the inhabitants of a single town with the hope of intimidating the free people of the colonies. A fleet of British men of war arrived in the harbor and were moored around Boston. They were prepared for action on the first day of October by having their guns loaded and springs put on their cables, and the 2 regiments which were on board, the 14th and the 29th, and a portion of the 59th, with a train of artillery, were supplied with 16 rounds of powder and ball. About 11 o'clock, the commander of these troops, Lieutenant Colonel Dalrymple, went privately on shore, walked over the peaceful town, sought in vain Governor Bernard, who had gone to Jamaica Plain, and much disappointed at the appearance of things, returned to the fleet. At noon, he landed his force on the Long Wharf, marched up King Street, and then to the Common. If the unusual spectacle occasioned no scene of war, it inspired no feeling of terror. "Our harbor is full of ships and our town full of troops," Hutchinson wrote. "The redcoats make a formidable appearance, and there is a profound silence among the Sons of Liberty." The Sons chose to labor and to wait, and the troops could not attack the liberty of silence. A long and irritating controversy now occurred between the Crown officials and the municipal and provincial authorities relative to providing quarters for these troops, in which the patriots, by standing on the terms of the law, won a great victory. Warren's name does not occur in connection with this contest. Bernard, in a letter, October 30th, gives an idea of it and of his own mortification at its result. "The account up to this time," he says, "will end in my having employed myself from September 19th to October 26th, that is, 38 days, in endeavoring to procure quarters for the 2 regiments here to no purpose. For having during this time been bandied about from one to another, I at length got positive refusals from every one I could apply to, that is, the council, the selectmen, and the justices of the peace, upon which the General Gage, who came here on purpose, has found himself obliged to hire and fit up buildings at the expense of the Crown." General Gage came from New York on a visit. In a short time 2 regiments, the 64th and 65th, direct from Ireland, landed in the town. Commodore Hood, the commander of the naval forces in the American seas, came from Halifax, and General Pomeroy, colonel of the 64th, arrived in December and took the command of the land force. He was an excellent officer and became popular with the citizens. The 2 regiments that last arrived were quartered in commodious stores on Wheelwright's Wharf. A portion of the troops that first arrived were quartered in a house owned by James Murray, and hence the name Murray's Barracks, which, from its connection with the massacre, became historic. The main guard was located in King Street, directly opposite the townhouse, and here were planted 2 field pieces pointing towards this building, in which the courts met and the legislature held its sessions. Detachments were posted at the Land Avenue into the town and at the ferryways. "Our town is now a perfect garrison," the patriots said as this rough experiment on their free municipal life began. This presence of force created a local issue of the deepest interest, in which Warren entered with his accustomed zeal. The popular leaders, disclaiming any scheme of rebellion, held that to quarter among them in time of peace a standing army, without the consent of the General Court, was as violative of the Constitution of Massachusetts and as harrowing to the feelings of the people as it would be contrary to the Bill of Rights and the English Constitution, and irritating to the British people, if an army were posted in London without the consent of Parliament. They therefore opposed a continuance of the troops in the town, as being against constitutional right and an impeachment of their loyalty. The question of their removal entered largely into the politics of the day, and a steady pursuit of this object from October 1768 to March 1770 gave unity, directness, and an ever-painful foreboding to the local politics until the flow of blood created a crisis. The House of Representatives, in reviewing this period, declared that there resulted from the quartering of this military force in Boston a scene of confusion and distress which ended in the blood and slaughter of His Majesty's good subjects. I have only space to glance at the meetings in which Warren took a part, and to refer generally to the aspect of the town, until the crisis, which was brought on by the event known as the Boston Massacre. Warren mingled with his fellow citizens on the memorable evening of the 5th of March, and took a part in the great town meeting on the following day. He also delivered 2 of his commemorative discourses on the massacre. He became in this way identified with these scenes. Warren was a member of an important committee appointed at the annual March meeting of 1769, which adopted a petition to the king praying for a removal of the troops. This paper, with the strongest declarations of attachment to constitutional rights, expressed the warmest loyalty to the Crown, and it pronounced those relations ill-grounded which represented the town as held to its allegiance and duty to the best of sovereigns only by the bond of terror and the force of arms. The meeting appointed a noble committee to consider the expediency of vindicating the town from the misrepresentations to which it had been exposed, the members being James Otis, Samuel Adams, Thomas Cushing, Richard Dana, Joseph Warren, John Adams, and Samuel Quincy. Governor Bernard now received, April 20th, from Lord Hillsborough, who had recently been appointed First Lord of Trade, a letter enclosing the address of the House of Lords to the King in relation to the proceedings of the town, with the King's severe answer. The minister instructed the governor to take the most effectual methods for procuring the fullest information that could be obtained, touching all treasons or misprision of treason committed in the province since the 30th of December 1767, and to transmit the same, together with the names of the persons who were the most active in the commission of such offences. Thus the governor was clothed with all the power for which he applied to inflict censure on, as he said, the heads of the faction which had harassed the province for 3 years. Warren, at the May town meeting, was one of the committee appointed to prepare the customary instructions to the representatives. This paper, besides delineating the public grievances, claimed for each subject in America equality of political rights with each subject in England, and for the general court the dignity of a free assembly. It averred that the first labors of the assembly ought to be an endeavor to procure a removal of those cannon and guards and that clamorous parade that had been daily about the courthouse since the arrival of His Majesty's troops. Warren took part in a town meeting in June, which was called to consider the subject of the removal of the troops, and was held under peculiar circumstances. The military force was now under the command of Honorable Alexander Mackay, colonel of the 65th Regiment and a member of Parliament. He was a major general, and on his arrival, April 30th, it was announced that the command of the troops of the Eastern District of America devolved on him. The ministry, without consulting Governor Bernard, authorized General Gage, if he should think it best, to withdraw the troops from Boston when General Mackay was ordered to remove the 64th and 65th regiments from the town. The first notice Bernard had of this order was the reception, June 10th, of a letter from General Gage, advising him of the order and asking him, Bernard, whether even the reminder were necessary to preserve the public peace. The report of this order, at which Bernard expressed great surprise, and other reports, he says, exalted the Sons of Liberty as though the bells had rung for a triumph, while there was consternation among the Crown officials and adherents of the administration, who strongly urged a retention of the troops. Warren was one of the leading petitioners, 142 in number, for a town meeting to urge a removal of the troops. This meeting declared that the law of the land made ample provision for life and property, and that the presence of the troops was an insult. This availed nothing. The governor, who was much embarrassed by the request of General Gage, replied after some hesitation that to remove a portion of the 2 regiments would be detrimental to His Majesty's service, to remove both of them would be quite ruinous to the cause of the Crown, but that 1 regiment in the town and 1 at the castle might be sufficient. Of course, General Gage, if he paid any respect to the governor's advice, could do no less than order both regiments to remain. Governor Bernard received, June 10th, the King's command to repair to England and lay before him the state of the province. He now said that the Boston faction had taken possession of the General Court in such a manner that there were not 10 members in both branches who dared to contradict it. As he left Boston, July 31st, 1769, the general joy was manifested by congratulations among the people, salutes from Hancock's Wharf, the Union flag flying above Liberty Tree, and bonfires kindled on the hills. He had been a bad governor, but not worse than the cause which he was required to uphold. He had been arbitrary, but was not so imperious as were his instructions. He had been vacillating, but not to the extent of the vacillation of the ministry, who in line upon line approved all his proceedings with the exception of the conciliatory reply to the June town meeting. As in England he reviewed his career, he wrote, with an increase of wisdom, but with evident chagrin, "I was obliged to give up, a victim to the bad policy and irresolution of the supreme government." It was now semi-officially announced that the lieutenant governor would administer the functions of the executive office until the return of the chief magistrate to his post. These officials had been personal friends and political associates. Indeed, so close had been their private and public relations that Bernard ascribed the origin of his administrative difficulties to his adoption of the quarrels of Hutchinson. The governor, in urging his friend as his successor in office, represented that Hutchinson was well versed in the local affairs, knew the motives of the governor, warmly approved of the policy of ministry, and had been, on critical occasions, a trusted confidential adviser, and, in fact, had become so thoroughly identified with public affairs that, of the two officials, he, Hutchinson, was the most hated by the faction. The governor favored this appointment as a measure that would be equivalent to an endorsement of his own administration. It would be, he said, a peculiarly happy stroke, for, while it would discourage the Sons of Liberty, it would afford another great instance of rewarding faithful servants to the crown. Thomas Hutchinson, descended from one of the most respected families of New England and the son of an honored merchant of Boston, was now 57 years of age. He was a pupil at the Old North Grammar School and was graduated at Harvard College. He then entered upon a mercantile life. He was not successful as a merchant. Thus early, however, he evinced the untiring industry that marked his whole career. He had a decided political turn and, with uncommon natural talent, had the capacity and the ambition for public life. An irreproachable private character, pleasing manners, common-sense views of things, and politics rather adroit than high-toned, secured him a run of popular favor and executive confidence so long that he had now, 1769, been 33 years uninterruptedly engaged in public affairs, and he confessed to his friends that this concern in politics had created a hankering for them which a return to business pursuits could not overcome. His fame at the beginning of the Revolutionary controversy was at its zenith, for according to John Adams, he had been admired, revered, rewarded, and almost adored, and the idea was common that he was the greatest and best man in America. He had reason to be gratified at the tokens of public approbation which he had received. He had been so faithful to the municipal interests as a selectman that the town had entrusted him with an important mission to England, which he satisfactorily executed. His wide commercial knowledge, familiarity with constitutional law and history, decided ability in debate, and reputed disinterestedness had given him large influence as a representative in the general court. He had evinced, as counselor, an ever-ready zeal for the prerogative, and won the most confidential relations with so obsequious a courtier as Bernard. As judge of probate, he was attentive, accurate, kind to the widow, and won general commendation, and as a member of the Superior Court, he administered the law, in the main, satisfactorily. He had been Chief Justice for 9 years, and for 11 years Lieutenant Governor. He had also prepared 2 volumes of his history, which, through rough and narrative, is a valuable authority, and his volume of Collections was now announced. He was, and had been for years, the master spirit of the Tory party. It is an anomaly that he should have attained to this position. He knew from practical knowledge as a merchant the intolerable injustice of the old mercantile system, and yet he sided with its friends. He had dealt, as a politician, to a greater degree than most men with the rights and privileges which the people prized, conceded that they had made no ill use of them, and yet urged that they ought to be abridged. As a patriot, when he loved his native land wisely, he remonstrated against the imposition of the stamp tax, and yet he grew into one of the sturdiest of the defenders of the supremacy of Parliament in all cases whatsoever. He exhibited the usual characteristics of public men who, from unworthy considerations, change their principles and desert their party. No man urged a more arbitrary course. No man passed more discreditable judgments on his patriot contemporaries. And if, in this way, he won the smiles of the court which he was swift to serve, he earned the hatred of the land which he professed to love. The more his political career is studied, the greater will be the wonder that one who was reared on Republican soil and had antecedents so honorable should have become so complete an exponent of arbitrary power. Hutchinson was not so blinded by party spirit, or by love of money or of place, as not to see the living realities of his time. For he wrote that a thirst for liberty seemed to be the ruling passion, not only of America, but of the age, and that a mighty empire was rising on this continent, the progress of which would be a theme for speculative and ingenious minds in distant ages. It was the vision of the cold and clear intellect, distrusting the march of events and the capacity and intelligence of the people. He had no heart to admire, he had not even the justice to recognize, the greatness around him that was making an immortal record, the sublime faith, the divine enthusiasm, the dauntless resolve, the priceless consciousness of being in the right, that were the life and inspiration of the lovers of freedom. He conceded, however, that the body of the people were honest, and said they acted on the belief inspired by wrong-headed leaders that their liberties were in danger. While, with the calculation of the man of the world, he dreaded and endeavored to stem, still with a statesman's foresight, he appreciated and held in respect the mysterious element of public opinion. He felt that it was rising as a power. He saw this power already entrenched in the impregnable lines of free institutions. He desired to know its springs, and was a close and at times a shrewd observer, as well from a habit of research and tracing the currents of the past as from occupying a position which made it a duty to watch the growth of the present. His letters, very voluminous, deal with causes as well as with facts, and are often fine recognitions of the life-giving power of vital political ideas from the pen of a subtle and determined enemy. One of these ideas was local self-government. He defined its basis to be the opinion that every colony has a legislature within itself, the acts and doings of which are not to be controlled by Parliament, and that no legislative power ought to be exercised over the colonies except by their respective legislatures. He said that this opinion was the alpha and omega of the troubles between Great Britain and her colonies. He termed it a grave political error, detrimental to the public peace and equivalent to a denial of the authority of Parliament. He averred that it was a principle of independence that was fatal to the integrity of the empire. He stated that this false opinion was broached at the time of the Stamp Act, and that it had spread so rapidly that it bid fair to be as generally received as the maxim of no taxation without representation. And he urged that, unless this doctrine was checked, the dependence of the colonies on England would cease. He suggested, as the remedial policy, a prosecution of its champions and their punishment by fines, imprisonments, and disqualifications for public trusts. He proposed that Parliament should adopt this course towards communities who enjoyed a free municipal life, provincial legislatures, the public meeting, and a free press, in the vain hope of rooting out a custom which liberal thinkers recognize as the basis of a free government. Another vital idea was the Union. The Patriots now held that the whole force of American politics was collected in this line: by uniting we stand, by dividing we fall. This doctrine was regarded by Hutchinson as fatal to a continuance of the connection with England, and to counteract it, he advocated the policy of forming several unions. He suggested one union for the Canadas, one for the New England provinces, one for the middle colonies from New York to Virginia, and one for the Carolinas, with separate governments for each. In his view, the formation, in this way, of several unions would tend to diminish the political strength of the colonies and to incline them to retain their dependence on England, which he regarded to be the best for the permanent welfare, while one solid union tended directly to independence. Holding these views, he closely watched and commented freely on any signs of disunion. When the Tory partisans said that the Sons of Liberty of Boston were despised by the Sons of Liberty of the other colonies, he would write in a hopeful strain. He had a better basis for his prophecies in the criminations and divisions that grew out of the non-importation scheme, when he would exultingly say that the Union was broken and express the hope that it would never be restored. His reasonings and prophecies on this theme, seen for years in his letters, are solid complements to the foresight and statesmanship which kept the popular movement true to the idea, as a kindling guiding star, that the American people, though cast by circumstances into the forms of separate communities, were destined by the law of geographical affinity and of material interests to be enfolded in one union, to live under one constitution, and to have but one national flag. Warren had much political intercourse with Hutchinson during the succeeding 5 years. Their aims were as divergent as their principles were antagonistical, and their career presents striking contrasts. Indeed, seldom are seen more marked exhibitions of wisdom in youth and folly in age than are supplied in the views of Warren as, at 25, he analyzed the genius of his countrymen and labored with the steady aim of preserving their rights, and the utterances of Hutchinson as, at 60, he aimed at preserving the colonies in a state of dependence on England and urged the necessity of an abridgment of colonial liberties. Warren's thought was suited to the condition of the people and in harmony with the progressive spirit of the age. Hutchinson, siding more and more with the principles and designs of a cold and selfish British aristocracy, urged, as applicable to communities enjoying well nigh the entire cluster of the liberties, a policy that must be judged incompatible with the spirit of a free government. When Hutchinson became the acting governor, the ministry had announced that they intended to propose at the next session of Parliament a repeal of a portion of the Revenue Acts wholly on commercial considerations, and the popular leaders in the colonies were pressing with great zeal an adherence to the non-importation agreement in the hope of obtaining a repeal of the whole act on the ground of constitutional right. In pursuance of these objects, the merchants of Boston had held a public meeting in Faneuil Hall, which, after passing spirited resolves, adjourned to meet on a future day. Hutchinson was now asked to employ the troops to disperse this meeting. He had urged their introduction, had predicted that their presence would make the Boston Saints as tame as lambs, and ascribed to their timely landing the service of preventing a great catastrophe, and considered them to be necessary for the future vindication of the national authority. Though he said that the Confederacy of the Merchants was certainly a very high offense, he shrank from the arbitrary work of directing foreign bayonets against the right of public meeting. The patriotic merchants were not interrupted in their proceedings. "I am very sensible," Hutchinson wrote to Lord Hillsborough, "that the whole proceeding is unwarrantable, but it is so generally countenanced in this and in several of the colonies, and the authority of the government is so feeble, that an attempt to put a stop to it would have no other effect than still further to inflame the minds of the people. I can do no more than represent to your lordship, and wait for such instructions as may be thought proper." Warren, I have stated, was a member of a committee that was appointed to consider the expediency of vindicating the town from the misrepresentations of the Crown officials, which reported at a town meeting in October. The town then made up an Appeal to the World, which was drawn up mostly by Samuel Adams and was a candid and manly state paper. The committee who were appointed to circulate this appeal consisted of Thomas Cushing, Samuel Adams, Joseph Warren, Richard Dana, Joshua Henshaw, Joseph Jackson, and Benjamin Kent, names that have shed luster on the country. They said, in their circular letter which accompanied the appeal, that the people will never think their grievances redressed till every revenue act is repealed, the Board of Commissioners dissolved, and the troops removed. Reason and truth, imbued with the cardinal quality of sincerity, uttered in this way, exerted a marked influence in the formation of public opinion. Hutchinson felt the force of this consideration. "We may find, my lord, by experience," he wrote to Lord Hillsborough, October 19, 1769, "that associations and assemblies, pretending to be legal and constitutional, assuming powers that belong only to established authority, prove more fatal to this authority than mobs, riots, or the most tumultuous disorders. For such assemblies, from erroneous or imperfect notions of the nature of government, very often meet with the approbation of the body of the people, and, in such case, there is no internal power which can be exerted to suppress them. Such case we are not in at present, and shall probably continue in it until the wisdom of Parliament delivers us from it." This is a significant recognition of the effect of the regular action of popular power as it was guided by the leading patriots. Warren this year, 1769, was one of a committee to transmit the thanks of the town to Colonel Barry, and one of the signers of the letters which the patriots sent to Franklin and Wilkes. The next mention of Warren, besides an appearance in a law case, is in connection with the Masonic order. This year the St. Andrew's Lodge, of which he was a member, united with two lodges, which consisted of members who belonged to the British regiments then in Boston, in sending a petition to the Earl of Dalhousie, Grand Master of Masons in Scotland, for a Grand Lodge, and they received from him a commission, appointing Joseph Warren, Esquire, Grand Master of Masons of Boston, New England, and within 100 miles of the same. He was installed December 27th at the Masons' Hall in the Green Dragon Tavern, which was in Union Street, and among the grand officers of this second Grand Lodge on the American continent were Thomas Crafts and Paul Revere, two zealous patriots, and Captains French and Molesworth, two officers of the 29th Regiment. There was on this occasion an elegant oration, of course by the Grand Master, and a joyous festive season. Soon after this Masonic promotion, Warren took part in the great town meeting which was occasioned by the firing of the troops on the citizens when the 16 months question of their removal was forced to a conclusion. I have mentioned the departure from the town of the 64th and 65th Regiments, leaving the 14th and the 29th. Their general, Mackay, soon after left for England, when the command devolved on Lieutenant Colonel Dalrymple, under whom they landed. He said that the arrival of the land and naval forces was the most seasonable thing that was ever known. Had we not, he wrote to Commodore Hood, arrived so critically, the worst that could be apprehended must have happened. Hood, who had returned to Halifax, characterized Dalrymple as a very excellent officer, quite the gentleman, knowing the world, having a good address, and with all the fire, judgment, coolness, integrity, and firmness that a man could possess. The military force was sufficiently large to be a perpetual threat to the citizens, but too small to render essential service in case of an insurrection, and the Crown officials thought it best to refrain from making arrests. The popular leaders, with touching declarations of loyalty to the king, averred that they aimed only at a change of the measures of the administration. The Tories, however, continued to represent the town to be a nest of disorder and rebellion. Hutchinson, when the executive responsibility rested upon him, seems to have felt that this misrepresentation had been carried to a suicidal extent, for he now advised Lord Hillsborough that, in matters that had no relation to the dispute between the kingdom and the colonies, government retained its vigor, and the administration of it was attended by no unusual difficulty. This is high authority, and the evidence is to the point and conclusive. The same truth was urged by the popular leaders in calm and candid reasonings. In appeals to public opinion, made through the Board of Selectmen, the town meeting, the legislature, and the council, they analyzed the events of the 18th of March to show that they were trivial, and they held that the riots of the 10th of June and other tumults were exceptional. They also pointed to the good order of the town as habitual and general, and claimed that, in their political action, they had not taken a single unconstitutional step. It was a marvel to them that the ministry, to use the words of Samuel Adams, should employ troops only to parade the streets of Boston, and by their ridiculous Merry Andrew tricks to become the objects of contempt of the women and children. Much had occurred for 16 months in connection with the troops to irritate the inhabitants. Horse racing on the common, by the soldiers on Sundays, and military parades in the streets grated on the feelings of a church-going people, and formal complaints were made to the commanders, on one occasion that the Yankee tune, Yankee Doodle, and on another, Nancy Dawson, was played by the band about meeting time by order of officers. These practices, however, were stopped. High-spirited citizens, on being challenged in their walks by the sentinels, could not control their temper. The violent would have their say, and there were many personal quarrels. Yet, in all the brawls between the citizens and the soldiers, fist had been met with fist, and club with club, and not a gun had been fired in an affray. Often cases were carried into the courts. The presence of this force was deplored on purely local grounds. The troops, Dr. Cooper said, January 1st, 1770, greatly corrupt our morals, are in every sense an oppression. May heaven soon deliver us from this great evil. During this period, the exigency that would justify the troops in firing on the people was acutely discussed in the journals. "What shall I say?" runs an article in the Gazette. "I shudder at the thought. Surely no provincial magistrate could be found so steeled against the sensations of humanity and justice as wantonly to order troops to fire on an unarmed populace, and more than repeat in Boston the tragic scene exhibited in St. George's Fields." Hutchinson, in a letter, states the conclusions that were reached. "Our heroes for liberty say that no troops dare to fire on the people without the order of the civil magistrate, and that no civil magistrate would dare to give such orders. In the first part of their opinion, they may be right. In the second, they cannot be sure until they have made the trial." It was feared that such a step would produce a collision between the citizens and the troops. "I have been in constant panic," Franklin wrote to Dr. Cooper, "since I heard of troops assembling in Boston, lest the madness of mobs or the interference of soldiers, or both, when too near each other, might occasion some mischief, difficult to be prevented or repaired, and which might spread far and wide." Hutchinson had the same fears, and repeatedly refused to use the troops to repress popular agitation. On one occasion, when the merchants were holding a public meeting in Faneuil Hall on matters connected with the non-importation agreement, prominent Tories urged that it was best to bring things to a crisis, and that chronic local irritant, the commissioners of the customs, now more odious than ever by the assault of one of them on Otis, said that there could not be a better time to try the strength of the government. The nature of the assembly may be inferred from the high character of its presiding officer, William Phillips, of educational fame as well as revolutionary renown. Hutchinson shrank from directing the foreign bayonet against such a public meeting. He said that many of the civil magistrates made a part of the body that was to be suppressed, and that there could not have been a worse occasion to call out the troops. "I think," are his words, "anything tragical would have set the whole province in flame, and maybe spread farther." The fears expressed by Franklin and Hutchinson of a general movement show that the events which were transpiring in Boston had more than a local bearing. When the king, in a speech from the throne, repeated the calumny as to disobedience to the law that was uttered by the local crown officials in their letters, it is not strange that the patriots in the colonies regarded the town as a type of their cause, and that all eyes were turned on this question of a removal of the troops. "In this day of constitutional light," a New York essay, reprinted in a Boston journal, runs, "it is monstrous that troops should be kept, not to protect the right, but to enslave the continent." During the last portion of February and the first days of March, the Boston journals contained an uncommon quantity of inflammatory matter, among it relations of the cutting down the Liberty Pole in New York by the military and its replacement by the people, of McDougall's imprisonment there, for free comment in the press, on the New York Assembly because it voted supplies for the British troops, the funeral in Boston of the boy Snyder, who was killed by an informer, and the great letter of Junius to the king. The bitterness between the citizens and soldiers was now very great. The feeling also was strong against Tory importers, who feared an assault in their houses and slept with loaded guns by their bedsides. Some of them were allowed a file of soldiers to protect them. These facts show the inflamed state of the public mind, when the leaders of both political parties were called on to meet a paroxysm without parallel in the former history of the colonies. The 14th Regiment was quartered in Murray's Barracks, which were but a short distance north of King Street, and near the Brattle Street Church. The 29th Regiment was quartered in Water and Atkinson Streets, which were a little south of King State Street. The main guard was located directly opposite the door, on the south side of the townhouse, in this street where the two field pieces were planted on the landing of the troops. There is much said about this main guard. Its location had been very galling to the people. Hutchinson, in January 1770, when he expected the General Court would meet, obtained permission of General Gage to remove this guard to another place, but as this body did not then convene, they remained. The soldiers detailed for daily guard duty were regularly brought here and thence marched to their posts. It was said in the Boston Gazette that soldiers had pricked the citizens with bayonets and had rescued offenders against the laws by force from the hands of the magistrates. There was, in February, an increase of personal quarrels. None, however, were of importance, but on Friday, the 2nd of March, as two soldiers were at Gray's Rope Walk, which was not far from the quarters of the 29th Regiment, they were insulted by one of the workmen. Sharp altercation followed, and the soldiers went off, but soon returned with a party of their comrades when there was a challenge to a boxing match, which grew into a fight, the rope makers using their wooding sticks and the soldiers clubs and cutlasses. It proved to be the most serious quarrel that had occurred. Lieutenant Colonel Carr, commander of the 29th, which, Hutchinson said, was composed of such bad fellows that discipline could not restrain them, made a complaint to the lieutenant governor relative to the provoking conduct of the ropemaker which brought on the affray, and thus this affair became the occasion of political consultation which tended to intensify the animosity between the parties. On Saturday, the report was circulated that the parties engaged in this affray would renew the fight on Monday evening. On Sunday, Carr and other officers went into the rope walk, giving out that they were searching for a sergeant of their regiment. Though on these days there was much irritation, the town was comparatively quiet. On Monday, the lieutenant governor laid the complaint of Carr before the council and asked the advice of this body, which gave rise to debate about the removal of the troops, members freely expressing the opinion that the way to prevent collisions between the military and the people was to withdraw the two regiments to the castle. No important action was taken by the council, although the apprehension was expressed that the affair at the rope walk might grow into a general quarrel. And it is worthy of remark that, ominous as the signs were, the lieutenant governor took no precautionary measures, not even the obvious step of having the troops kept in their barracks. His letters and, indeed, his whole course, up to the eventful evening of this day, indicate confidence in the opinion that there was no intention on the part of the popular leaders to molest the troops, and that the troops, without an order from the civil authority, would not fire on the citizens. Nor was there now, as zealous Tories alleged, any plan formed by the popular leaders or by any persons of consideration to expel the troops by force from the town, much less the obnoxious commissioners of the customs. Nor is there any evidence to support the allegation on the other side that the Crown officials, civil or military, mediated or stimulated an attack on the inhabitants. The patriots regarded what had occurred and what was threatened, like much that had taken place during the last 17 months, as the motions of a rod of power needlessly held over the people to overawe them, serving no earthly good, but souring their minds and embittering their passions, while the Crown officials represented this chafing of the free spirits at the incidents of military rule as a sign of the lost authority of government, and of desire for independence. Among the fiery spirits on both sides constituting the mob element, the rope walk affair was regarded as a drawn game, and a renewal of the fight was desired on the ground that honor was at stake. To inspirit the Whigs, to use Dr. Gordon's words, the newspapers had a pompous account of a victory obtained by the inhabitants of New York over the soldiers there in an affray, while the Boston newspapers could present but a tame relation of the result of the affray here. These facts account satisfactorily for the intimations and warnings given during the day to prominent characters on both sides, and for the handbill that was circulated by the soldiers in the afternoon, proposing concert of action between the 14th and the 29th regiments. The course things took fully justifies the remark of Gordon that everything tended to a crisis, and it is rather wonderful that it did not exist sooner, when so many circumstances united to hasten its approach. There was a layer of ice on the ground, a slight fall of snow during the day, and a young moon in the evening. At an early hour, as though something uncommon was expected, parties of boys, apprentices, and soldiers strolled through the streets, and neither side was sparing of insult. 10 or 12 soldiers went from the main guard in King Street across the street to Murray's Barracks in Brattle Street, about 300 yards from King Street, and another party came out of these barracks armed with clubs and cutlasses, bent on a stroll. A little after 8 o'clock, quite a crowd collected near the Brattle Street Church, many of whom had canes and sticks. After wretched abuse was bantered on both sides, things grew into a fight. As it became more and more threatening, a few North Enders ran to the old brick meeting house on what is now Washington Street at the head of King Street, and lifted a boy onto a window who rang the bell. About the same time, Captain Goldfinch of the Army, who was on his way to Murray's Barracks, crossed King Street near the Custom House at the corner of Exchange Lane, now Exchange Street, where a sentinel had long been stationed. The captain, as he was passing, was taunted by a barber's apprentice as a mean fellow for not paying for dressing his hair. When the sentinel ran after the boy and gave him a severe blow with his musket, the boy went away crying and told several persons of the assault, while the captain went on towards Murray's Barracks, but found the passage into the yard obstructed by the affray going on there, the crowd pelting the soldiers with snowballs and the latter defending themselves. Being the senior officer, he ordered the men into the barracks. The gate of the yard was then shut, and the promise made that no more men should be let out that evening. In this way, the affray here was effectually stopped. For a little time, perhaps 20 minutes, there was nothing to attract to a center the people who were drawn by the alarm bell out of their homes on this frosty, moonlit, memorable evening, and, in various places, individuals were asking where the fire was. King Street, then, as now, the commercial center of Boston, was quiet. A group was standing before the main guard with fire bags and buckets in their hands. A few persons were moving along in other parts of the street, and White, the sentinel at the Custom House, with his firelock on his shoulder, was pacing his beat quite unmolested. In Dock Square, a small gathering, mostly of participants in the affair just over, were harangued by a large, tall man who wore a red cloak and a white wig, and, as he closed, there was a hurrah and the cry, "To the main guard." In another street a similar cry was raised, "To the main guard," that is the nest, but no assault was made on the guard. The word went round that there was no fire, only a rumpus with the soldiers who had been driven to their quarters, and well-disposed citizens as they withdrew were saying, "Every man to his home." But at about 15 minutes past 9, an excited party passed up Royal Exchange Lane leading into King Street, and as they came near the Custom House on the corner, one of the number who knew of the assault on the apprentice boy said, "Here is the soldier who did it," when they gathered round the sentinel. The barber's boy now came up and said, "This is the soldier who knocked me down with the butt end of his musket." Some now said, "Kill him, knock him down." The sentinel moved back up the steps of the Custom House and loaded his gun. Missiles were thrown at him, when he presented his musket, warned the party to keep off, and called for help. Someone ran to Captain Preston, the officer of the day, and informed him that the people were about to assault the sentinel, when he hastened to the main guard on the opposite side of the street, about 40 rods from the Custom House, and sent a sergeant, a very young officer, with a file of 7 men to protect the sentinel. They went over in a kind of trot, using rough words and actions towards those who went with them, and, coming near the party round the sentinel, rudely pushed them aside, pricking some with their bayonets, and formed in a half-circle near the sentry box. The sentinel now came down the steps and fell in with the file, and they were ordered to prime and load. Captain Preston almost immediately joined his men. The file now numbered 9. The number of people here at this time is variously stated from 30 to 100, between 50 and 60 being the most common enumeration. Some of them were fresh from the affray at the barracks, and some of the soldiers had been in the affair at the rope walk. There was an aggravation on both sides. The crowd were unarmed or had but sticks, which they struck defiantly against each other, having no definite object, and doing no greater mischief than, in retaliation of uncalled-for military roughness, to throw snowballs, hurrah, whistle through their fingers, use oaths and foul language, call the soldiers names, hustle them, and dare them to fire. One of the file was struck with a stick. There were good men trying to prevent a riot, and some assured the soldiers that they would not be hurt. Among others, Henry Knox, subsequently the general, was present, who saw nothing to justify the use of firearms, and, with others, remonstrated against their employment. But Captain Preston, as he was talking with Knox, saw his men pressing the people with their bayonets, when, in great agitation, he rushed among them. Then, with or without orders, but certainly without any legal form of warning, 7 of the file, one after the other, discharged their muskets against the citizens, and the result indicates the malignity and precision of their aim. Crispus Attucks, an intrepid mulatto, who was a leader in the affair at Murray's Barracks, was killed as he stood leaning with his breast resting on a stout cordwood stick. Samuel Gray, one of the rope makers, was shot as he stood with his hands in his bosom, and just as he had said, "My lads, they will not fire." Patrick Carr left his house on hearing the alarm bell and was mortally wounded as he was crossing the street. James Caldwell, in like manner summoned from his home, was killed as he was standing in the middle of the street. Samuel Maverick, a lad of 17, ran out of the house at the alarm of fire and was shot as he was crossing the street. 6 others were wounded, but 15 or 20 minutes had elapsed from the time the sergeant went from the main guard to the time of the firing. The people, on the report of the guns, fell back, but instinctively and instantly returned for the killed and wounded. When the infuriated soldiers prepared to fire again, but, checked by Captain Preston, were withdrawn across the street to the main guard. The drums beat. Several companies of the 29th Regiment under Colonel Carr promptly appeared and were formed in 3 divisions before the main guard. The front division near the northeast corner of the townhouse, in the kneeling posture for street firing. The 14th Regiment was ordered under arms but remained at their barracks. The report now spread that the troops had risen on the people, and the beat of drums, the church bells, and the cry of fire summoned from their homes the inhabitants, who hastened to the place of alarm. In a few minutes, thousands collected, and the cry was, "To arms, to arms!" The whole town was in confusion, while in King Street there was now what the patriots had so long predicted, dreaded, and endeavored to avert, an indignant population and an exasperated soldiery face to face. The excitement was terrible. The care of the popular leaders for their cause, since the mob days of the Stamp Act, had been like the care of their personal honor. It drew them forth as the prompt and brave controlling power in every crisis, and they were among the concourse on this night of consternation. Warren, early on the ground to act the good physician as well as the fearless patriot, gives the impression produced on himself and his co-laborers as they saw the first blood flowing that was shed for American liberty. "The horrors," he says, "of that dreadful night are but too deeply impressed in our hearts. Language is too feeble to paint the emotions of our souls when our streets were stained with the blood of our brethren, when our ears were wounded by the groans of the dying, and our eyes were tormented by the sight of the mangled bodies of the dead. Our hearts beat. To arms! We snatched our weapons, almost resolved, by one decisive stroke, to avenge the death of our slaughtered brethren, and to secure from future danger all that we held most dear." Meantime, the lieutenant governor, at his residence in North Square, heard the sound of the church bell nearby and supposed it was an alarm of fire. But soon, at nearly 10 o'clock, a number of the inhabitants came running into his house, entreating him to go to King Street immediately. Otherwise, they said, the town would be all in blood. He immediately started for the scene of danger. On his way, in the marketplace, Dock Square, he found himself amidst a great body of people, some armed with clubs, others with cutlasses, and all calling for firearms. He made himself known to them, but pleaded in vain for a hearing, and, to ensure his safety, he retreated into a dwelling house, and thence went by a private way into King Street, where he found an excited multitude anxiously awaiting his arrival. He first called for Captain Preston, and a natural indignation at a high-handed act is expressed in the stern and searching questions which the civilian put to the soldier, bearing on the vital point of the subordination of the military to the civil power. "Are you the commanding officer?" "Yes, sir." "Do you know, sir, you have no power to fire on any body of people collected together, except you have a civil magistrate with you to give orders?" Captain Preston replied, "I was obliged to save the sentry." So great was the confusion that Preston's reply was heard but by few. The cry was raised, "To the townhouse, to the townhouse," when Hutchinson, by the irresistible violence of the crowd, was forced into the building and up to the council chamber, and in a few minutes he appeared on the balcony. Near him were prominent citizens, both Tories and Whigs. Below him, on one side, were his indignant townsmen, who had conferred on him every honor in their power, and on the other side, the soldiers in defiant attitude. He could speak with eloquence and power. Throughout this strange and trying scene, he bore himself with dignity and self-possession. And, as in the stillness of night he expressed great concern at the unhappy event and made solemn pledges to the people, his tone must have been uncommonly earnest. The law, he averred, should have its course. He would live and die by the law. He promised to order an inquiry in the morning, and requested all to retire to their homes. But words now were not satisfactory to the people, and those near him urged that the course of justice had always been evaded or obstructed in favor of the soldiery, and that the people were determined not to disperse until Captain Preston was arrested. In consequence, Hutchinson immediately ordered a court of inquiry. The patriots also entreated the lieutenant governor to order the troops to their barracks. He replied that it was not in his power to give such an order, but he would consult the officers. They now came upon the balcony, Dalrymple of the 14th Regiment being present, and after an interview with Hutchinson, he returned to the troops. The men now rose from their kneeling posture. The order to shoulder arms was heard, and the people were greatly relieved by seeing the troops move towards their barracks. The people now began slowly and sullenly to disperse. Meanwhile, the court of inquiry on Captain Preston was in session, and, after an examination that lasted 3 hours, he was bound over for trial. Later, the soldiers were also arrested. It was 3 o'clock in the morning before the lieutenant governor left the scene of the massacre. And now all, excepting about 100 of the people, who formed themselves into a watch, left the streets. Thus wise action by the Crown officials, the activity of the popular leaders, and the habitual respect for law in the people proved successful in preventing further carnage. Propitious heaven, are Warren's words, forbade the bloody carnage and saved the threatened victims of our too keen resentment, not by their discipline, not by their regular array. No, it was Royal George's livery that proved their shield, and it was that which turned the pointed engines from their breasts. Hence a contemporary versifier and participator in these scenes was able to write, "No sudden rage the roughened soldier bore, or drenched the pavements with his vital gore. Deliberate thought did all our souls compose, till, veiled in gloom, the lowery morning rose." During the night, the popular leaders sent expresses to the neighboring towns, bearing intelligence of what had occurred and summoning people from their beds to come to the aid of Boston. But, as the efforts to restore quiet were proving successful, the summons was countermanded. This action accounts for the numbers who very early on the morning of the 6th of March flocked into the town. They could learn details of the tragedy from the actors in it, could see the blood of the slaughtered inhabitants, could hear the groans of the wounded, could view the bodies of the dead, and this revelation of the work of the arbitrary power to a people habitually tender of regard for human life shocked their sensibilities. The temper of the public mind was again wrought up to a fearful state of indignation, and it required the strongest moral influence to keep the terrific demand for a redress of grievance and future security within the bounds of moderation and in the safe channel of the law. The lieutenant governor during the night had summoned such members of the council as were within reach to meet in their chamber in the morning, and on joining them, he found the selectmen, with most of the justices of the county waiting for him, to represent, as he says, their opinion of the absolute necessity of the troops being at a distance, that there might be no intercourse between the inhabitants and them in order to prevent a further effusion of blood. Such was the logic of events which now forced the 17 months' question of the removal of the troops on the civil and military authorities with an imperativeness that could not be resisted. The question, however, came up in a new shape. To put it in the simplest way, and in the words used on that day, the people were so excited by the shedding of blood on the preceding night that they were resolved no longer to acquiesce in the decision of the constituted authorities as to the troops, but failing in other means, they were determined to effect their removal by force, let the act be deemed rebellion or otherwise. Not that any conspiracy existed, not that any plan had been matured to do this, but circumstances had transferred the question from the domain of reason to that of physical force, and the only point with the Crown officials during the whole of this day's deliberations was whether they would be justified in what appeared to them to be a lowering the national standard at the demand of a power which they called the faction, or whether they might venture to take the responsibility of resisting the demand and of meeting the consequences. The selectmen expressed to the lieutenant governor the opinion that the inhabitants would be under no restraint whilst the troops were in town. I let them know, Hutchinson says, that I had no power to remove the troops. They also informed him that they had been requested to call a town meeting, which was the special dread of Hutchinson. As the fixed determination of the people became more manifest, the anxiety of the lieutenant governor deepened as to what the day might bring forth, and he sent for Colonels Dalrymple and Carr to be present in the council and to act as military advisers. But the discussions in this body were interrupted by the entrance of a messenger from another assembly, bearing a request for the immediate presence of the selectmen in Faneuil Hall. This summons invites attention to the movements of the people, who had been constantly coming in from the neighboring towns and had gathered in great numbers, in a perfect frenzy, Hutchinson says, around Faneuil Hall. It was, however, the general disposition, volcanic as were the elements, to act with caution, deliberation, and in a spirit of unity, and doubtless with the consideration that the eyes of the friends of their cause were upon them. Hours passed without the appearance of a warrant calling for a town meeting, nor was there any organization to which the people could look in this crisis, for the general court stood prorogued by the arbitrary decision of the ministry. At 11 o'clock, the town records say, the freeholders and other inhabitants held a meeting, occasioned by the massacre made in King Street by the soldiery. The town clerk, William Cooper, acted as the chairman. This intrepid patriot held that office 49 years, a fact which speaks for his fidelity to duty, intelligence, devotion to principle, and moral worth. The selectman, in his clear, round record, reads, not being present, and the inhabitants being informed that they were in the council chamber, it was voted that Mr. William Greenleaf be desired to proceed there and acquaint the selectmen that the inhabitants desire and expect their attendance at the hall. This was virtually a command, and the selectmen immediately repaired to the hall. Thomas Cushing was chosen the moderator. He was now the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and by urbanity of manner, a high personal character, diligent public service, and fidelity to the patriot cause, exercised large influence. It was voted that Constable Wallace wait upon the Reverend Dr. Cooper and acquaint him that the inhabitants desired him to open the meeting with prayer. He was a brother of the town clerk, was on confidential terms with the popular leaders, and a devoted friend to the patriot cause. He was rich in genius and learning, Dr. Eliot says, with a gift in prayer peculiar and very excellent. He complied with the request of the town, but no reporter transmitted the words of this righteous man or described this solemn assembly, as fervent prayer now went up for the country. The meeting voted to invite any citizen to give information of the massacre of the preceding evening, that the same might be minuted by the town clerk, whereupon several persons related details of the tragedy, which the clerk inscribed in the town records. John S. Copley stated that Mr. Pelham and his wife, and some persons of Mr. Samuel Winthrop's family, heard a soldier say, after the firing, that the devil might give quarters, he should give them none. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of Life and Times of Joseph Warren by Richard Frothingham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Scott stated that a lad of Mr. Piermont's said at Mr. Chardon's that a soldier was heard to say his officer had acquainted them, if they went abroad at nights, they should go armed and in companies. Mr. Piermont informed the meeting that before the firing last night, he had disarmed a soldier who had struck down one of the inhabitants. Poole Spear related that last week he heard one Kilson, a soldier of Ferris's company, say that he did not know what the inhabitants were after, for they had broken an officer's windows, meaning Nathaniel Rogers' windows, but that they had a scheme on foot which would soon put a stop to the people's, procedure, that parties of soldiers were ordered to go with pistols in their pockets and to fire upon those who should assault said house again, and that 10 pounds sterling were to be given as a reward for their killing one of these persons and 50 pounds sterling for a prisoner. These homely relations are lifelike glimpses of the spirit of the hour. No speech could have been more eloquent, because none could have been better calculated to deepen the general conviction and minister to the common emotion. However, so many witnesses were ready to testify that it was found to be impracticable to hear all, and a committee was appointed to receive and digest the evidence. Samuel Adams addressed this remarkable meeting. He spoke with a pathos peculiar to himself. His manner, naturally impressive, was rendered more so by the solemnity of the occasion, and every heart was moved. The great hour demanded dignity and discretion in unison with firmness, and they were combined in the action of the meeting. It resolved that the inhabitants would submit no longer to the insult of military rule. A committee of 15 was chosen to wait on the lieutenant governor and acquaint him that it was the unanimous opinion of the meeting that the inhabitants and the soldiery could no longer dwell together in safety, and that nothing could be rationally expected to restore the peace of the town and prevent additional scenes of blood and carnage, but the immediate removal of the troops, and to say further that they most fervently prayed his honor that his power and influence might be exerted in order that this removal might be instantly effected. This committee well represented the intelligence, the patriotism, the interests, and the true greatness of Boston. The meeting now dissolved, when the selectmen issued a warrant for a regular town meeting to convene at the same place at 3 o'clock in the afternoon to consider what measures were most proper to be taken to preserve the peace of the town at that alarming and important period. About noon, the lieutenant governor received the committee of the town in a session of the council at their chamber. I have found no details of what was said by the committee at this interview in urging a compliance with the demand. Hutchinson said he was not prepared to reply, but would give an answer in writing when the committee withdrew into another room. He gives glimpses of what then occurred. I told the council, he says, that a removal of the troops was not with me, and I desired them to consider what answer I could give to this application of the town whilst Colonel Dalrymple, who had the command, was present. Some of the members who were among the truest patriots urged a compliance, when the lieutenant governor declared that he would, upon no consideration whatever, give orders for their removal. The council advised the removal of one regiment. Dalrymple concurred in this result. As Hutchinson rose from this sitting, he declared that he meant to receive no further application on the subject. Things wore a gloomy aspect during the interval between the session of the council and the time of the afternoon meeting, for the action of the crown officials tended to increase the spirit of the people. The men who had been long branded as incendiaries and traitors now earnestly endeavored to prevent a catastrophe. There were consultations between the leaders of the two parties. It was intimated to members of the council that though Dalrymple might receive no formal order to remove all the troops, yet he would do it if the lieutenant governor and a council expressed a desire to have it done. With a view to further action, Hutchinson was prevailed upon to meet the council in the afternoon. This was a great point gained for the popular cause. At 3 o'clock, Faneuil Hall was filled with the excited population assembled in town meeting. Thomas Cushing again was chosen the moderator, but the place would hold only about 1,300, and the record reads, "The hall not being spacious enough to receive the inhabitants who attended, it was voted to adjourn to Dr. Sewell's meeting house, the Old South. The most convenient way for the people would be to pass from Faneuil Hall into King Street, up by the council chamber, and along what is now Washington Street, to the church. No mention is made of mottos or banners or flags, of cheers or of jeers. Thomas Cushing said his countrymen were like the old British commoners, grave and sad men, and it was said in the council to Hutchinson, "This multitude are not such as pulled down your house, but they are men of the best characters, men of estates and men of religion, men who pray over what they do." They were, Hutchinson's words, warmed with the persuasion that what they were doing was right, and that they were struggling for the liberties of America, and that the other colonies were deeply interested in their action. As Hutchinson looked out on this scene, perhaps scanned the concourse who passed from Faneuil Hall to the Old South, an analogy from history forced itself on his mind. With like determined men who feared God and were devoted to public liberty, Cromwell won at Marston Moor, and as Hutchinson read in the countenances before him the signs of resolute hearts, he judged their spirit to be as high as was the spirit of their ancestors when they imprisoned Andros, while they were 4 times as numerous. As the burden of responsibility pressed on him heavily, he realized that he had to deal with an element far more potent than the faction, which officials had long represented as composing the Patriot Party, and that much depended on dealing with it wisely. This was not a dependent and starved host, wildly urging the terrible demand of bread or blood, nor was it fanaticism in a season of social discontent, claiming impossibilities at the hand of power. The craving was moral and intellectual. It was an intelligent public opinion, a people with well-grounded and settled convictions making a just demand on arbitrary power. Was such public opinion about to be scorned as though it were but a faction, and by officials who bore high the party standard? And were men of such resoluteness of character and purpose about to be involved in a work of carnage that might extend far and wide? Or would the wielders of British power avoid the extremity by concession? Boston, indeed America, had seen no hour of intenser interest, of deeper solemnity, of more instant peril, or of truer moral sublimity. As this assembly deliberated with the sounds of the fife and drum in their ears and with the soldiery in their sight, questions like these must have been on every lip, and they are of the Civil War questions that cause an involuntary shudder in every home. The Old South was not large enough to hold the people, and they stood in the street and near the townhouse awaiting the report of the Committee of 15, chosen in the morning, who were now in the townhouse. The lieutenant governor was at the council chamber where, in addition to Colonels Dalrymple and Carr, there had been summoned Captain Caldwell of the Rose frigate, and Hutchinson would, he says, have summoned other Crown officers, but he knew the council would not consent to it. He took care to repeat to the committee, he says, the declaration which he had made in the morning to the selectmen, the justices, and the council, that the ordering of the troops did not lie with him. As the committee, with Samuel Adams at their head, appeared on the townhouse steps, the people were in motion, and the word passed, "Make way for the committee." Adams uncovered his head, and as he went towards the church, he bowed alternately to those on each side of the lane that was formed, and repeated the words, "Both regiments or none." The answer of the lieutenant governor to the demand made in the morning for total removal of the troops was read to the meeting in the church. It was to the effect that he had conferred with the commanders of 2 regiments who received orders from the general in New York, and it was not in his power to countermand those orders. But the council desired their removal, and Colonel Dalrymple had signified that, because of the part which the 29th Regiment had taken in the differences, it should be placed, without delay, in the barracks at the castle, and also that the main guard should be removed, while the 14th Regiment should be so disposed and laid under such restraint that all occasion for future differences might be prevented. There now resounded through the excited assembly from 1,000 tongues, "Both regiments or none." A short debate occurred, when the answer was voted to be unsatisfactory. It was resolved that John Hancock, Samuel Adams, William Monroe, William Phillips, Joseph Warren, Joshua Henshaw, and Samuel Pemberton to be a committee to inform the lieutenant governor. It was the unanimous opinion of the people that the reply was by no means satisfactory, and that nothing less would satisfy them than a total and immediate removal of the troops. This committee was one worthy of a great occasion. Hancock, Henshaw, and Pemberton, besides being individually of large influence from their ability, patriotism, worth, and wealth, were members of the Board of Selectmen, and therefore represented the municipality. Phillips, who had served on this board, was a type of the upright and liberal merchant. Molyneux was one of the most determined and zealous of the patriots, and a stirring businessman. Warren, ardent and bold, of rising fame as a leader, personified the generous devotion and noble enthusiasm of the young men. Adams, though not the first named on the committee, played so prominent a part in its doings that he appears as its chairman. He was so widely and favorably known that he was now addressed as the Father of America. Of middling stature, plain in dress, quiet in manner, unpretending in deportment, he exhibited nothing extraordinary in common affairs, but on great occasions, when his deeper nature was called into action, he rose without the smallest affectation into an upright dignity of figure and bearing, with a harmony of voice and a power of speech which made a strong impression, the more lasting from the purity and nervous eloquence of his style and the logical consistency of his argument. Such were the men selected to speak and act for Boston in this hour of deep passion and of high resolve. The committee, about 4 o'clock, repaired to the council chamber. It was a room respectable in size and not without ornament or historic memorials. On its walls were representatives of the two elements now in conflict, of the absolutism that was passing away, in full-length portraits of Charles II and James II, robed in the royal ermine, and of a republicanism which had grown robust and self-reliant, in the heads of Endicott and Winthrop and Bradstreet and Belcher. Around a long table were seated the lieutenant governor and the members of the council, with the military officers, the scrupulous and sumptuous costumes of civilians in authority, gold and silver lace, scarlet cloaks and large wigs, mingling with the brilliant uniforms of the British Army and Navy. Into such opposing presence was now ushered the plainly attired committee of the town. At this time, the lieutenant governor, a portion of the council, the military officers, the secretary of the province, and other officials in the townhouse were sternly resolved to refuse compliance with the demand of the people. When the vote of the meeting was presented to the lieutenant governor, Adams remarked at length on the illegality of quartering troops on the inhabitants in time of peace, and without the consent of the legislature, urged that the public service did not require them, adverted with sensibility and warmth to the late tragedy, painted the misery in which the town would be involved if the troops were suffered to remain, and urged the necessity of an immediate compliance with the vote of the people. The lieutenant governor, in a brief reply, defended both the legality and the necessity of the troops, and renewed his old assertion that they were not subject to his authority. Adams again rose, and attention was riveted on him, as he paused and gave a searching look at Hutchinson. There was in his countenance and attitude a silent eloquence that words could not express. His manner showed that the energies of his soul were roused, and in a tone not loud, but deep and earnest, he again addressed himself to Hutchinson. "It is well known," he said, "that acting as governor of the province, you are, by its charter, the commander-in-chief of the military forces within it, and, as such, the troops now in the capital are subject to your orders. If you or Colonel Dalrymple, under you, have the power to remove one regiment, you have the power to remove both, and nothing short of their total removal will satisfy the people or preserve the peace of the province. A multitude highly incensed now wait the result of this application. The voice of 10,000 freemen demands that both regiments be forthwith removed. Their voice must be respected, their demand obeyed. Fail then at your peril to comply with this requisition. On you alone rests the responsibility of the decision, and if the just expectations of the people are disappointed, you must be answerable to God and your country for the fatal consequences that must ensue. The committee have discharged their duty, and it is for you to discharge yours. They wait your final determination." As Adams, while speaking, intently eyed Hutchinson, he says, "I observed his knees to tremble. I saw his face grow pale, and I enjoyed the sight." An interval of silence followed this appeal. Then there was low conversation, to a whisper, between the lieutenant governor and Colonel Dalrymple, who, in the spirit of the unbending soldier, was for resisting this demand, as he had been for summary proceedings in the case of other meetings. "It is impossible for me," he had said this afternoon, "to go any further lengths in this matter. The information given of the intended rebellion is sufficient reason against the removal of His Majesty's troops." But he now said in a loud tone, "I am ready to obey your orders," which threw the responsibility on Hutchinson. All the members of the committee urged the demand. Every one of them, Hutchinson says, deliberately gave his opinion at large, and generally gave this reason to support it, that the people would most certainly drive out the troops and that the inhabitants of the other towns would join in it. And several of the gentlemen declared that they did not judge from the general temper of the people only, but they knew it to be the determination not of a mob, but of the generality of the principal inhabitants. And they added that all the blood would be charged to me alone for refusing to follow their unanimous advice, in desiring that the quarters of a single regiment might be changed in order to put an end to the animosities between the troops and the inhabitants, seeing Colonel Dalrymple would consent to it. After the committee withdrew, the debates of the council were long and earnest, and as they went on, Hutchinson asked, what protection would there be for the commissioners if both regiments were ordered to the castle? Several said they would be safe, and always had been safe. As safe, said Grey, without the troops as with them. And Irving said, they never had been in danger, and he would pawn his life that they should receive no injury. Unless the troops were removed, it was said, before evening there would be 10,000 men on the common. The people in general, Tyler said, were resolved to have the troops removed, without which they would not be satisfied, that, failing of other means, they were determined to effect their removal by force, let the act be deemed rebellion or otherwise. As the council deliberated, the people were impatient, and the members were repeatedly called out to give information as to the result. There was at length unanimity. This body resolved that, to preserve the peace, it was absolutely necessary that the troops should be removed, and they advised the lieutenant governor to communicate this conclusion to Dalrymple and to request that he would order his whole command to Castle William. The remark of Dalrymple, as well as the decision of the council, became known to the people, and the word passed round that Colonel Dalrymple had yielded and that the lieutenant governor only held out. This circumstance was communicated to Hutchinson, and, he says, it now lay upon me to choose that side which had the fewest and least difficulties, and I weighed and compared them as well as the time I had for them would permit. I knew it was most regular for me to leave this matter entire to the commanding officer. I was sensible the troops were designed to be, on occasion, employed under the direction of the civil magistrate, and that at the castle they would be too remote, in most cases, to answer that purpose. But then I considered they never had been used for that purpose, and there was no probability they ever would be, because no civil magistrate could be found under whose directions they might act, and they could be considered only as having a tendency to keep the inhabitants in some degree of awe, and even this was every day lessening. And the affronts the troops received were such that there was no avoiding quarrels and slaughter. Still he hesitated substantially to retract his word, for now a request from him, he knew, was equivalent to an order, and before he determined, he consulted 3 officers of the crown, who, though not present in the council, were in the building, and the secretary Oliver. All agreed that he ought to comply with the advice of the council. He then formally recommended Dalrymple to remove all the troops, who gave his word of honor that he would commence preparations in the morning for a removal, and that there should be no unnecessary delay in quartering both regiments at the castle. It was dark when the committee bore back to the meeting the great report of their success. It was received with expressions of the highest satisfaction. What a burden was lifted from the hearts of the patriots! They did not, however, regard their work as done. They voted that a strong watch was necessary through the night, when the committee who had waited on the lieutenant governor tendered their services to make a part of the watch, and the whole matter was placed in their hands as a committee of safety. They were authorized to accept the services of such inhabitants as they might deem proper, and arrangements were made for a general muster of the people in case of necessity. The meeting then dissolved. Warren, being a member of this committee of safety, was one of the watch. The duties of the committee continued until the troops left the town. From the time of this fatal tragedy, a letter of March 12th says, a military guard of town militia has been constantly kept in the town house and town prison, at which some of the most respectable citizens have done duty as common soldiers. In a short time, the 2 regiments were removed to Castle William, where they continued under the command of Colonel Dalrymple. These events produced a deep impression on Warren's sensitive nature. Years after, he spoke of the slaughter of the citizens as an unequaled scene of horror, the sad remembrance of which took full possession of his soul. The sanguinary theater, he said, again opens itself to view. The baleful images of terror crowd round me, and discontented ghosts with hollow groans appear to solemnize the anniversary of the 5th of March. And the mark made on John Adams's mind was not less indelible. It is not necessary to accept strong expressions by ardent natures as literal facts, but they often vividly recall the spirit of an era, and this is seen in a few sentences from Adams's letters. On that night, the foundation of American independence was laid. Not the Battle of Lexington or Bunker's Hill, not the surrender of Burgoyne or Cornwallis were more important events in American history than the Battle of King Street on the 5th of March, 1770. The death of 4 or 5 persons, the most obscure and inconsiderable that could have been found upon the continent on the 5th of March, 1770, has never yet been forgiven by any part of America. Warren ascribed the great civic triumph in the removal of the troops to the union of the people. He said, "With united efforts, you urged an immediate departure of the troops from the town. You urged it with a resolution which ensured success, and the removal of the troops was effected without one drop of their blood being shed by the inhabitants." John Adams estimated the number who took part in the meeting on this day at 10 or 12,000, which is probably too high an estimate. The withdrawal of troops caused great surprise in England, and there were consultations in the cabinet and angry crimination in Parliament. The opposition characterized it as an indignity put upon Great Britain and called on the ministry to resent it or resign their places. The expectation was general that General Gage, without waiting for the government, would send a reinforcement to Boston and order the whole of the troops into town. "Everyone," Governor Bernard wrote, "without exception says it must be immediately done. Those in opposition are as loud as any." Lord Shelburne told gentlemen who reported it to me that it was now high time for Great Britain to act with spirit. The governor advised Hutchinson that, should it turn out that he had been successful in preventing Captain Preston from being murdered by the mob, government might be reconciled to the removal of the troops. There was much outside clamor, and those who indulged in it could not overlook the fact of 600 regular troops giving way to 2,000 or 3,000 common people, who, they say, would not have dared to attack them if they had stood their ground, and this class regarded the affair as a successful bully. Colonel Barre in the House of Commons disposed of the question in a few words. The officers agreed in sending the soldiers to Castle William. What minister will dare to send them back to Boston? The prudent conduct of the people of Boston on the landing of the troops, and their moderation and forbearance on the occasion of the firing upon the people, with their uniform and spirited support of the general cause, elicited the warmest encomiums from the friends of liberty, and, as these encomiums appeared in the press, they were copied into the Boston journals. A few sentences will suffice to show their tone. "Your Bostonians shine with renewed luster. So much wisdom and virtue as hath been conspicuous in Bostonians will not go unrewarded. The patriotism of Boston will be revered through every age. The noble conduct of the representatives, selectmen, and principal merchants of Boston in defending and supporting the rights of America and the British Constitution cannot fail to excite love and gratitude in the heart of every worthy person in the British Empire. They discover a dignity of soul worthy the human mind, which is the true glory of man, and merits the applause of all rational beings. Their names will shine unsullied in the bright records of fame to the latest ages, and unborn millions will rise up and call them blessed." Some of the towns now passed resolves expressing similar admiration of the conduct of Boston, which were transmitted under the signature of their officials and are among the Boston archives. One citation will show their character. The town of Medford, March 14, 1770, in a letter to the town of Boston, said it was greatly rejoiced that the metropolis had acted with such unexampled moderation as to proceed against the perpetrators of the massacre according to the common course of justice, and at the same time, with a laudable and unconquerable firmness of resolution becoming the character of free British subjects, insisting upon the immediate removal of the troops. And then the letter says, "With joy and gratitude, This town embraced this opportunity also to declare their opinion that the brave and patriotic spirit which the town of Boston has often shown in the common cause of liberty, and also the laudable, generous, and spirited behavior of its respectable merchants, in these times of trouble, justly merit the thanks of all British America, and of this province and town in particular. And this town do assure them that they are fully determined to assist the town of Boston at all times in every salutary measure they shall adopt for the preservation of our inalienable rights and privileges. This strain of eulogy on Boston constitutes an interesting feature of these times, and therefore ought to have a place in history. It was not of a local cast, for it appears in several colonies and in England. It was not manufactured by politicians, for it is seen in the private letters of the Friends of Constitutional Liberty, which have come to light subsequently to the events. It was not a transient enthusiasm, for the same strain was continued during the years preceding the war. The praise was bestowed on a town small in territory and comparatively small in population. Such were the cities of Greece in the era of their renown. The territories of Athens, Sparta, and their allies, remarks Gibbon, do not exceed a moderate province of France or England, but after the trophies of Salamis or Plataea, they expand in our fancy to the gigantic size of Asia, which had been trampled under the feet of the victorious Greeks. No trophies had been gathered in an American Plataea. There was no hero upon whom public affection centered. There was, indeed, little that common constructors of history would consider to be history. Yet it was now written and made common thought by an unfettered press. Nobler days nor deeds were never seen than at this time. This was an instinctive appreciation of a great truth, for the real American Revolution was going on in the tidal flow of thought and feeling and in the formation of public opinion. A people, inspired by visions of better days for humanity, luxuriating in the emotions of hope and faith, yearning for the right, mastering the reasoning on which it was based, were steadily taking their fit place on the national stage in the belief of the nearness of a mighty historic hour. And their spontaneous praise was for a community heroically acting on national principles and for a national cause. Because of this, did they predict that unborn millions would hold up the men of Boston as worthy to be enrolled in the shining record of fame. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 7 of Life and Times of Joseph Warren by Richard Frothingham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Oration on the Massacre. An interval of 2 years, the repeal of the Townshend Act, apathy of the community, Hutchinson and Adams, differences between the popular leaders, Warren's Oration, its effect. March 1770 to March 1772. I have traced the career of Warren. As animated by the ruling passion of the love of country, he sought the press, the club, and the town meeting as instrumentalities to promote the patriot cause. He appears on the public stage, for the most part, in company with his seniors in years, but when he rendered his next salient service, he stood alone. It was the delivery of a discourse in commemoration of the massacre. In order to do this utterance justice, it may be well to glance at the state of affairs during an interval of 2 years. Much interesting local history succeeded the 6th of March, as the funeral of the slaughtered inhabitants, the departure of the obnoxious troops, and the trials of the accused soldiers. The Superior Court wisely decided to postpone the trials for a season. The public, however, were impatient, and Hutchinson relates, March 23, 1770, that Samuel Adams, William Cooper, Warren, and others came from Mr. Jones's, where they had dined that day, and a vast concourse of people after them, into the Superior Court, and harangued the judges, in order to induce them to alter their decision. These occurrences were marked by intense feeling, and the details are quite voluminous, but they were but the sequel of the important events which have been described, and are of the order of facts that make no special impress on public opinion. Warren took a part in the town meetings this year. He He was a member of a committee appointed to prepare a narrative of the massacre, and with James Baldwin and Samuel Pemberton, was selected to send this narrative to prominent characters in New England. He was one of a committee to wait on Colonel Dalrymple and urge a speedy departure of the troops. At the May meeting, he was on the committee to prepare the instructions to the representatives, which deserve a passing remark. These instructions averred that the idea of a lasting union of the colonies lay deep in the heart of every sensible and honest American as one of the most weighty matters, declared there was no one point which ought more to engage their affectionate zeal, inculcated a cordial intercolonial intercourse, and urged that, as the interests of the colonies were so inseparable, nothing was required to cement their political and natural attachment but an intimate communion. This paper was drawn up by Josiah Quincy. Its Union sentiment is calculated for all time. To Hutchinson, however, who watched this idea closely, it was poison. He says, May 22, 1770, "Nothing can be more infamous than the Boston Instructions. It is possible they should pass without notice. Young Quincy, who goes by the name of Wilkes Quincy, penned them. He bids fair to be a successor to Otis, and it is much if he does not run mad also." According to a Tory writer, Warren, a like enthusiast for union, had a touch of the same sort of madness, for it was said, "One of our most bawling demagogues and voluminous writers is a crazy doctor." Warren, in July, was appointed on a committee to consider the state of the town and transmit a report to England. The same month he was appointed, at a meeting of merchants and others, one of a committee, to consider what might be proper to be done to strengthen the union of the colonies, and to give efficiency to the non-importation agreement, and, in September, he was placed by the town on a committee to devise measures for the promotion of arts, agriculture, and commerce in the province. Interesting as these subjects are, I am unable to give any detail of Warren's special agency in them. The Townshend Revenue Act was now repealed, it was alleged, on the petition of British merchants and for the convenience of England, excepting the preamble, asserting a right in Parliament to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever, which was retained to save this principle, and the tax on tea kept to secure its acknowledgment. "I know not what reason," Hutchinson wrote, October 15, 1770, "may make it necessary to continue the duty on tea, but I think the repeal of it, or making the same duty payable in England, is necessary to prevent disorders in the colonies." The idea of making the duty payable in England may have been original with Hutchinson, but the credit of carrying it out by the East India Company is ascribed to King George. The non-importation agreement, about which there is a world of matter, now came to an end, and the quantity of tea imported from England was so small that the tax was virtually a nullity. There was a lull in political affairs, the community became apathetic, and this continued through the year 1771. The town records are brief and tame. The only political matters acted on this year, in public meeting, were a commemoration of the 5th of March, an answer to a patriotic letter of Dr. Lucas of Ireland on the massacre, and a reply to the false publications about the town, and Warren was a member of all the committees that matured the action. Hutchinson wrote, May 24, 1771, "The faction in this province against the government is dying, but it dies hard. I have waived all dispute with them upon the general points between the kingdom and the colonies, and have obtained the victory in all the controversy upon points confined to our particular constitution. They are now reduced to personalities, and those of a general nature, hypocrisy, ambition, and a tyrannical disposition." It was now said that the people of the colonies were weary of their altercations with the mother country, and that a little discreet conduct on both sides would perfectly establish the warm affection felt towards Great Britain. But two good observers, Hutchinson and Samuel Adams, looked beneath this deceitful surface and formed a different judgment. Their measure of each other at this time is at least curious. Hutchinson doubted whether there was a greater incendiary in the king's dominions than Adams, and Adams wrote of Hutchinson, "It has been his principle from a boy that mankind are ever to be governed by the discerning few, and it has ever since been his ambition to be a hero of the few." Hutchinson was a type of conservatism, clinging with sturdy fidelity to the past. Adams, of the spirit of progress, with a noble faith in the future of the race. Hutchinson saw what he called the spread of leveling principles, the growing importance of the commonality, and the tenacity with which the people held on to the right of making their local or municipal law. He continued to misrepresent this right as a claim for exemption from all parliamentary authority, and he now urged that Parliament must give up its claim to a supreme authority over the colonies, or the colonies must cease from asserting a supreme legislature within themselves. As he saw also such Union sentiment as was common as the day in the press, and was embodied in Quincy's instructions, he wrote that something must be done or the colonies will be riveting their principles of independence on Parliament until it will be too late to break them off. The wound might be skinned over, but could never be healed until it was laid open to the bone. And he wrote, "I dare not trust to pen and ink my thought upon some provisions which might be made by Parliament for preventing an unwarrantable combination between the colonies. Ever since the Congress in New York, a regular correspondence has been kept up by demagogues in each colony." While he urged that Parliament should deal with the Union idea, he bent himself to one single point, that of curtailing the popular power as to the local government by taking from it, under the authority of royal instructions, functions that had been enjoyed uninterruptedly above a century, and transferring them to the Crown. Samuel Adams saw this deadly warfare waged on the two primordial ideas of our country's life, local government and the Union, as clearly as though he had before him the letter book of Hutchinson, or knew the secret counsels of the ministry, and he felt that there was no peace. The arbitrary dealing of the executive with the general court, in proroguing and dissolving it, and in summoning it to meet at Cambridge, all at the pleasure of His Majesty, the veto of bills concerning local taxation, a thing never before known, and the new doctrines avowed of the right of interference by Parliament and by the Crown, were to him so many proofs of a design to curtail the rights of the people. His eye was fixed on the fountain of this aggression. "The minister," he wrote, "has taken a method which in my opinion has a direct tendency to set up a despotism here, or rather is the thing itself, and that is by sending instructions to the governor to be the rule of his administration and forbidding him, as the governor declares, to make them known to us, the design of which may be to prevent his ever being made responsible for any measures he may advise in order to introduce and establish arbitrary power over the colonies." He never was more a moral hero than when a cloud hung over the cause to which his life was devoted, and he never was more active in the press and in private correspondence than he was now. On the failure of the non-importation agreement, he wrote to the patriots of Charleston, South Carolina, "Let us forget there ever was such a feudal combination, and awaken attention to our first grand object, union in support of constitutional principles." It is related that, on some occasion, probably in the House of Representatives, the anecdote is fixed in this period. He wrapped his cloak around him, and exclaimed with vehemence, "I will stand alone. I will oppose this tyranny at the threshold, though the fabric of liberty fall, and I perish in its ruins." Though these statesmen saw ideas working on society with the certainty of law, yet they had seasons of hopes and fears which rose and declined with the things of the hour. Hutchinson, observing the apathy of the people and the divisions of the Whigs, was much encouraged, while Adams judged that there never was a time when the political affairs of America were in a more dangerous state. There was this difference between these political leaders. Hutchinson's letters showed doubt, hesitancy, and vacillation. Adams writes with the confidence, decision, and firmness of one inspired by faith in the ultimate triumph of the right. "I have a firm persuasion," are his words, "that in every struggle this country will approve herself as glorious in defending and maintaining her freedom as she has been heretofore happy in enjoying it." A few citations from the letters of Hutchinson, who became governor in March 1771, will show his views of parties and men. There is now a general appearance of contentment throughout the province, and even here the persons who have made the most disturbance have become of less importance. At present, Hancock and Adams are at variance. Some of my friends blow the coals, and I hope to see a good effect. He wrote to the Under Secretary of Lord Hillsborough, October 17, 1771, "Your intimation what measures would be approved of by the highest authority I take very kind, and shall remember that it is in confidence. To answer the purpose proposed, I must have from Hancock some assurance of breaking his connection before I can give my consent to his election. He is quiet at present, and so are most of the party. All of them, except Adams, abate of their virulence. Adams is the writer in the incendiary newspaper, and would push the continent into a rebellion tomorrow if it was in his power. And he represents Otis as being subject to a temporary frenzy. Eliot, on the Whig side, states, as the cause of the collision between the popular leaders, the question of the removal of the General Court from Cambridge to Boston, it having refused to proceed with the ordinary business on account of the arbitrary summons of it by the governor to Cambridge. Hutchinson offered to convene the court at its old place of meeting, the Town House in Boston, upon certain conditions, which the majority of members saw fit to comply with. Mr. Hancock voted with them. Adams was against the measure, and expressed sentiments in opposition to his friend and colleague. Mr. Hancock was a man impatient of contradiction and, upon some occasions, indulged in a petulant humor. He could not bear the opposition of even Adams on this question. This was one cause of the alienation between them. That gentleman was cool and determined, hard and unyielding, as well as bold in his argument. He sometimes was sarcastic in his replies, but upon the subject that then divided the House, he observed the utmost delicacy, and seemed to dread the consequence of this political difference. Hancock, who was now the idol of the people, was serving on the Board of Selectmen. His generosity, Eliot says, upon all public occasions and kindness to individuals were the theme of continued and loud applause. It was said that his heart was as open as the day to acts of beneficence, and that he sunk his fortune into the cause of his country. This was the prevailing idea, and it gave a perfume to the sacrifice. Hancock might have been vain, but he was ever true to the cause, and Hutchinson never obtained from him the assurance that would warrant a bestowal on him of court favor. Otis's health was declining. A short time after the assault on him by Commissioner Robinson, Otis was asked to appear in a case in the Superior Court. On refusing, he said that his constitution was gone, that he had but a little while to live, and must quit business, saying, "I have done much more mischief to my country than can ever be repaired. I meant well, but am now convinced that I was mistaken. Cursed be the day I was born." This incident is related in an official letter by Hutchinson, who adds the unfeeling remark that, when Otis found such talk would hurt his interest, he would be more wicked than ever to recover his character. His mind was impaired, and for this reason he had been left off the representative ticket, but one of the representatives, John Adams, having removed to Braintree, Otis, who seemed to be in better health, was elected in Adams's place, and served his last session in the General Court. At times he was calm and natural, but it soon appeared that his lucid intervals were but flickerings of the expiring lamp. John Adams at Braintree relates this incident. John Chandler, Esquire, of Petersham, came into Pease in the evening from Boston yesterday, and gave us an account of Mr. Otis's conversion to Toryism. Adams was going on in the old road, and Otis started up and said they had gone far enough in that way. The governor had an undoubted right to carry the court where he pleased, and moved for a committee to represent the inconveniences of sitting there, and for an address to the governor. He was a good man. The ministers said so, the justices said so, and it must be so, and moved to go on with the business, and the House voted everything he moved for. Boston people say he is distracted. During this session, his friends were obliged to bear him, worse than ever, into the country, and his career was substantially ended. John Adams, after residing 3 years in Boston, during which he avers he cheerfully sacrificed interest, health, ease, and pleasure in serving the people, and stood by them much longer than they would stand by themselves, said that he had learned wisdom from experience, meant certainly to become more retired and cautious, and to mind his farm and his office. Exclaiming, "Farewell politics," he removed to Braintree to gain strength for subsequent years of noble service to his country. "I was asked," Bernard wrote to Hutchinson, "by one of the ministry today who that John Adams was. I gave as favorable an answer as I could, but not such as would have justified the appointment to him of an office of trust. Adams became a looker-on in politics, keeping his office in Boston, and his diary supplies glimpses of men and things in the town. He mentions meetings at clubs and parties, Otis, Hancock, and Adams, which shows that the political differences did not interrupt social intercourse. As Adams was one day taking a pipe with Judge Trowbridge, the judge remarked, Adam relates, "You will never get your health till your mind is at ease. If you tire yourself with business, but especially with politics, you won't get well." Adams said, "I don't meddle with politics nor think about them." "Except," said the judge, "by writing in the papers." "I'll be sworn," replied Adams, "I have not wrote one line in the newspapers these 2 years." Thomas Cushing, Speaker of the House of Representatives, was now widely known in England by his name, having signed to the public papers and was spoken there as the leader of the Whigs in this country. But though his character and position give him influence yet, Dr. Eliot says, he had less political zeal than Otis or Adams or Hancock, and was not esteemed the leader here. He is represented at this time by John Adams as inclined to temporize, but an incident shows that he could be spirited. Cushing, last night, Hutchinson says, on being asked if he was not afraid of a quo warranto against the charter on account of a refusal of the House to do business, answered, "There had been none since the reign of the Stuarts, and they dared not send one here." Warren, at 30, moved in the circle formed by these characters, and others not less worthy, enjoying their friendship and respect. He rented the house on Hanover Street, on the site of the present American House, which he occupied during the remainder of his life, and he was a member of the Congregational Church in Brattle Street, of which Dr. Cooper was the pastor. He had, 1772, 2 sons and 2 daughters. A Negro slave made part of his household, who was perhaps a family servant, whom he took when he hired the house. He was in the full circle of medical practice, as is attested by his bills and a portion of his daybook extant. His brother John, who had just graduated from Harvard College, was with him as a medical student, and a number of young men pursued their professional studies under his direction. Though of marked amiability of character, he was naturally high-tempered, impulsive, and quick to resent an insult. At times he was passionate. One evening, when the British troops were quartered in the town, he was challenged in a burly way by a sentinel, when Warren knocked him down. He could be vehement in the expressions of feeling. On an occasion when his spirit was stirred by the taunts that British officers were uttering on the Americans, he said to William Eustis, subsequently the governor of Massachusetts, "These fellows say we won't fight. By heavens, I hope I shall die up to my knees in blood." I have met with no criticisms on Warren's public conduct or any accounts of differences between him and the Patriots, and the manner in which all that his contemporaries refer to him warrants the remark that those who knew him best were the most attached to him. Biography is something more than a strain of panegyric, but a warm contemporary panegyric, when supported by the tenor of a life, may be used in making up an estimate of character. The following strain, in an elegy printed about a fortnight after Warren's death, indicates that he attained an enviable reputation as a man and a physician. Sure, godlike Warren, on thy natal hour, some star propitious shed its brightest power. By nature's hand, with a taste and genius formed, thy generous breast with every virtue warmed. Thy mind imbued with sense, thy form with grace, and all thy virtues penciled in thy face. Grave wisdom marked thee as his favorite child, and on thy youth indulgent science smiled. Well pleased, she led thee to her sacred bower, and to thy hands consigned her healing power. In the lifelike diary of John Adams, there are glimpses of Warren as he mingled with his friends during these 2 years in the joys of social life, loving and beloved. Here Warren is seen receiving the future President of the United States at his own table, dining in the historic Hancock House on Beacon Street with Cooper, Adams, and others when they were treated with green tea, which Adams hoped was imported from Holland but did not know, making one of a party at Samuel Adams's house, where Otis was more than usually social, steady, and rational, meeting with the Club, a brilliant circle of politicians and divines, among whom were 2 Coopers and the Adamses, where he doubtless enjoyed the dispute that arose about wit, in which Dr. Cooper cited the proverb that an ounce of mother wit was worth a pound of clergy, and Otis repeated another, perhaps with feeling, that an ounce of prudence was worth a pound of wit, and dining with the Merchants' Club at the coffee house, who had met here for 20 years. I have stated that Warren was a member of 2 of the political clubs, a select circle of the prominent politicians, and the North End Caucus. Dr. Eliot says that one of these clubs in 1772 agreed to increase their number and to meet in a large room, invite a number of substantial mechanics to join them, and hold a kind of caucus pro bono publico. They met in a house near the North Battery, and more than 60 were present at the first meeting. Their regulations were drawn up by Dr. Warren and another gentleman, and they never did anything important without consulting him and his particular friends. It answered a good purpose to get such a number of mechanics together, and though a number of Whigs of the first character in the town were present, they always had a mechanic for moderator, generally one who could carry many votes by his influence. By this body of men, the most important matters were decided. They agreed who should be in town offices, in the General Court, in Provincial Congress from Boston. This caucus met about 2 years in the house near the North Battery, and then at the Green Dragon Tavern in Union Street. Dr. Eliot was assured by some that the most prominent characters of this caucus, that they were guided by the prudence and skillful management of Dr. Warren, who, with all his zeal and irritability, was a man calculated to carry on any secret business, and that no man ever did manifest more vigilance, circumspection, and care. In this way, the useful instrumentality of the club was organized for more efficient service than ever. The press continued its high-toned course, though the public mind continued calm. "We have been free from disturbance this winter," Hutchinson wrote in March. "The scurrility of the newspapers has been much as it used to be, and about as much regarded." This apathy in the people, with the divisions among the Whig leaders, led him at times to ignore the steady setting of the current towards doctrines which he held to be fatal, and to build up a hope on things that were really transient. "I am apt enough," he now wrote, February 12, 1772, "to look on the dark side of the prospect, but at present I have more spirits to encounter what is before me, or else really there is a better prospect than there has been of some good degree of peace and order, without giving up any part of the prerogative." It seemed hardly possible that the community, now so quiet, was the same which, 2 years before, had been stirred on the waves of a fearful passion by the baptismal flow of innocent blood for American liberty. The town had determined to have an annual commemoration of the massacre. An influential committee chosen to select the orator unanimously selected Warren, who was thus called upon to become the exponent of the community when the Whig cause was far from being hopeful. On the anniversary morning, March 5, 1772, with his mind filled with the thought he was to utter, he might have read in the Tory organ the newsletter, an able communication, filling 1 side and a half, which commenced in the following strain. "Among the many novel doctrines broached by our newspaper politicians, there is none more wild and chimerical or big with greater mischiefs to the colonies than this, that the king, with each and every of the colonial assemblies, forms so many complete and entire separate governments, independent of the realm of England." This was partisan misrepresentation made in the face of constant denials by the Whigs that they entertained such ideas of independence. The just division line between the purely colonial and the imperial was not precisely defined in written law, and because political science had not reached a sufficiently advanced point to define it, but it was practically understood in America. The colonists had grasped that the idea of a local self-government, which is now pronounced to be the basis of constitutional freedom, and which that admirable statesman Sir William Molesworth 15 years ago advocated for the British colonies with such a signal triumph that the London Times called him the liberator and regenerator of the colonial empire of Great Britain. On this anniversary, the town met in legal meeting in Faneuil Hall at 9 o'clock when Richard Dana was chosen the moderator. He was an eminent lawyer of unblemished private character and large public spirit, whose name often occurs in connection with the proceedings of the Patriots. It happened to be the forenoon of the ancient Thursday lecture, and when the town voted to adjourn to the Old South, it fixed 12:30 to assemble again. At this hour, the town was called to order in the church. The pulpit was covered with black cloth. That capacious house, the Gazette says, was thronged with a very respectable assembly consisting of the inhabitants and many of the clergy, not only of this but of the neighboring towns. The newsletter says the vast concourse was composed of both sexes. The object which the popular leaders had in view was to rouse public attention to danger, when aggression was insidious and the aggressors were adroit. The orator, after a remark on the causes of the mighty revolutions in the rise and fall of states, which strike the mind with solemn surprise, paid a tribute to civil government. When it had for its object the strength and security of all, it was one of the richest blessings to mankind, and ought to be held in the highest veneration. In new-formed communities, the grand design of this institution most generally understood, because that equality which prevailed among them is remembered, and everyone feels it to be his interest and duty to preserve, inviolate, a constitution founded on free principles on which the public safety depends. It was a noble fidelity to such a free constitution that raised Rome to her summit of glory, gave her peace at home, and extended her dominion abroad. But when this fidelity decayed, she became the scorn and derision of nations, and a monument of this eternal truth, that public happiness depends on a virtuous and unshaken attachment to a free constitution. The orator next urged that it was this noble attachment to a free constitution that inspired the first settlers of this country, who, rather than carry on a civil war to obtain it, left their native land and landed on this barren soil, which they cultivated and defended. At length, after the struggles between liberty and slavery, during the tyrannic reign of the Stuarts, the connection between this colony and Great Britain was settled by the compact of the Charter, which secured to this province, as absolutely as any human instrument could do it, all the liberties and immunities of British subjects. And it is undeniably true that the greatest and most important right of a British subject is, that he shall be governed by no laws but those to which, either in person or by his representative, he hath given his consent. This is the grand basis of British freedom. It is interwoven with the Constitution, and whenever this is lost, the Constitution must be destroyed. The orator then considered the division of this Constitution copied here into 3 branches, with the characteristics of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, composing the lawmaking power, the governor representing the king, the council, the lords, and the House of Representatives, the House of Commons, in which only a tax can originate, and only when the consent of these branches was obtained was taxation legal. In the name of justice, how could the late Acts of Parliament taxing America be constitutionally binding? Are the members of the House of Commons the democracy of the province? If not, can they originate a bill taxing the people here? Are the Lords the peers of America? If not, no act of theirs can be said to be that of our aristocratic branch. The power of the monarchic branch, we with pleasure acknowledge, resides in the king, who may act either in person or by his representative. A proclamation for raising money in America, issued by the king's sole authority, would be equally consistent with the Constitution, and therefore equally binding with the late Acts of Parliament imposing a revenue, for all their validity arose from his approval. By what figure of rhetoric can the inhabitants of Massachusetts be called free subjects, when they are obliged to obey implicitly such laws as are made for them by men 3,000 miles off, whom they know not, and whom they never have empowered to act for them? Or how can they be said to have property, if such a foreign body can oblige them to deliver a part or the whole of their substance without their consent? If in this way they may be taxed, even in the smallest trifle, they may also, without their consent, be deprived of everything they possess, although never so valuable, never so dear. The order then dwelt on the means used to enforce these acts. A standing army, with the intention to overawe the inhabitants, and portrayed its baneful influences. He dwelt on the massacre, the removal of the troops, and the trial of the soldiers. He commented on the astonishing infatuation in the British councils, which dictated the repeated attacks on the freedom of the colonies, and even from the point of interest, could see no gains from the policy which they might not secure by the smooth channel of commerce. The trade of the colonies contributed to the amazing increase of the riches of Britain, and it was the earnest desire of people here that she might continue to enjoy the same emoluments until her streets were paved with American gold. The orator closed in a fervent strain on liberty. He expressed the confidence that the justice of the American cause would finally open the eyes of the British nation to their true interest and not suffer their honor to be sported away by a capricious ministry. They nourish in their own breasts a noble love of liberty. They hold her dear, and they know that all who have once possessed her charms had rather die than suffer her to be torn from their embraces. The orator expressed confidence that his countrymen had a like love of liberty and had the spirit to defend it. There is so much of the ruling passion of his life, his own lofty spirit, in the closing strain, that I refrain from making an abstract, but cite it entire. I am confident that you will never betray the least want of spirit when called upon to guard your freedom. None but they who set a just value upon the blessings of liberty are worthy to enjoy her. Your illustrious fathers were her zealous votaries. When the blasting frowns of tyranny drove her from public view, they clasped her in their arms, they cherished her in their generous bosoms, they brought her safe over the rough ocean, and fixed her seat in this then dreary wilderness. They nursed her infant age with the most tender care. For her sake they patiently bore the severest hardships. For her support they underwent the most rugged toils. In her defense they boldly encountered the most alarming dangers. Neither the ravenous beasts that ranged the woods for prey, nor the more furious savages of the wilderness could damp their ardor. Whilst with one hand they broke the stubborn glebe, with the other they grasped their weapons, ever ready to protect her from danger. No sacrifice, not even their own blood, was esteemed too rich a libation for her altar. God prospered their valor. They preserved her brilliancy unsullied. They enjoyed her whilst they lived, and, dying, bequeathed the dear inheritance to your care. And, as they left you this glorious legacy, they have undoubtedly transmitted to you some portion of their noble spirit, to inspire you with virtue to merit her, and courage to preserve her. You surely cannot, with such examples before your eyes as every page of the history of this country affords, suffer your liberties to be ravished from you by lawless force or cajoled away by flattery and fraud. The voice of your father's blood cries to you from the ground, "My sons, scorn to be slaves." In vain we met the frowns of tyrants. In vain we left our native land. In vain we crossed the boisterous ocean, found a new world, and prepared it for the happy residence of liberty. In vain we toiled. In vain we fought. We bled in vain, if you, our offspring, want valor to repel the assaults of her invaders. Stain not the glory of your worthy ancestors, but like them, resolve never to part with your birthright. Be wise in your deliberations and determined in your exertions for the preservation of your liberties. Follow not the dictates of passion, but enlist yourselves under the sacred banner of reason. Use every method in your power to secure your rights. At least prevent the curses of posterity from being heaped upon your memories. If you, with united zeal and fortitude, oppose the torrent of oppression, if you feel the true fire of patriotism burning in your breasts, if you from your souls despise the most gaudy dress that slavery can wear, if you really prefer the lonely cottage, whilst blessed with liberty, to gilded palaces surrounded with the ensigns of slavery, you may have the fullest assurance that tyranny, with her whole accursed train, will hide their hideous heads in confusion, shame, and despair. If you perform your part, you must have the strongest confidence that the same Almighty Being who protected your pious and venerable forefathers, who enabled them to turn a barren wilderness into a fruitful field, who so often made bare his arm for their salvation, will still be mindful of you, their offspring. May this Almighty Being graciously preside in all our councils. May he direct us to such measures as he himself shall approve and be pleased to bless. May we ever be a people favored of God. May our land be a land of liberty, the seat of virtue, the asylum of the oppressed, a name and a praise in the whole world, until the last shock of time shall bury the empires of the world in one common, undistinguished ruin. In this effort, the orator met the expectations of his friends. Hutchinson, on remarking on the increase of the popularity of Warren, says, "Though he gained no great applause for his oratorical abilities, yet the fervor, which is the most essential part of such compositions, could not fail in its effect on the minds of the great concourse of people present." The press was more generous in its praise. The orator, the Gazette says, had the unanimous applause of his audience, and the newsletter, Tory, adopted these words. The town voted him their thanks and requested a copy of his oration for the press. It was printed, and in this form contributed to the formation of public opinion. It will be observed that it was Warren's main purpose to develop and defend the doctrine as to the power of the colonial legislatures or of internal government, which Hutchinson regarded to be of so dangerous a tendency that he urged that its advocates should be made subject, by a special act of Parliament, to fines, imprisonment, and disqualification for office. Underlying the ornate style, the fervor, and at times extravagant metaphor, there were frankness, clearness of thought, sincerity, strength of argument, and, as was seen in his early letter, the ruling passion of his life, a warm love of country. Behind the oration was the man. Warren was a patriot, and he spoke the timely word of a patriot. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Life and Times of Joseph Warren by Richard Frothingham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Committees of Correspondence. Warren in town meetings. The progress of events. Hutchinson and Adams. The popular leaders. The question of judges' salaries. A town meeting. Committee of Correspondence. Report on the rights of the people. Its effects. March 1772 to January 1773. Warren rendered his next great service in company with his brother patriots. They continued on the defensive. It was the steady purpose of the political party who now ruled England, and for 60 years maintained all that was bigoted and persecuted all that was liberal, to establish an imperial despotism in America. It was the object of the patriots to protect and perpetuate their republican institutions. Americans, it was said, precisely and truly in the press, though represented by their enemies to be in a state of insurrection, mean nothing more than to support those constitutional rights to which the laws of God and nature entitle them. For this the popular leaders now sought union. As they labored in this cause, they did not expect to reap the fruit on the day they sowed the seed, but watched and waited for the growth of public opinion. And when this had ripened, they aimed to clothe the Union sentiment with power by the organization of committees of correspondence. Warren, by going hand in hand with Samuel Adams, identified his name with this vital measure. Warren was on the usual committee at the May town meeting to instruct the representatives, the election canvass of whom had been uncommonly spirited on account of an attempt made to prevent the return of Samuel Adams, which was unsuccessful, and the circumstance rendered the patriot dearer to the people. Warren was also on a large committee raised to consider the tenure of the judges' salaries, which was now much agitated, and in which a vital principle was involved. It was proposed to make the compensation of these officials depend on the Crown, and through the alarming mode of royal instructions, instead of keeping on in the old custom of having this matter determined by the legislature. The committee reported that they could not agree upon any set of instructions, nor could the town agree after long debate to raise a new committee, and it voted to postpone the whole subject. The Patriots, in the conviction that unity was their strength and glory, were urging in the press a mutual free correspondence and a union of the colonies, preparatory to another convention and Congress. There were differences of opinion among the popular leaders, as was indicated in the action of the town meeting. The Tories used the failure of the non-importation scheme to foment these divisions. The session of the General Court, which Hutchinson adjourned from Cambridge to Boston, did not improve the situation of the popular cause. "The session is at length over," Samuel Adams writes. "I have been, as I expected, plagued almost to death with the dubitations of Whigs, and the advantages of the Tories constantly make of them. As we have been adherents of each other, and I believe ever shall, you have shared with me the curses of Tories on the commencement day, when confusion to me and my adherents was given as a toast." And the Patriot added, "This will appear the greater honor done me, as it succeeded the health of Bute, North, Hillsborough, and Bernard." Warren was certainly one of the adherents of Samuel Adams, for, whoever may have doubted and hesitated, he was never undecided and was ever ready for action. Months passed on, however, and no exigency seemed to require a town meeting. The press, under the control of the popular leaders, teemed with proofs of their intelligent judgment of passing events, so that much of their speculation reads now like fulfilled prophecy. They boldly pushed evil principles to their legitimate results and sounded the alarm of fresh aggressions on popular rights. They said, "This country must do something more than either reason or right, or it will soon be the most miserable and ignominious of the earth." It was urged in ringing tones that, after all, the only solid guarantee for the security of public liberty was a union of the colonies. I have no means of specifying Warren's share of this service to the press in rousing the spirit of the people up to the mark of a national movement. Still, the most spirited appeals in the press failed to excite the public mind and produce unusual action. The administration had managed its side so adroitly as to have lulled the people into a false security, and the tameness seemed to be well nigh insurmountable. "The grand design of our adversaries is," Samuel Adams wrote, "to lull us into security and make us easy while the acts remain in force which would prove fatal to us." An event was needed to rouse the people. It was now reported that the 14th Regiment, which had remained in Castle William, was soon to be removed to Boston and encamped on the Common, when petitions were presented to the selectmen for a town meeting, the name of Samuel Adams being at the head of one and that of Warren near it. The selectmen issued a warrant for a meeting, but as the report was contradicted, the warrant was revoked. In spite of the steady aggression of arbitrary power, town and country remained tranquil. However, the commissioners of the customs might have irritated the commercial world by the use of writs of assistance. When smuggling was pronounced patriotism, no great general grievance stirred the body of the people of Massachusetts, to say nothing of the other colonies. The statutes interdicting trade and prohibiting domestic manufacture were dead letters. Customs and laws in other countries, arbitrary and oppressive, had no foothold in America. No tenth of the product of labor was exacted as a tax. No secret process, as in France, abducted idolized leaders. No attempt had been made to carry the popular champions to London Tower. There had been no arrests. Each colony had met, for the most part, with success. The strain on its local government, the action in the spirit of tyranny was insidious, and the people, especially the yeomanry who were unmolested in their individual and communal freedom, were enjoying a season of rare material prosperity. Experience shows that, however thoroughly vital principles may be grasped, or however tenaciously they may be held, mankind do not risk the solid blessings of peace, practical liberty, and good government for the sake of a principle however sound, or to put down an abstraction however false, but are rather disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable. The state of things in the colonies illustrates the correctness of this sentence of the Declaration. The policy of the ministry was judged to be fatal to popular rights, yet it needed sharper aggressions on them to stir the popular depths and justify measures that might affect life, fortune, and honor. A change was now made in the American Department of Ministry. Lord Hillsborough was forced by his colleagues to resign, and Lord Dartmouth was appointed to his place. Hutchinson said, "No minister ever went out of office with greater honor." Adams said, "He has the curses of the disinterested and better part of the colonists." His insult to Franklin shows meanness, and his haughty exercise of arbitrary power proves that he deserved the scathing contemporary criticism. Lord Dartmouth, amiable and of high personal character, had been friendly to the colonies, which, in reality, meant nothing more in his class than to concede that they had a claim to be well governed. The hope, however, was indulged that he would recognize their right to govern themselves. But it was the purpose of the king and the Tory party to consolidate power in the colonies at the expense of the popular element, and arbitrary royal instructions soon made it plain that the ministry had no intention of yielding the principle of parliamentary supremacy, and that the king's prerogative was not to be held as an abstraction. A feature which, on Hutchinson's appointment, was termed a novelty, it became evident was the settled purpose of the ministry. Lord Dartmouth now advised Governor Hutchinson that the king, in order to secure the real dependence of local officials on the crown, had the right to provide for their salaries, and that the compensation of the judges of the Superior Court was placed on a footing which made them independent of grants by the General Court. This instruction was regarded as fresh proof that the party in power intended to persist in aggression on republican customs and laws with the consistency of system. Still, this aggression was not of a nature to rouse the public mind, nor were the popular leaders agreed on the action which the exigency required. The divisions indicated in the May town meeting, already referred to, continued. These, however, rather touched matters of expediency than of principle, for there do not appear to have been radical differences among the friends of the popular cause. It is not difficult to state with a good degree of precision the relations of the more prominent actors at this time to passing events. Otis had substantially completed the service which makes his fame so rich and his name so dear to his country. Hancock, still at variance with Samuel Adams, was averse to taking unusual action. Cushing, who was not of the class of positive men, was in favor of trusting to an increase of population, the masterly inactivity policy, for an ultimate solution of the question in favor of the colonies. John Adams, thirsty for learning and bent on achieving triumphs at the bar, still kept aloof from politics and had so planned his future that he hoped, though vainly, to avoid even thinking of them. Molyneux, through zealous, reliable, and bold, does not rank in the class of leaders, and the selectmen, Austin, Marshall, Scollay, and Newell, all but Oliver Wendell, shared in Hancock's hesitancy. Others, however, were for decisive measures. Josiah Quincy was urging, through the press, the necessity of immediate action. Warren heartily sympathized with this view, and was soon to show that his whole soul was bent on politics. Samuel Adams lived in the contemplation of public affairs, and down to the Declaration of Independence, by his weight of character, bore a relation to the American cause like that which Pym, with his massive strength, sustained in the English Revolution. He was one of those rare men in whom theory is so thoroughly rooted that they stand as a type, and yet whom practical sense is so predominant that they apprehend and reflect the paramount want of a time. His vigilance was sleepless. His efforts were untiring. His soul was energized with the purpose of saving the liberties of his country. He viewed the proposed change in the judicial tenure as another violation of vital constitutional principles, and as designed to aid in the subjugation of a people, he said, who, of all the people on the earth, deserved most to be free. He urged, as the pressing want, a union of the colonies for the support of their constitutional rights. For this his spirit hungered and thirsted, and only in this could he see strength in future triumph. Meantime, Governor Hutchinson watched with an anxious eye the progress of events. The divisions in the popular ranks and the recriminations in the press were his warrant for writing, June 22, 1772, "The union of the colonies is pretty well broke. I hope I shall never see it renewed. Indeed, our Sons of Liberty, for all their illiberal treatment of all in authority as for their shuffling in the late non-importation project, are hated and despised by their former brethren in New York and Pennsylvania, and it must be something very extraordinary ever to reconcile them. Hutchinson saw the doctrine as to the power of the local legislatures affecting, he said, all the executive parts of the administration of affairs, and constantly gaining ground, and he looked upon this doctrine as being fatal to the theory of supremacy of Parliament, which, he says, was the all-in-all of his own politics. If he was often a shrewd observer of the progress of ideas, he proved but an indifferent prophet on the signs of the times. Circumstances had so warped his judgment as to the habit and genius of his countrymen that he predicted they would discard this doctrine if the British nation with one voice would condemn it, or if Parliament at every hazard would maintain its supremacy. For then, he says, all this new doctrine of independence would be disavowed, and the first inventors or broachers of it would be sacrificed to the rage of the people who had been deluded by them. Intelligence now came of the final determination of the ministry as to the tenure of the judges' salaries, which made them independent of the local and fundamental law. The last vessels from England, Josiah Quincy said in the Boston Gazette of September 28th, tell us the judges and the subalterns have got salaries from Great Britain. Is it possible this last movement should not move us and drive us, not to desperation, but to our duty? The blind may see, the callous must feel, the spirited will act, and the words of the noble man were not too strong when the people's rights were to be subjected to the will of one man. It was now proposed to consolidate the popular party by an organization to be known as Committees of Correspondence, to constitute an authentic medium for an interchange of views and for promoting concert of action. Samuel Adams had long mused on the feasibility of this scheme, and the more he mused on it, the stronger grew his desire to realize it. If the towns of Massachusetts, he now wrote, would begin this work, it would, in his opinion, extend from colony to colony, and thus united, the people would be enabled to resist successfully the measures of the ministry. The idea of a union of the colonies was nearly as old as their foundation. The mode of committees of correspondence had often been suggested, but the fame of a statesman consists in an embodiment, at the right time, of a great thought into a wise measure. Let the authentic record attest how large a credit is due for the inauguration of committees of correspondence, and hence for a movement towards the first national party in this country, to Samuel Adams and Joseph Warren. Hutchinson was now greatly disturbed at the tone of the press. He did not resign his place on the bench when he became governor. In a trial in Worcester, where he presided as Chief Justice, there was tampering in the selection of the jury, and he said, in an opinion, that the non-importation agreement was against the laws of God and man. This case was elaborately and severely criticized in the journals. In one of the articles, Josiah Quincy asked the salient question whether, under the cover of law, it was not the policy of the times, from Mansfield to the lowest subaltern in office, to eradicate and render worthless the trial by jury? Hutchinson, as he now urged a prosecution of the printers, wrote, "There is a great clamor about the judges' salaries. The town is full of cabals. The papers are more treasonable than ever, and the leaders of the people make every new measure subserve their purpose to promote discontent and rekindle a flame among them." Some of the popular leaders regarded the exigency so alarming as to require extraordinary measures. They were of the class of minds who believe that God works in the courses of history, and they said that union was the only method which Providence pointed out for the preservation of their rights. They represented the feeling of reverence and the growing Americanism of the time. Two of this class were Samuel Adams and Joseph Warren. It was their aim to rouse the public mind from its lethargy into political action worthy of a great cause, and they are seen working together not only in the initial movement of the town meeting, but in the steady and arduous labors of which this meeting was the parent. Petitions were now circulated for a town meeting. One of them, October 14, 1772, which had more than 100 signatures, stated as the object of the meeting an inquiry into the truth of the report that stipends were affixed by order of the Crown to the offices of the Justice of the Superior Court of Judicature of this province. It declared that a judiciary wholly dependent on the Crown would not be suffered by the people of Great Britain and ought not to be tolerated by any free people, and that the establishment would poison the streams of justice and complete the ruin of the liberties of the people. The selectmen received the petition on the 20th, and on the next day issued a warrant for the meeting. The petition was printed October 26th in the Gazette. The Patriots were of one mind as to the dangerous nature of the last aggression, but differed as to the best way of meeting it. One of the petitioners for the meeting says in the Gazette, "I should esteem myself happy should it be a full one. I wish the people would lay the axe to the root of the tree and sleep no longer on the bosom of destruction. The influence of your example, my brethren, may produce a glorious effect. Our situation is indeed critical. May wisdom and a proper portion of spirit govern the debates of the town, and may the province which shares in the distress be seasonably awakened. What language can possibly express our complaints? What would the English say if the King of France should come at the head of 100,000 men to impose laws upon England?" The official now enjoying the honors and emoluments of Governor and Chief Justice was moved by the circulation of these petitions to enlighten his new superior in office on the cause of this expression of feeling in the press and movement among the people. "The source, my lord," he wrote October 23rd to Lord Dartmouth, "of all this irregularity is a false opinion broached at the time of the Stamp Act, and ever since cultivated until it has become general that the people of the colonies are subject to no authority but their own legislatures, and that the acts of the Parliament of Great Britain, which is every day in print termed a foreign state, are not obligatory. All attempts to punish the public assertors of this doctrine and other seditious and treasonable tenets deduced from it have failed, and whilst this opinion prevails, there seems but little reason to hope that a grand jury will present or a petty jury convict. Until this opinion prevailed, the people of this province saw the necessity of government and were disposed to support its authority. Could it be eradicated, I doubt not the disposition would again take place. I know the cause of the disease, but am at a loss for a proper remedy." The town meeting in Faneuil Hall on the 28th day of October, in spite of the urgent appeals in the press, was not large, though there was a respectable attendance. This was ascribed to the busy season of the year, to differences as to points of policy in the popular ranks, to the dexterity of the Tories in fomenting these divisions, and to the opinion of some that the town was not the most appropriate organization to consider the question at issue. The presence of John Hancock as the moderator must have dashed all Hutchinson's hope of detaching him from his party, and, if he were opposed to the creation of committees of correspondence, which was the understood object of the meeting, his service showed that his love of the cause and a desire to see unity in its ranks predominated over any small pride of opinion. There was, the report of the meeting reads, the coolest and most candid debate and deliberation, but not a word that was uttered is preserved. Samuel Adams read a cheering letter from Marblehead, written by Elbridge Gerry, who subsequently was the governor of Massachusetts and vice president of the United States, averring that it was no longer matter of doubt that the ministry were determined to deprive the colonies of their constitutional rights, expressing the hope that people would have virtue enough to withstand the attempt, and pledging that town to be ever ready in attention to the great subject with interest or life. This was received with great satisfaction. The town, the Gazette says, came into a very full vote, there being only one hand held up against it, and that through inattention, as the person assures us, to prepare a decent and respectful message to the governor. Samuel Adams, Joseph Warren, and Benjamin Church were chosen to frame it, when the meeting adjourned till the afternoon. The committee, in the afternoon, reported the draft of a brief message to be presented to the governor. It stated, as the nature of the report believed to be well grounded, that stipends were affixed to the offices of the judges, contrary to ancient and invariable usage, that it spread alarm among all considerate persons who had heard of it, in town or country, that the measure was viewed as tending to complete the system of their slavery, and, as the judges held their places during pleasure, That establishment appeared big with fatal evils. The message requested the governor to inform the town whether he had received such advice as to create the assurance in his mind that such establishment had been or was likely to be made. The draft, the Gazette says, was freely canvassed and finally accepted by a very full vote, nemine contradicenti, and thereupon William Phillips, Esquire, the Honorable James Otis, Esquire, Mr. Samuel Adams, Dr. Joseph Warren, Dr. Benjamin Church, Mr. Timothy Newell, and Colonel Thomas Marshall were appointed to wait on His Excellency with the same. 2 of the committee were of the Board of Selectmen. The meeting now adjourned for 2 days. The committee, on the next day, waited on the governor to present the message of the town. Samuel Adams, just before going, wrote a letter to Elbridge Gerry, and having penned these words, "This country must shake off their intolerable burdens at all events. Every day strengthens our oppressors and weakens us. If each town would declare its sense of these matters, I am persuaded our enemies would not have it in their power to divide us." He made a dash with his pen and closed by saying he was going with the committee to His Excellency. Adams expected a negative reply. Still, he says, it was his object to prefer requests which could not be justly branded as unconstitutional, but which every friend of the popular cause would pronounce to be reasonable, while the executive, in refusing to comply with them, must necessarily put himself in the wrong in the opinion of honest and sensible men. As a consequence, such reasonable and manly measures as the people might adopt for their security would be more reconcilable to timid minds, and thus the vital point would be reached of harmony and unanimity. This explanation is a key to the whole of a movement which resulted in a great revolutionary deed, of which this action was, as it were, the threshold. At the adjournment of the meeting, October 30th, an answer of the governor to the message of the town was read, in which he said it was not proper for him to lay before the inhabitants any part of his correspondence as a governor, and he declined to say whether he had or had not received advices relative to the public officers of the government, but said he was ready to gratify the inhabitants upon every regular application to him on business of public concernment to the town, consistently with fidelity to the trust which His Majesty had reposed in him. A committee, James Otis, Samuel Adams, and Thomas Cushing, was now appointed to draft a petition for presentation to the governor. They framed a compact and admirable paper. It represented that the new measure as to the judges' salaries was contrary not only to the plain and obvious sense of the Charter, but also to some of the fundamental principles of the common law, to the benefit of which all British subjects, whether dispersed throughout the British Empire, were indubitably entitled, that the judges should hold their commissions, not at the pleasure of the Crown, but during good behavior, and that the charge appeared fraught with such fatal evils that the most distant thought of its taking effect filled the public mind with dread, and the petition asked that the governor would be pleased to allow the General Assembly to meet at the time to which it stood prorogued, in order that, in that constitutional body with whom it is to inquire into grievances and redress them, the joint wisdom of the province may be employed in deliberating and determining on a matter so important and alarming. Their draft was accepted, and the committee appointed to carry the message of the town, Warren being a member, was directed to wait on His Excellency with this petition. The town then adjourned to meet on the 2nd day of November at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at Faneuil Hall, the Gazette says, to receive an answer to the petition and take such further measures as this most important affair may require. On the morning of the 2nd day of November, the day on which the town was to meet, the Boston Gazette had 7 columns of matter on politics and shone in the glory of a free press, endeavoring to kindle an influence in favor of a just cause. One of the communications is addressed to the people of America. The writer said that tyranny, like time and death, was creeping on unperceived, and, full of the central thought of a union, he urged that the only method that promised any prospect of a preservation of freedom was for the people to unite in remonstrance to the king, and to say that, unless their liberties were restored whole and entire, they would form an independent commonwealth, after the example of the Dutch provinces, secure their ports, and offer a free trade to all nations. "My brethren," the patriot says, "our present situation is dangerous, but not desperate. Let us now unite like a band of brothers in the noblest cause, look to heaven for assistance, and he who made us free will crown our labors with success." The style and sentiment are like the Oration of Warren. The reverence and spirit of nationality reflected the spirit of the time. The meeting in the afternoon at Faneuil Hall was not large, though it was respectable in numbers and character, showing that there needed a fresh impulse to rouse the public mind. The governor, in an answer, declined to allow the assembly to meet at the time to which it stood prorogued, saying that he had determined, before receiving the address of the town, to prorogue it to a further time, that the reasons presented had not altered his opinion, and, if he should meet the assembly contrary to his own judgment, he should yield to the town the exercise of this part of the prerogative, and should be unable to justify his conduct to the king. In the closing paragraph he remarked, "There would, moreover, be a danger of encouraging the inhabitants of the other towns in the province to assemble from time to time in order to consider the necessity or expediency of a session of the General Assembly, or to debate and transact other matters which the law that authorizes towns to assemble does not make the business of a town meeting." This high-toned paper was read several times, and after considering it and voting it to be unsatisfactory, the meeting resolved that they have, ever had, and ought to have, a right to petition the king or his representative for the redress of such grievances as they feel, or for preventing of such as they have reason to apprehend, and to communicate their sentiments to other towns. Hutchinson pleads, in his history, that this was waiving the point, that he had taken no exception to the right of petition, nor to the communication of sentiment from one town to another, but that his exception had been to the assumption by towns, as corporations, to act beyond limits defined by the law. But he does not define the legal limit nor the illegal assumption. Had the towns a right to petition, and yet no right to meet for their purpose of determining by debate what their position should contain? The truth is that Hutchinson, in accordance with his private correspondence, denied indirectly, and meant to deny, the right of the towns to hold meetings to consider political questions, and his special plea, in the court of history, is an afterthought and a subterfuge. Samuel Adams, after the passage of this resolve, made the motion which the Tories termed the source of the rebellion, and which Bancroft says included the whole revolution. He moved that a committee of correspondence to be appointed to consist of 21 persons to state the rights of the colonists and of this province in particular, as men, as Christians, and as subjects, to communicate and publish the same to the several towns in this province and to the world, as the sense of this town, with the infringements and violations thereof that have been, or from time to time may be made, also requesting of each town a free communication of their sentiments on this subject. This motion was carried nemine contradicenti. When the names of Hancock, Cushing, and Phillips, representatives, and Austin and Scollay, selectmen, with others, were announced as members of this committee, they declined, not because they were opposed to the measure, but on the ground that their private business would not admit of their acceptance. The committee are recorded in the following order: James Otis, Samuel Adams, Joseph Warren, Benjamin Church, William Denny, William Greenleaf, Joseph Greenleaf, Thomas Young, William Powell, Nathaniel Appleton, Oliver Wendell, John Sweetser, Hosea Quincy, John Bradford, Richard Boynton, William McKay, Nathaniel Barber, Caleb Davis, Alexander Hill, William Molyneux, Robert Pierpoint. The committee were requested to report to the town as soon as may be when the meeting adjourned. Bancroft says of the three first names, the name of James Otis, who was now but a wreck of himself, appears first on the list as a tribute to former services. The two most important members were Samuel Adams and Joseph Warren. The first now recognized as a masterly statesman and the ablest political writer in New England. The second, a rare combination of gentleness with daring courage, of respect for law, with the all-controlling love of liberty. The two men never failed each other. The one growing old, the other in youthful manhood, thinking one set of thoughts, having one heart for their country, joining in one career of policy and action, differing only in this, that, while Warren still clung to the hope of conciliation, Adams ardently desired, as well as clearly foresaw, the conflict for independence. This committee, until it was in a measure superseded by the Committee of Safety, was the executive power of the popular party of Boston, and indeed virtually of the whole province. It proceeded with a vigor and efficiency, and yet with a caution rarely witnessed in political action. It organized at its first meeting, November 3rd, by choosing James Otis chairman and William Cooper clerk. Its members gave to each other the pledge of honor, not to divulge any part of their conversation at their meetings to any person whatsoever, excepting what the committee itself should make known. It immediately arranged for the preparation of the report which it was instructed to make to the town, assigning to Adams the general exposition of the rights of the colonies, to Warren the specification of the violation of these rights, and to Church the framing of a circular letter to be addressed to the towns. Governor Hutchinson informed Lord Dartmouth of the appointment of the committee on the day it entered upon its labors, and stated the objects of the town meeting that created it, and 10 days later he expressed further views relative to the meeting and the character of the committee. The reckless faction in the town, he said, had pleased themselves with hopes of fresh disturbances out of the question of the judges' salaries. They had taken the usual first step of a town meeting, which was brought on with an intent to raise a general flame. On the 3rd of November, he was not apprehensive that this design would succeed, and on the 13th, he expressed still more pointedly the opinion that the movement would fail. Hitherto, he says of the popular leaders, they have fallen much short of their expectation, and, even in this town, have not been able to revive the old spirit of mobbing, and the only dependence left is to keep up a correspondence through the province by committees of the several towns, which is such a foolish scheme that they must make themselves ridiculous. He thus laid out his own course. In common times, he said, he should have refused any other answer to the town's petition than to acquaint it, that the purpose for which it assembled was not lawful, but he thought it best not to irritate. I immediately, he says, prorogued the court, the journals say to the 6th of January, and sooner than I otherwise should have done, to show them that I would not give the least encouragement to their unwarrantable doings, there being no law to support towns in transacting any other business than what is of public concernment to the towns. But the inhabitants of Boston, like the livery of London, have been for a long time used to concern themselves with all the affairs of government. The governor ought to have remembered that the customs of a people are part of their liberties. On the 13th, he indulged in a strain of disparaging remark on the members of the committee. Strange, he says, that a government which, within a century, was so pure as to suffer no person to be free of their commonwealth who was not one of their church members, should now take for their leaders men who openly contemn all religion, and should join deacons and atheists in one trust, and that they should be instigated by this to some of the clergy who make the highest pretense to devotion, and yet the spirit of political party produces all this. Strange that Hutchinson could write apparently unconscious that the spirit of party was shading his pen drawing, and strange, too, that representations similar to what this letter contained should have been read to the king and made the basis of cabinet action. On this day, November 3rd, Samuel Adams sent to Arthur Lee, who was in London, his view of Hutchinson's course. Adams gave an assurance that the body of a long insulted people would bear insult and oppression no longer than until they felt it in themselves strength to shake off the yoke, and if they had not gathered so fully as formerly in town meetings, it was partly from the opinion of some that there was no method left to be taken but the last, which was also the opinion of many in the country. And he characterized the leading Tories around him as the most artful, plausible, and insinuating men, and some of them the most malicious enemies of the common rights of mankind. His thought ran on the nature of free governments, and the indignity of submission to arbitrary power, and his maledictions were upon those who were plotting the ruin of American liberties. On the next day, November 4th, in a letter to James Warren, besides hoping that Mother Plymouth would see her way clear to have a meeting to second Boston, which had thought proper to take what the Tories apprehend to be leading steps, he said, he had neither time nor inclination to take up his thoughts in complaining of tyrants or tyranny, for it was more than time this country was rid of both. His words are, "We have long had it thrown in our faces that the country in general is under no such fears of slavery, but are well pleased with the measures of administration. Whenever the friends of the country shall be assured of each other's sentiments, that spirit which is necessary will not be wanting." As the subcommittee were at work on their report, Adams received, November 10th, a letter from Elbridge Gerry, who said, "The steps taken by our vigilant metropolis, I am well assured, will succeed, but should they fail, the merit of those worthies who oppose the strides of tyranny will not be diminished, neither would their being overpowered by numbers alter the heroism of their conduct." The reply of Adams is not less high-toned. He expressed great satisfaction that the Friends of Liberty in Marblehead were active, that the pulse of the people of Plymouth beat high, that a great number in Cambridge petitioned for a town meeting, that Roxbury was to act on Monday, and said, "May God grant that the love of liberty, and a zeal to support it, may enkindle in every town." The town, on the 20th of November, on the warrant of the selectmen, met in Faneuil Hall to receive the report of the Committee of Correspondence. It was first read by the chairman, James Otis, and afterwards by the moderator, John Hancock. It consisted of 3 divisions, entitled first, "A State of the Rights of the Colonists and of this Province in particular," which was the portion allotted to Adams, and makes 12 pages of the pamphlet. Second, "A List of the Infringements and Violations of those Rights," which was the part assigned to Warren, and makes 16 pages. Third, "A Letter of Correspondence with the Other Towns," of 6 pages, was Church's portion. The Gazette says the report was thoroughly examined and amended by the town, when it was accepted by a full vote, nemine contradicente. The town then voted that these proceedings be printed, and ordered the town clerk to sign printed copies of the same, in the name and behalf of the town, to be sent to the selectmen of each town and district in the province, and to such other gentlemen as the committee shall direct. Thus the matter is left to the candid consideration of our brethren and fellow subjects in general. The town meeting, about 10 o'clock p.m., was dissolved. 600 copies of the report which had been adopted were printed and sent out to the towns and to prominent Whigs and other colonies. The first portion of this report consists mostly of a statement of abstract principles. The rights of the colonists are classified under 3 heads entitled Rights as Men, as Christians, and as Subjects. Here are announced the right of expatriation in the face of the English maxim, "Once a subject, always a subject," of just and true liberty, equal and impartial in matters spiritual and temporal, when the dissenter in the mother country was the subject of a penal code and civil disabilities, of the equality of all before the law, so that the report says, citing Locke, "There should be one rule of justice for rich and poor, for the favourite at court and the countryman at the plough." It developed the idea at length that consent is the true basis of law. It affirmed that the legislature had no right to absolute arbitrary power over the lives and fortunes of the people, and could not justly assume to itself a power to rule by extemporary arbitrary degrees, but was bound to see justice dispensed and rightly decided by promulgated standing and known laws, interpreted by a judiciary as independent as far as possible of prince or people. The statement of the basis of personal freedom is radical. If men through fear, fraud, or mistake should in terms renounce or give up any essential natural right, the eternal law of reason and the grand end of society would absolutely vacate such renunciation. The right to freedom being the gift of God Almighty, it is not in the power of man to alienate this gift and voluntarily to become a slave. The argument on taxation was reiterated with great force, and it was denied that there could be any representation in Parliament that would render taxation of the colonies by that body legal. It characterized Magna Charta as a constrained declaration of original, inherent, indefeasible natural rights. It says That great author, that great jurist, and even that court writer, Mr. Justice Blackstone, holds that this recognition was justly obtained, sword in hand, and peradventure it must one day, sword in hand, again rescued and preserved from total oblivion. The second portion of the report, which was assigned to Warren, enumerated under 10 heads the infringements and violations of rights, and began with the remark that they would not fail to excite the attention of all who consider themselves interested in the happiness and freedom of mankind in general, and of this continent and province in particular. To frame an abstract of these 10 counts of this indictment of the British administration would be to repeat the instances already related of their violation. 3 of the counts, however, show so strikingly the grasp there was in the public mind of great ideas as to require comment. The report says that Parliament assumed the power of legislation in all cases whatsoever without obtaining the consent of the inhabitants, which is ever essentially necessary to the rightful establishment of such a legislature, and it affirmed, in relation to a religious establishment, that no power on earth can justly give either temporal or spiritual jurisdiction within this province except the great and general court. It instanced, among the rankest violations of this principle, the royal instructions, interfering with the tenure of the judiciary, rendering one branch of the legislature merely a ministerial engine, and threatening an entire destruction of the liberties of the people. The province, it says, has already felt such effects from these instructions, as we think justly entitle us to say that they threaten an entire destruction of our liberties, and must soon, if not checked, render every branch of our government a useless burden upon the people. This was the idea of local government on which Hutchinson so continuously dwelt. The report presents an indictment, the extending the power of the courts of vice-admiralty to so enormous a degree as deprives the people of the colonies, in a great measure, of their inestimable right to trials by juries, which has ever been justly considered as the grand bulwark and security of English property. It alleged that this right was also infringed in the Acts for preserving His Majesty's Dockyards and in a revival of an obsolete statute of Henry VIII. The British statute is commented on, wherein, while the estates and properties of the people of Great Britain are expressly guarded, those of the colonists are given up to the decision of one dependent, interested judge of admiralty. Thus our birthrights are taken from us, and that, too, with every mark of indignity, insult, and contempt. We may be harassed and dragged from one part of the continent to another, and finally be deprived of our whole property by the arbitrary determination of one biased, capricious judge of admiralty. The report says, the restraining us from erecting slitting mills for manufacturing our iron, the natural produce of this country, is an infringement of that right with which God and nature have invested us to make use of our skill and industry in procuring the necessities and conveniences of life. The acts were cited which restrained the manufacture of hats and carrying wool even over a ferry as oppression, and it is said that inhabitants have long been put to the expense of carrying a bag of wool near 100 miles by land, when the trouble might have been saved by passing over a river. Here is a manly protest against those trammels on colonial enterprise, which the great British economist pronounced a manifest violation of the most sacred rights of mankind. Here, too, is a demand not for a government to supply work to those who live under it, but for the recognition of the right of each individual to select his field of work, to reap its fruits, and enjoy them in security. In a word, here freedom is asked for that industrial energy which has contributed so largely to the growth and glory of the country, and it was asked at a time when arbitrary restrictions on business and labor disgrace the legislation of civilized nations. The last portion of the report, which was assigned to Church, was a brief but spirited letter of correspondence to the other towns, which contained a short epitome of the ideas of the 2 previous portions of the report, a reference to the official papers that passed between the town and the governor, and invited a free communication of sentiment to Boston. If, the letter says, you concur with us in opinion that our rights are properly stated and measures of administration pointed out by us are subversive of these rights, you will doubtless think it of the utmost importance that we stand firm as one man to recover and support them. This report was the boldest and most comprehensive summary of the American cause that had appeared. It is remarkably free from passion, and stating principles and their violation with simplicity, it calmly addressed the reason. It may not, in a literary point of view, rank with the great state papers of Congress, which Lord Chatham subsequently eulogized, but it had the qualities of other Boston state papers, which he now, 1772, perused with avidity as genuine fruits of unsophisticated good sense and of virtue uncorrupted, and, being grandly American, it well supplied the wants of the people on a theme, its own words, of such great and lasting moment as to involve it in the fate of all their posterity. The public mind, however, was so calm, its surface appearing even glassy to earnest souls, that it was feared a failure of the towns to respond to the call of the metropolis would prejudice the cause which it was designed to promote. I wish the measure would take a general run, a zealous patriot, James Warren of Plymouth wrote, December 8, 1772, to Samuel Adams. I shall not fail to exert myself to have as many towns as possible meet, but fear the bigger part of them will not. They are dead, and the dead can't be raised without a miracle. I am sensible that the Tories spare no pains, as you say, to disparage the measures, which, with their other conduct, shows their apprehension. They are nettled much. Adams was prompt to reply, I am very sorry to find in your letter anything that discovers the least approach towards despair. Nil desperatum. That is a motto for you and me. All are not dead, and where there is a spark of patriotic fire, we will rekindle it. Say you that the Tories spare no pains to disparage our measures? I knew they would, and should have greatly doubted of the importance of the measures if they had not been nettled. Anxious, however, as the originators of the measure were for its success, they did not follow the report into the country and speak there in public meetings in its favor. I have not seen the mention of a single address delivered by a Boston orator to a political gathering in the other towns during the 10 years' controversy before the war, nor of a speech delivered by a patriot from the country at a Boston public meeting. The popular leaders relied on correspondence and the press in the promotion of their objects. The report was its own orator. In a few weeks after it was sent out on its mission, the fears of the timid were dispelled, and the faith of the confident was justified. When the selectmen of the towns read it, in their legal meetings, it reached communities which were planted under Christian influences, fixed in habits of personal independence, and invigorated by the customs of freedom, whose youth were nurtured in the common schools, and whose young men were trained in civil affairs in the town meeting. These communities were and are, all over the country, fountains of public spirit that never failed in a crisis to supply a noble conservatism on the side of law and liberty. It was instinctively felt that the report dealt with precious heirlooms which were prized and cherished. As the people mused on its thought, each community kindling its own fires, patriotism warmed, and the flow of sentiment from every quarter to the Boston Committee had the power of an intelligent public opinion. These journals, these photographs of passing time, preserved a picture of this great scene for the admiration of posterity. Their record of the communing of the towns with the metropolis, by addresses, letters, and resolves, often elaborate, ever fresh, and always soul-stirring, is an authentic manifestation of the spirit of the time. They embraced the names of the chief men of the place as the local committee, endorsed the sentiment of the report, pledged to support the metropolis as the exponent of the general cause, and express a desire for union. May every town in this province, are the words of Cambridge, and every colony upon the continent be awakened to a sense of danger, and unite us in the glorious cause of liberty. It becomes us, a town resolved in the heart of the province, to rely no longer on an arm of flesh, but on the arm of that all-powerful God who is able to unite the numerous inhabitants of this extensive country as a band of brothers in one common cause. In a month, 45 towns out of 250 in the province heartily endorsed the report. A week later, it was stated that the number had increased to 80. The announcement was then made that it would be impossible to print the proceedings of all the towns, and to make the selections would be to show impartiality, and for this reason the journal stopped entirely the publication of them. But a card from authority appeared in the journals recommending that the whole of this action in behalf of the rights of America be collected in a volume in order that posterity may know what their ancestors did in the cause of freedom. And each town, however small, was desired and expected to publish its sentiments to the world, in order that its name, with the names already printed, might be included in this catalogue of fame and handed down to future ages. So firm in the faith were this generation that the rising in the horizon was not a rushlight but a sun, destined to illumine the political heavens, and that future ages would hail with acclaim the early gleams of its dawn. The blindness of Toryism was remarkable. Its leaders piled ridicule on the origin of this movement, its object, and its execution. They said there were not 20 men in Faneuil Hall when the circular letter was voted upon, when the selectmen deemed it necessary to certificate 300. They discharged volleys of rhetorical criticism on portions of the phraseology of the report, and they scornfully asked what the band of corresponding committees could do. Hutchinson, unusually obtuse, declaring the plan to be foolish. Franklin of New Jersey saying it was only a scheme to keep the party alive, and not one of them seeing the national power that was germinating. But in after years, Hutchinson says in his history, such principles in government were avowed as would be sufficient to justify the colonies in revolting and forming an independent state. And such instances are given of the infringement of their rights by the exercise of parliamentary authority, as upon like reasons would justify an exception to the authority in all cases whatsoever. Nevertheless, there was color for alleging that it was not expressly denied in every case. The whole frame of it, however, was calculated to strike the colonists with a just claim to independence and to stimulate them to assert it. The closer the story of our national life is studied, the greater must be the attention which the formation and direction of public opinion will command. This appeal of Boston reached the body of the people and revealed the thought that was in their minds prior to their doing a great revolutionary deed. Before this appeal, there were apathy and a feeling of false security. After it, there was a general sense of danger. Before this movement, there was no party organization. After it, the Whigs became connected by a trustworthy representation throughout the province, which widened until it became colonial, and each local committee felt the inspiration of being co-workers with the national party. The scheme found the ball of revolution moving sluggishly. It imparted an irresistible momentum. The report was to the American cause what the Grand Remonstrance was to the English Revolution. A step had been taken in inaugurating the regular action of popular power towards that union which was destined to place on public liberty the most beautiful face that ever adorned that angel form. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Life and Times of Joseph Warren by Richard Frothingham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Destruction of the Tea. Warren on New Year's Day. The Patriots in Union. Hutchinson's speech. Death of Elizabeth Warren. The call for a Congress. Tea importation. Action of Philadelphia. Proceedings of Boston. The destruction of the tea. Contemporary vindication. 1773. January to December. Warren was required to devote himself still more to the public service by being a member of the Committee of Correspondence. Its records attest his continuous labors in the patriot cause. This committee, as the executive power of the Whigs, took the lead in the measures that resulted in the destruction of the tea in Boston Harbor, and Warren was in the foreground of the whole action in this great crisis. I know of no revolutionary deed more worthy of a careful analysis and a grateful remembrance. It brought into requisition the press, the club, the public meeting, and the new party organization. This act of self-preservation, like a decisive battle, influenced the course of events. Warren passed the evening of New Year's Day with a circle of kindred spirits, among whom were Cushing, Pemberton, and John Adams, whose diary supplies a glimpse of this social occasion. The conversation, mostly political, turned on matters in Rhode Island, the judges' salaries, the town meetings, and recent lucubrations by General Brattle, a Tory, and there was good-natured badinage on each other's characters. Adams remarked of Cushing that he never knew a pendulum to swing so clear. Warren repeated a remark of Pemberton that John Adams was the proudest and cunningest fellow he ever knew, adding that he, Adams, was rather a cautious man, but he could not say he ever trimmed. When he spoke at all, he spoke his sentiments. Adams, in his diary of this day, renewed his determination to devote himself to the pleasures and duties of private life. In another place he writes, "I have never known a period in which the seeds of great events have been so plentifully sown as this winter. A providence is visible in that concurrence of causes which produce the debates and controversies. The political horizon, aglow with the harbingers of a new American day, seemed to the learned and the unlettered the sign of a providence beckoning them on. This feeling is seen in every great step towards the goal of nationality. I state a fact as certain as the Revolution. What was then faith is now sight. It is plain that these signs were indications of the undercurrent that was setting towards independence. Still, it was a tendency rather than an aim, the working of ideas rather than the plan of man. The immediate object of the Whigs, as they formed themselves into a national party, whether they acted in Virginia or in Massachusetts, was, in the common expression of their great thought, a union of all the colonies on the continent. They saw in this union not merely the unconquerable arm of America, but a blessing to mankind. It became a part of their religion to promote it. They yearned for it as though they appreciated what it would be in its development, as though they felt there was hanging on it humanity, with all its fears, with all the hopes of future years. The declarations of the towns, in answer to the Boston November meeting, manifested great similarity of political sentiment, and, besides zeal for union, they showed a determination to hold on to their local government. The Boston Committee of Correspondence say, in one of their replies, "A large number show that a uniformity of sentiment, though expressed in a variety of language, runs through them all. Freedom from every legislation on earth but that of this province is the general claim." And the committee, as if to meet a growing ultraism, wrote, "We do not aim at freedom from law and lawful authority, but from the tyrannical edicts of a British Parliament and ministry." The movement received warm commendation in the press and in other colonies, and the members, cheered by the uprising and the Union, placed on their records an expression of the faith that Providence would crown the efforts of the colonies with success, and thus their generation would furnish the example of public virtue worthy of the imitation of all posterity. The Tories took a different view of the signs of the times. Hutchinson, keenly sensitive to any supposed invasion of the national sovereignty, but extremely dull to any violations of constitutional rights, saw in the Boston report a culmination of the theory as to local powers, which he characterized as a total independence of Parliament, and regarded the movement as tending to sedition and mutiny. He said, "The contagion which had begun in Boston was spreading through the towns. They succeed in their unwearied endeavors to propagate the doctrine of independence upon Parliament, and the mischiefs of it every day increase. What can be more insolent than the resolves passing every day in the province? Every day, through the unwearied pains of the leaders of the opposition, made proselytes to those new opinions of government." He wrote, January 7, 1773, that he had discovered that the same persons who laid this dangerous plot of drawing in all the towns in the province meant, when this was done, to issue a circular from the House of Representatives and to endeavor to effect the same thing in all the assemblies on the continent. He said that, since he had been governor, he had avoided, as far as it was possible, the points of controversy between the kingdom and the colonies, but a measure had been entered upon, which, if pursued, must work a total separation from Great Britain, and, were he to do nothing, he might be charged with conniving at proceedings which he ought to have opposed with all the means at hand. He therefore determined, in a consultation with his confidential friends, though not with the advice of his council, to present the administration side to the general court. Though it might not have the effect he could wish on the assembly, still he hoped it might change the minds of the people. In brief, the governor, in this official way, resolved to make an appeal to public opinion. Hutchinson accordingly, January 6, 1773, opened the session of the General Court with a speech containing an elaborate defense of the theory of the supremacy of Parliament in all cases whatsoever, and an arraignment of the towns which had denied this theory. He reached the conclusion that, in consequence, the bonds of government were weakened and its authority was made contemptible. It was a subtle and thorough presentation of the Tory side of the controversy, which was much praised by the friends of the author, though deeply regretted in England. The House returned a keen, searching, triumphant reply, which was an uncommonly able exposition of the Whig side and elicited the warmest eulogies from the Patriots. John Adams related, years afterwards, that the committee charged with framing this reply invited him to aid them, and that, at their first meeting, they exhibited a draft, neatly and elegantly prepared, which at the insistence of Samuel Adams had been drawn up by Warren. It was, Adams says, full of those elementary principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity which have since made a figure in the world, principles which are founded in nature and eternal, unchangeable truth, but which must be well understood and cautiously applied. It contained, however, no answer to the governor's constitutional points. Adams criticized it freely and, by request, revised it. He drew a line over the eloquent parts of the Oration, introduced legal and constitutional authorities, and met with the committee several evenings until the reply was completed. He says, "The effect on public opinion was beyond expectation." There is undoubtedly a certain correctness in the long relation of Adams. Warren probably, on some occasion, prepared such an oration, and Adams rendered the critical service which he described. But he attributes to this reply an effect on public opinion that can only be ascribed to the Boston town meeting of November, and, according to Bancroft, this masterly answer of the House was from the pen of Samuel Adams. "I have stopped the progress of the towns for the present," Hutchinson wrote, February 18, 1773, "and I think I have stopped the prosecution of another part of the scheme, which was for the Assembly to invite every other assembly on the continent to assent to the same principles. This part has been acknowledged to me by the Speaker, Cushing, who is in all these measures. The quietness that continued in other colonies favored this view. A general state of quiescence," Arthur Lee wrote to Joseph Reed, February 18, 1773, "seems to prevail over the whole empire, Boston only excepted. I admire the perseverance with which they pursue the object of having their violated rights redressed." Hutchinson had neither intimidated the metropolis nor stopped the meetings in the country. Boston had, in its usual annual commemoration of the massacre, when Warren was on the committee that matured the business, and 3 days later, March 8th, he was appointed a member of an able committee, Samuel Adams being the chairman, to vindicate the November town meeting from the aspersions of Hutchinson. This committee, in an elaborate paper, advocated the right of the towns to assemble to consider political matters, went at length into the subject of the meeting, and treated briefly the question of parliamentary supremacy, urging that it was impossible for Parliament to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever without violating rights belonging to the people as men, as Christians, and as subjects, or without destroying the foundation of its own constitution. They said it was an unspeakable satisfaction that so many towns, and so many gentlemen of figure in other colonies, had endorsed the November movement. "It adds a dignity to our proceedings," are their words, "that the House of Representatives, when called upon by the governor to bear their testimony against them, saw reason to declare that they had not discovered that the principles advanced by the town of Boston were unwarrantable by the Constitution." An expression of this feeling, that the town was acting in harmony with all friends of the cause, is frequently seen. The proceedings of the November town meeting were sent by the Boston Committee to the leading Whigs of Virginia and other colonies. Meantime, the burning of the Gaspee in Rhode Island occasioned fresh legislation by Parliament affecting personal rights. When the Virginia Assembly came together in March, Dabney Carr moved the memorable resolutions that formed a colonial committee of correspondence for that colony and invited all the assemblies on the continent to join them. This was another great step. It was the organization of a national party. It filled the hearts of the Boston patriots with joy. The reception of the truly patriotic resolves, Samuel Adams wrote to Richard Henry Lee, of the House of Burgesses of Virginia gladdened the hearts of all who were friends of liberty. Our Committee of Correspondence had a special meeting on the occasion and determined to circulate immediately printed copies of them in every town in the province. I am desired by them to assure you of their veneration for your most ancient colony and their unfeigned esteem for the gentlemen of your committee. I hope you will have the hearty concurrence of every assembly on the continent. And the Patriot gave an assurance of the hearty cooperation of Massachusetts. Hutchinson, when he saw the action of Virginia, abandoned the feudal claim of having thwarted the Patriots, urged that their triumph would be greater than ever if their doings were allowed to pass unnoticed by the ministry, said that something should be done, though he was at a loss to say what it should be, and endeavored to rouse his party to decisive action. He complained that, after the delivery of his last address, the government was deserted, and alleged that a dozen of the best men on his side had left the general court when it was in their power to have given affairs a turn in favor of the Tory cause. While engaged in the labors of the committee, and doubtless sharing the general joy, Warren's home became a house of mourning by the death of his wife. She left 4 children. The Boston Gazette, May 3, 1773, has the following notice and tribute. On Tuesday last, Mrs. Elizabeth Warren, the amiable and virtuous consort of Dr. Joseph Warren, in the 26th year of her age. Her remains were decently interred last Friday afternoon. If fading lilies, when they droop and die, robbed of each charm that pleased the gazing eye, with sad regret the grieving mind inspire, what then when virtue's brightest lamps expire? Ethereal spirits see the system's right, but mortal minds demand a clearer sight. In spite of reason's philosophic art, a tear must fall to indicate the heart. Could reason's force disarm the tyrant foe, or calm the mind that feels the fatal blow? No clouded thought had discomposed the mind of him whom heaven ordained her dearest friend. Good sense and modesty with virtue crowned, a sober mind when fortune smiled or frowned. So keen a feeling for a friend distressed, she could not bear to see a worm oppressed. These virtues fallen enhance the scene of woe, swell the big drops that scarce confinement know, and force them down in copious showers to flow. But know, thou tyrant, death, thy force is spent, thine arm is weakened, and thy bow unbent. Secured from insults from your grisly train of marshalled slaves to inflict disease and pain, she rides triumphant in the aerial course, to land at pleasure's inexhausted source. Celestial genii line the heavenly way, and guard her passage to the realms of day. The Massachusetts Gazette of May 20th, 1773, has the following. Epitaphium Domini, Elizabeth Warren, E tumulum facite, E tumulo superedite Carmen, Virgil. Omnes flete dolite cari virtucis amici. Who, nostras terras dulcis, Eliza fugit, coisnam novit urn, gemetusque negare profundos. Posset per magni est criminis ea reus. About this time, Samuel Adams was requested to name one or more persons for membership of the London Society for Supporting the Bill of Rights, the main object of which was the preservation of the English Constitution as it had been established at the Revolution. In reply, Adams wrote to Arthur Lee, a member, as follows: I can with the greatest integrity nominate my two worthy and intimate friends, John Adams and Joseph Warren, Esquires, the one eminent in the profession of law, and the other equally so in that of physic, both of them men of an unblemished moral character and zealous advocates of the common rights of mankind. At the election of representatives in May, Thomas Cushing, Samuel Adams, John Hancock, and William Phillips received nearly all the votes, the largest number being 418 and the lowest being only 5 less. The committee chosen by the town to prepare the customary instructions to them consisted of Warren as the chairman, Benjamin Church, Joseph Greenleaf, Nathaniel Appleton, and William Cooper. The draft probably was by Warren. It regarded the unanimity of the election at the important juncture as evidence of the confidence which the people reposed in the ability of these patriots and their inflexible attachment to constitutional rights, and of the general conviction that they would vigorously oppose encroachments on their ancient privileges and never betray their constituents by surrendering the powers of framing laws and taxes for the people to any usurper under heaven. These terms indicate the ardent character of this paper. It was quite elaborate. It dwelt on political grievances and claimed the privileges and powers of the commons of the colony as to legislation were as uncontrollable within the colony as were the commons of England within the realm, but that both were subject to the revision of the king. It closed by warmly commending the plan proposed by the noble patriotic sister colony of Virginia, with the most sanguine expectation that a union of counsels and conduct among the colonies, by the smiles of heaven, would assuredly fix their rights on a solid basis. The legislature, which met in May, promptly responded to the Union action of Virginia by choosing a legislative committee of correspondence. It was soon announced that Connecticut, Rhode Island, and New Hampshire had joined in this action, and it was said, June 14th, in the press, "The day of important day is come of old, by our prophetic ancestors foretold, of a union of the colonies." Under this couplet, which heads an article, is the following: "Things are moving with a rapid progress to complete the triumph of freedom in America. The hand of Providence is evidently working out our political salvation. Experience has taught Americans their strength and importance among nations, and wisdom has now led them to adopt a plan of union." One nationality was the inspiring and elevating thought. No people, it was said, that ever trod the stage of the world have had so glorious a prospect as rises before the Americans. There is nothing good or great but their wisdom may acquire, and to what heights they will arrive in the progress of time no one can conceive. The demand for a Congress of all the colonies was frequently made in the press and on festive occasions. An elaborate essay by a Philadelphian is reprinted in the Gazette of the 15th of March, filling in a side and a half, which recommends a Congress in order to form a court like that of the Amphictyons of Greece. A spirited appeal in this paper of the 2nd of August urges a meeting of American states. "Britons, attend. Americans, give ear," are its words. "The people of this continent are awakened by the cause of liberty, and are now forming plans to preserve it in perfection to future ages. There should be a meeting of American states, composed of members chosen by the several houses of representatives in the colonies, to consider what measures will most effectually preserve the liberties and promote the prosperity of America. Let every man of sentiment and patriotism rouse up his genius." The 14th of August, the anniversary of the uprising against the Stamp Act, was celebrated with great spirit when a large procession marched from Boston to Roxbury. A Union flag floated over the tent in which the company had their entertainment, and among the toasts were, "The patriotic House of Burgesses of our ancient sister colony of Virginia," "A constitutional and permanent union of the colonies in North America," "The Sons of Liberty throughout America." I have nothing to relate of Warren especially until he acted with his brother patriots on the tea question. His name is not connected with the publication of the letters of Hutchinson and others, supplying proofs of their agency in introducing arbitrary power, which caused great excitement. Nor is there any identification of his contributions to the press, though there is much matter written in his style. For instance, a communication in the Gazette, September 27th, signed W., is in the same elevated tone of citations already made. "It must awaken," are the words, "all the feelings of humanity to behold a prospect of liberty for the many millions who compose our growing empire, and entail it to future ages. This is a blessing for which we cannot too long and too earnestly contend, and I trust all future generations will bless the present for their manly exertions in so noble a cause. We long wandered in uncertainty, and our motions were eccentric, but we have now reduced American policy to a system, first formed by our vigilant brethren of Virginia, the grand principles of which are that a constant correspondence shall be maintained between the colonies, and nothing important be transacted without consulting the whole." Hutchinson's letters of this period are very voluminous. He had much to say of the grand incendiary Samuel Adams. "Our principal incendiary," he wrote, "has a great deal of low art and cunning," and he related the success of the scheme of forming committees of correspondence. He said, July 10th, "We have now subsisting in this province committees of correspondence in most of the towns of the province, committees of the House and Council to correspond with their respective agents to effect the removal of the governor and lieutenant governor, and for other purposes, a committee of correspondence of the House to concert with committees of correspondence with other assemblies and to give information." He was in hopes the colonies would not unite in the proposed measure of a Congress, was much cheered after a trip into the country to find the excitement which the publication of his letters occasioned had subsided, and wrote, September 6th, "In a late journey to the remote parts of the province, I was surprised to find the flame, which had spread so universally, so soon and so generally extinguished." Soon after the statement in the press, just cited, of a general understanding that the patriots of one colony would transact nothing important without consulting the patriots of the other colonies, reached through intercolonial committees of correspondence or a national party organization, it was announced that there was to be an insidious importation of tea, on which the duty had been retained. I need go no further into general history than to state that the king resolved to try the question with America by this tax, and, at his suggestion, an act was passed by Parliament authorizing the East India Company to export tea to America, duty-free in England, but subject to the existing 3d tax in America, which was to be paid into the national treasury by the company's agents. It was designed in this way to collect the duty and obtain a recognition of the supremacy of Parliament. The fact was announced in a Philadelphia journal September 29th in a letter from London dated August 4th as follows. "The East India Company have come to a resolution to send 600 chests of tea to Philadelphia, and the like quality to New York and Boston. And their intention, I understand, is to have warehouses and sell by public sale 4 times a year, as they do here." The company, on receiving the requisite license, made consignments of teas simultaneously to Charleston, Philadelphia, New York, and Boston, and selected certain persons in each of these ports to act as consignees, or, as they were called, tea commissioners. This new practical issue turned discussion at once from questions having mainly a local bearing, as that of the judge's salaries, royal instructions, and the Star Chamber Commission in Rhode Island, to the original question of taxation, which bore directly on all the colonies. All America was in a flame about this insidious tea importation. The political matter in the press now became more abundant than ever. Differences of opinion are seen as to the way the duty on the tea was to be paid. "We know," it was said, "that on a certificate of its being landed here, the tribute is, by an agreement, to be paid in London. Landing, therefore, is the point in view, and every nerve will be strained to obtain it." It was asked in New York, Are the Americans such blockheads as to care whether it be a hot red poker or a red hot poker which they are to swallow, provided Lord North forces them to swallow one of the two? At that time, political science had not devised written constitutions creating tribunals with powers like the Supreme Courts of the states and the United States to relieve the people from the operation of palpably unconstitutional acts, and the only thing practicable was to follow in popular action the irregular mode which had been so long customary in England. In this way it was determined to thwart the designs of the East India Company. Public opinion was first brought to bear on the consignees. An able handbill was circulated in Philadelphia, headed, "By uniting we stand, by dividing we fall," signed Civic, and addressed to the commissioners appointed by the East India Company for the sale of teas in America. They were characterized as political bombardiers to demolish the fair structure of American liberty, and it was said that all eyes were fixed on them, and they were urged to refuse to act. This was followed by a great public meeting held at the State House, which passed a series of resolves against this tea importation, and requested the tea consignees to resign. They soon bowed to public opinion, and relinquished their trust. The handbill just referred to was reprinted in the journals of New York, where the merchants assembled and thanked the captains and owners of the ships belonging to that port for declining to take the East India Company tea on freight. The towns of Massachusetts were still responding to the Boston town meeting of November, and choosing committees of correspondence, and their proceedings appeared from time to time in the journals. The Boston Committee of Correspondence, keeping a vigilant eye on public affairs, said in a circular to the towns, September 21st, that their enemies were alarmed at the union which they see is already established in this province, and the confederacy into which they expect the whole continent of America will soon be drawn. Urged that the talk of conciliatory measures by the ministry was insidious, and averred that the cause demanded the greatest wisdom, vigilance, and fortitude. The committee appointed by the House of Representatives in a letter, October 21st, addressed to the committees of the other colonies, represented that the ministerial measures could only end in absolute despotism, and dwelt on the importance of the Union, so that in whichsoever of the colonies any infringements were made on the common rights of all, that colony might have the united efforts of all for its support. "We are far," are its words, "from desiring that the connection between Great Britain and America should be broken. Esto perpetua is our ardent wish, but upon the terms only of equal liberty." The letter closed by urging the necessity that each colony should take effectual methods to counteract the design of the ministry in the shipment of the teas by the East India Company. There was nowhere a more general or deeper feeling on the subject of the teas than in Boston. The consignees were either relatives or hearty sympathizers with the governor. Two of them were his sons, Elisha and Thomas, the latter subsequently one of the mandamus counselors. The others were Richard Clark and sons, Benjamin Faneuil and Joshua Winslow, persons of great respectability. The elder Clark, a Harvard graduate, was a merchant of high standing, one whose daughters married J.S. Copley, the artist, who was the father of the late Lord Lyndhurst. All the consignees subsequently went to England, and some had their property confiscated. All eyes were now fixed on the consignees, who saw reflected in the press, in excited language, the tone of public opinion, and could see that it was similar to what it was in other places. The handbill that was circulated in Philadelphia was printed in all the Boston papers, even in the Tory paper, Draper's, October 25th, and also the proceedings of the People, both of New York and Philadelphia. Still there was no resignation of the consignees. As the time approached when the tea ships might be expected, the subject was considered in the North End caucus, which was composed mostly of mechanics, many of whom lived in this part of the town, and its sessions, at which a mechanic always presided, were miniature town meetings. Warren was one of the members in whose judgment they had great confidence. This body voted, October 23rd, that they would oppose with their lives and fortunes the vending of any tea that might be sent to the town for sale by the East India Company. These proceedings were secret. There is no evidence to connect this caucus with a handbill that appeared a few days after, inviting the free men of Boston and the neighboring towns to meet at Liberty Tree to hear the consignees make a public resignation of their office and to swear to reship to London any teas that might be consigned to them, or with the notice, on the night of the 1st of November, served on the consignees, who were roused from their sleep and, by letter, warned to appear at the same place, and not to fail at their peril. No names were attached to the handbill or letter. The governor and the consignees, however, regarded both as proceeding from the popular leaders and looked forward to the proposed meeting with deep concern. Hutchinson advised his sons not to be out of town on the day appointed for it. The North End caucus was again called together November 2nd for deliberation on this subject, when one committee was sent to invite the Committee of Correspondence to meet with them, and another committee invited John Hancock, and thus were assembled the choice Whig spirits of the town. This action indicates good sense and the importance attached to the occasion. The proceedings cannot be related in detail. The official record of this session is brief, but the action was to the point and significant. Voted that the tea shipped by the East India Company shall not be landed. On Wednesday morning, November 3rd, a large flag was raised above the Liberty Tree. The town crier summoned the people to meet at this place, and the bells rang from 11 to 12 o'clock. About 500 assembled, among whom were 3 of the representatives, Adams, Hancock, and Phillips, the selectman, the town clerk, and treasurer, Warren, Molyneux, and several others of the prominent patriots, making a fair representation of the character, intelligence, and wealth of the town. The consignees, Hutchinson says, agreed they would be together, that they might all fare alike, and were at the warehouse of Richard Clark at the lower end of King Street, with a few of their friends and a justice of the peace. The governor was at the townhouse at the head of the same street. The presiding officer of the meeting is not named. It is related that, the consignees not appearing, a select number went into Liberty Hall and made choice of 7 or 9 to wait on the consignees and request their resignation of their trust, and, in case they refused or declined to give a pledge not to land the tea or to pay the duty to it, to present a resolve to them, declaring them to be enemies to their country. The committee immediately proceeded in their duty, those named as acting being Messrs. Molyneux, Warren, Denny, Church, and Johnonot, who were followed by a portion of the meeting. Hutchinson saw the procession. It might have been as it passed the townhouse, and says there were on the committee citizens of considerable popularity, who were accompanied by a large body of the people, many of them not of the lowest rank. On arriving at the warehouse, some entered the lower story, the doors of which had been left open, while the committee went up the stairs leading to the counting room in which were the consignees, but found the doors closed. A parley was carried on between these parties through an open window, Molyneux acting as the spokesman. "From whom are you a committee?" asked Clark. "From the whole people," was the reply. The names of the committee were then read, and the demand of the meeting was stated. "I shall have nothing to do with you," Clark said. The consignees declined to resign their trust. The resolve was now read, declaring them to be enemies of their country. When the committee returned to the lower story of the building and reported the result, the cry arose, "Out with them! Out with them!" and some pushed upstairs. A slight disturbance had occurred from an attempt by Mr. Clark's friends, on a request from the counting room, to close the doors of the warehouse. This was resisted, and the doors were unhinged and carried to another street. The justice, who, in the king's name, now commanded the peace, was hooted at and struck when the people were persuaded to refrain from further violence. One of the Hutchinsons, with a friend, soon came out of the counting room, passed quite unmolested through the crowd, and joined his father in the council chamber at the head of the street. He had with him less than a quorum of the council, and did not act. The The committee soon returned to Liberty Tree, where they reported in form to the meeting, when the people dispersed. The character of the citizens who gave countenance to this meeting attested its respectability. It reflected the general sentiment, and the rough denial of a demand, which in other places had been complied with, was ominous of the future. It was said by the Tories that the meeting at Liberty Tree was irregular and of no account. Petitioners for a town meeting now represented, November 4th, the common alarm at the report that the East India Company were shipping cargoes of tea to America, that they had reason to fear what more than anything in life was to be dreaded. The tribute would be established, and thus, by this political plan, the liberties for which they had so long contended would be lost to them and their posterity, and they prayed for a town meeting to take such steps as their safety and well-being required. The selectmen issued a notification for a meeting to be held the next day at 10 o'clock in the morning. The meeting on the 5th of November was largely attended, and John Hancock was the moderator. After earnest debates, it was decided that the sense of the town could not be better expressed than in the words of a series of resolves which have been passed at a meeting convened October 18th for the same object in Philadelphia, and these resolves, temperate in tone but clear in principle and decided in terms, were adopted. They declare that free men have an inherent right to dispose of their property, that the tea tax was levying contributions on them without their consent, that the purpose of it tended to render assemblies useless and to introduce arbitrary government, that a steady opposition to this ministerial plan was a duty which every free man owed to himself, his country, and posterity, that the East India Company importation was an attempt to enforce this plan, and that whoever countenanced the unloading, vending, or receiving the tea was an enemy to his country. They requested the consignees, out of regard to their character and to the peace of the province, immediately to resign their appointment. The meeting chose a committee to present these resolves to the consignees. It voted that the town expected the merchants, under no pretext whatever, would import any tea liable to duty, and it then adjourned until 3 o'clock. At this hour there was again a full meeting, when the committee reported that the consignees gave as a reason why a definite answer could not be given until Monday, that 2 of their number, the Hutchinsons, were at Milton, and as they chose to have a consultation, they could not agree upon an answer until that day. Samuel Adams, Warren, and Molyneux were then desired to acquaint the Messrs. Clark and Mr. Faneuil that the town expected an immediate answer from them, and the committee soon reported that a reply might be expected in half an hour. These consignees, in a letter, gave the reasons why they regarded it as impossible for them to comply with the request of the town, but the meeting voted the letter to be unsatisfactory. A committee, Warren being a member, was directed to wait on the Hutchinsons and request an immediate resignation, and then the meeting adjourned until the next day. One of the Hutchinsons was at the governor's house at Milton, and the other was at the house of the lieutenant governor in Boston. Faneuil Hall on the next day was crowded. The committee to wait on the Hutchinsons reported that they sought them in vain at Milton, but found Thomas Hutchinson in town, who, in a letter, stated that when he and his brother knew definitely that they had been appointed factors, they would be sufficiently informed to answer the request of the inhabitants. This cool reply caused great excitement in the meeting. There were cries, to arms, and the ominous words were responded to by clapping of hands and general applause. As usual, good sense predominated, and the meeting simply voted that the obnoxious letter was daringly affrontive to the town, and then dissolved. Hutchinson, November 8th, said that he was trying to collect evidence of the inflammatory speeches that had been uttered, but could find no person willing to give it. Nothing material in relation to the tea question occurred for a week. No person, it was said, attempted the smallest affront to the tea commissioners. The town was quiet. It was believed that the tea ships were near the harbor, and some of the journals were full of political speculation, some of it inflammatory, but, in the main, strong, well put, statesmanlike, and of an elevating character. There is significance even in the names selected for the signatures. They are not of the school of Rousseau, but of Milton. Sidney says, America seems to be reserved by Providence for a land of real freedom, that the world may see in these latter days the true glory of liberty. Locke says, it will be considered by Americans whether the dernier resort and only asylum for their liberties is not an American commonwealth. It was evident to the leaders on both sides that things were drifting to the pass of a great exigency, nor did they disagree in the view which they took of the principle at stake. Hutchinson says that he foresaw that this would prove a more difficult affair than any which had preceded it. He regarded the principle of the supremacy of Parliament to be in issue. With his ideas of the prerogative of the Crown and British sovereignty, he could not think of yielding the point of the whole controversy, and he determined to make no concession. He described, November 15th, with much particularity, the state of affairs in a letter to Lord Dartmouth. After remarking that the people of the town were in a great ferment, and that he had done all that he could to preserve the peace without the aid of the council, he says, they, the council, professed to disapprove of the tumultuous, violent proceedings of the people, but they wished to see the professed end of the people in such proceedings attained in a regular way, and, instead of joining with me in proper measures to discourage an opposition to the landing and sale of the teas expected, one and another of the gentlemen of the greatest influence intimate that the best thing that can be done to quiet the people would be the refusal of the gentlemen to whom the teas are consigned to execute the trust, and they declare they would do it, if it was their case, and would advise all their connections to do it. Nor will they ever countenance a measure which shall tend to carry into execution an act of Parliament which lays taxes upon the colonies for the purpose of raising revenue. The same principle prevails with by far the greater part of the merchants, who, though in general they declare against mobs and violence, yet they as generally wish the teas may not be imported. Hutchinson repeatedly concedes in his letters that the mass of people acted in the conviction that their rights were invaded. This citation presents the merchants in an honorable light. The action of the North End caucus speaks for the mechanics, and the proceedings of the towns attest the spirit of the yeomanry. It is worthy of remark that Hutchinson, in his unbending course, stood almost alone, for his political friends advised concession. In this he exactly represented his royal master George III. At this time, Lord North was accustomed to reply to remonstrances that His Majesty was resolved to try the question. In the words of an English writer, the hazardous experiment was to be attempted on men, many of whose ancestors had fled to the desert from the tyranny of that martyred sovereign, who had the same imprudent propensity for trying questions with his subjects. And the Bostonians stood forth, like their native rocks, sharp, angular, and defiant. Samuel Adams, like the royal governor, believed that he was engaged in an extraordinary work. He wrote, November 9th, to Arthur Lee, "One cannot foresee events, but from all the observation I am able to make, my next letter will not be upon a trifling subject." And in that next letter he characterized the event which he dwelt upon as remarkable as had happened since the commencement of the struggle for American liberty. Though there was a presentiment that an event of great moment was at hand, yet the popular leaders at the helm, Adams, Warren, Hancock, Molyneux, and Young, were subsequently named to the Privy Council as the most prominent, were not moved by the desire to force the town to do a deed for the sake of the name, but they simply aimed to meet honorably a great exigency. They asked of power no greater concession than had been made elsewhere. A failure to obtain the resignation of the consignees had already created suspicion, and fears began to be expressed abroad that Boston would not meet the expectations of the patriots of other colonies. When the cautious or the timid of the town questioned whether it were not premature to push matters in this case to extremities, it was replied by the bold and determined that, if fidelity to the common cause were likely to bring on a quarrel with Great Britain, it was the best time for it to come. Our credit, it was said, also is at stake. We must venture, and unless we do, we shall be discarded by the sons of liberty in the other colonies, whose assistance we may expect upon emergencies, in case they find us steady, resolute, and faithful. The union of the colonies, inchoate as it was, had become a moral power. In this way, by the force of circumstances, there were engaged face to face the actors on this public and even national stage. The Post Boy, November 15th, in a semi-official tone said, "We learn that His Majesty has declared his intention of supporting the supreme authority and right of the British Parliament to make laws binding on the colonies, which agrees so precisely with Hutchinson's views of his duty that he might have penned it." He did pen on this day, in the letter to Lord Dartmouth already cited, these words: "The persons to whom the teas are entrusted declare that, whilst they can be protected from violence to their persons, they will not give way to the unreasonable demands which have been made upon them." When power was thus clinging to every inch of its formal authority and a determined people were standing firmly on their rights, there could be no compromise, and so events moved steadily on to the consummation of an act which, in its consequences, proved second only to the Declaration of Independence. A fresh fact, now freely commented on in the press, deepened the interest of the hour. Hutchinson, under his own hand, issued an order to Colonel John Hancock, the captain of the governor's company of cadets, to summon forthwith each member to hold himself ready to appear in arms whenever there might be a tumultuous assembling of the people in violation of the laws, which showed an intention to use military force to suppress public meetings. This company took its orders directly from the governor. It rendered service in the riots of the 26th of August, 1765, was accustomed to parade on holidays, such as coronation and election days, and was often complimented for its discipline. It occasioned also uneasiness that companies of the British troops stationed at Castle William were now marched into the neighboring towns. There was now quite a respectable naval force in the harbor under the command of Admiral Montague. On the 17th, a vessel arrived from London with the news that 3 ships for Boston, under Captains Bruce, Hall, and Coffin, and having the East India Company's teas on board, had sailed down the channel, and that other tea vessels had cleared for Philadelphia, when petitioners to the selectmen, the fourth name being Warren's, stated that the town was alarmed at the hourly expectation of the arrival of the teas, and, apprehending that the consignees might be sufficiently informed on the terms of its consignment as to be able to give their promised answer to the town, they asked for a town meeting, when the selectmen appointed one for the next day. On the same day, one of the firm of the Clarks arrived in town from abroad, and being in the evening at the house of his father, Richard Clark, on School Street, a mob attempted to get into the door, broke windows, and did other damage, but, though a pistol was fired from the second story, vigilant and influential friends of the patriot cause promptly appeared, checked the outrage, and persuaded the mob to disperse. No person was seriously injured. The town meeting held the next day was brief, but to the point. Hancock was the moderator. A committee was appointed to wait on the consignees and to say to them that it was the desire of the town that they would give the final answer to the request whether they would resign their appointment, which elicited the following letter. Boston, November 18th, 1778. Sir, in answer to the message we have this day received from the town, we beg leave to say that we have not yet received any orders from the East India Company respecting the expected teas, but we are now further acquainted that our friends in England have entered into general engagements in our behalf, merely of a commercial nature, which puts it out of our power to comply with the request of the town. We are, sir, your most humble servants, Richard Clark and Sons, Benjamin Faneuil, for self, and Joshua Winslow, Esquire, Elisha Hutchinson for my brother and self. The answer was voted to be unsatisfactory, and this last town meeting on the tea question now dissolved. Its calmness and dignity were ominous. This sudden dissolution, Hutchinson says, struck more terror into the consignees than the most minatory resolves. On the next day, November 19th, the consignees, in a petition, asked leave to resign themselves and property committed to their care to His Excellency and their honors as guardians and protectors of the people, and that measures might be devised for the landing and securing the teas until the petitioners could safely dispose of them or could receive directions from their constituents. This elicited discussion in the press and debates in the council. It was urged against the scheme that it was no part of the legitimate functions of this body to become the trustees and storekeepers of certain factors for the East India Company. They might as well become the trustees and storekeepers of all individuals. The council, Hutchinson says, desired me, upon one pretense or another, to adjourn the consideration of the petition of the consignees until the 29th. The consignees now endeavored to secure the landing of the tea that was expected, while the popular leaders were resolute that the tea should never be sold in Boston, though they were ready to agree to a temporary storage of it until the consignees could have time to consult their principals, provided it was subject to the inspection of a committee of gentlemen. The Committee of Correspondence now invited the committees of Dorchester, Roxbury, Brookline, and Cambridge to meet in conference at the Selectmen's Chamber in Faneuil Hall. Having unanimously voted to use their joint influence to prevent the landing and sale of the expected tea, they authorized, November 22nd, a joint committee, of which Warren was a member, to address a letter to other towns, representing that they were reduced to the dilemma either to sit down in quiet under this and every burden that might be put upon them, or to rise up in resistance as became freemen, to impress the absolute necessity of making immediate and effectual opposition to this detestable measure, and soliciting their advice. Charlestown was so zealous in the cause that its committee was added. These committees continued to hold conferences, Hutchinson wrote, like a little senate. On this day, November 22nd, the Gazette said, "Americans, defeat this last effort of a most pernicious, expiring faction, and you may sit under your own vines and fig trees, and none shall hereafter dare to make you afraid." The selectmen, deeply concerned for the peace of the town, Hancock, the commander of the cadets, being one, now had conferences with the consignees, which are related with much particularity in the town records, but need not be dwelt on. Though we labored, John Sculley, one of the selectmen, says, night and day in the affair, all our efforts could not produce an agreement between them and the town. The selectmen plainly said to the consignees that nothing less than sending the tea back to England would satisfy the people. Some of the Tory party also at this time urged an arrangement to this effect, but the consignees would only agree, November 27th, that nothing should be done in a clandestine way, that the vessels should come up to the wharves, and that when they received the orders that accompanied the teas, they would hand in proposals to the selectmen to be laid before the town. For better security, they retired to the country, and even Hutchinson now thought of going to the castle, that he might, in personal safety, more freely give his sense of the criminality of the proceedings. When the Boston Tea Commissioners had braved public opinion more than a month after their brethren in Philadelphia had resigned, the intelligence spread, Sunday morning, November 28th, that a tea ship was in the harbor. It was the Dartmouth, Captain Hall, owned by a Quaker, Francis Roach, two persons whose movements for a few days greatly exercised the public mind. The selectmen, in the expectation of receiving the promised proposal of the consignees, held a session of their board at 12 o'clock, another at 5 o'clock, and continued its session until 9 o'clock, when they learned that they could not see the consignees that evening, nor could the intelligence of their locality be obtained. The selectmen, seeing the storm rising, desired to get the expected proposals in order that a regular town meeting might be called before any other meeting could take place. The Committee of Correspondence were also in session this day, and obtained from the owner of the Dartmouth a promise not to enter her until Tuesday. They issued a circular letter to the committees of Cambridge, Charlestown, Dorchester, and Roxbury, convening the Little Senate on the next morning. The following characteristic words in the original draft are in Warren's handwriting. A part of the tea shipped by the East India Company has now arrived in this harbor, and we look upon ourselves bound to give you the earliest intimation of it, and we desire that you favor us with your company at Faneuil Hall at 9 o'clock forenoon, there to give us your advice what steps are to be immediately taken in order effectually to prevent the impending evil. And we request you to urge your friends in the town to which you belong to be in readiness to exert themselves in the most resolute manner to assist this town in its efforts for saving this oppressed country. The journals of Monday announced that the Dartmouth had anchored off the Long Wharf, that other ships with the poisonous herb might be expected, and, conceding to the consignees a disposition to do all in their power to quiet the public mind, even to ship the tea back to the place it came from, they repeated the assurance that the tea would not be suffered to be landed or to be sold, for it was the determination of almost all the people, both of town and of country, resolutely to oppose the artful measures of the East India Company in every possible way. The journals also contained a call for a public meeting to be held in Faneuil Hall at 9 o'clock, which had been printed in a handbill form and posted over the town, to make united and successful resistance to the last, worst, and most destructive measure of the British administration. By the side of this call, there was an inspiring voice from the country in the proceedings of a noble town meeting held in Cambridge. How the hearts of the patriots must have throbbed, and their purpose must have been strengthened by fearless and high-toned resolves, pronouncing Boston to be struggling for the liberties of the country, announcing that the men of Cambridge could no longer remain idle spectators, and pledging themselves to be ready, at the shortest notice, to join the men of Boston and of other towns in any measure that might be thought proper to deliver them and their posterity from slavery. The brave Colonel Gardner lived here, was one of the foremost of the patriots, and redeemed this pledge when he poured out his blood by Warren's side at Bunker Hill. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2, of Life and Times of Joseph Warren by Richard Frothingham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. At 9 o'clock, on the ringing of the bells, a great concourse gathered in and around Faneuil Hall, for again the yeoman left his field, the mechanic his shop, and the merchant his counting-room, to turn politicians and act for the country. The form of a town meeting, Hutchinson says, was assumed, the selectmen of Boston, town clerk, etc., taking their usual places, but the inhabitants of any other towns being admitted, it could not assume the name of a legal meeting of any town. The selectmen were John Scully, John Hancock, Timothy Newell, Thomas Marshall, Samuel Austin, Oliver Wendell, and John Pitts. In most cases, Scully's name appearing first in signatures to official papers, who were serving their country well, and whose names are household words, and the ever-faithful William Cooper was the town clerk. The meeting chose for the moderator Jonathan Williams, who hitherto had not been prominent, but was a citizen of character and wealth. The meeting voted that, as the town of Boston, in a full legal meeting, had resolved to do the utmost in its power to prevent the landing of the tea, this body were absolutely determined that the tea which had arrived should be returned to the place whence it came at all hazards. The meeting then, better to accommodate the people, adjourned to the Old South Meeting House, where it is said 5,000 or 6,000 of respectable inhabitants met, men of the best characters and of the first fortunes. Governor Hutchinson came into town from Milton early in the morning. He says, although this meeting or assembly consisted principally of the lower ranks of the people, and even journeymen and tradesmen were brought to increase the number, and the rabble were not excluded, yet there were divers gentlemen of good fortune among them. The consignees were within 2 miles of Castle William, having in their possession an order from the governor for their admission to that place of refuge. They, Hutchinson says, apprehended they should be seized, and may be tarred and feathered and carded, an American torture, in order to compel them to a compliance, groundless apprehensions certainly, for neither revenge nor a spirit of hostility to rights of property or persons formed a part of the program of the popular leaders. The meeting at the Old South deliberated long on the question. Crown officials name as leading characters in the debates Samuel Adams, Warren, Hancock, Young, and Molyneux. Adams was never in greater glory, Hutchinson says. It needs the words uttered on this occasion by earnest men whose souls were in their work to do them justice. A few of the speakers talked in a style that was violent and inflammatory. Others were calm and advised moderation, and, by all means, to abstain from violence. But the men who appeared to have the confidence and esteem of the people were unanimous that the tea should be sent back to London. A patriot from Rhode Island says he was so unexpectedly entertained and instructed by the regular and sensible conduct of the meeting that he should have thought himself rather in the British Senate than in the promiscuous assembly of a people of a remote colony had he not been convinced by the genuine integrity and manly hardihood of its rhetoricians that they were not tainted by venality or debauched by luxury. The speeches that elicited this tribute perished with the hour. The meeting resolved that no duty on the tea should be paid in Boston, and to give the consignees time to make the expected proposals, adjourned till 3 o'clock. On learning of the first vote passed in Faneuil Hall, the consignees withdrew to Castle William. It is remarked that Whigs and Tories united in the action of this meeting, which indicates that the candid among the friends of the ministry were desirous to wash their hands of any sanction of this scheme of absolute power. Both these parties were also represented in the council, which happened, by adjournment, to be in session at the town house, not 300 yards distant from the excited concourse who had gathered in and around the Old South. Governor Hutchinson was present. On the Tory side were Judges Danforth, Leonard, and Russell, who had many years been members, Isaac Royal for 30 years of the House or the Council, and John Irving, one of the most eminent of American merchants. On the Whig side were James Bowdoin, the future governor, James Pitts, of inflexible public virtue, Samuel Dexter, an able man and a benefactor of learning, Artemus Ward, the future general, and John Winthrop, a professor in Harvard College, of great fame in the philosophic world and of large political service. These 10 members, who by their private worth and public virtue were worthy representatives of their political friends, discussed the terms of an elaborate and statesmanlike report on the petition of the consignees, which had been made at the previous session. It traced the progress of events candidly and truthfully, and ascribed the prevailing excitement to unconstitutional taxation. I have space to state only one of its points, that touching on the issue of the hour. The consignees asked for measures to secure the landing of the teas. The report averred that the duty on the tea must be either paid or secured on its being landed, and, were the board to direct or advise any measure for landing it, they would, of course, advise to a measure for procuring the payment of the duty. The vote on the acceptance of this report was unanimous. The council would only advise the governor to renew his orders to the sheriffs and justices to preserve the public peace. Hutchinson pointed to the rabble that were together, and urged the council to join him in some measure to break up the unlawful assembly. He says members thought the consignees ought to decline to execute their trust. When he asked whether the council would give him no advice upon the disorders then prevailing, the answer was that the advice already given was intended to meet the case. The action of the board was calculated to confirm the resolution of the people. While it shrank from encouraging a spirit of hostility to personal rights, it did justice to the high sense of liberty derived from the manners and constitution of the mother country, entertained by the town and the province. The governor this afternoon requested the justices of the town to meet and use their endeavors to suppress any riots the people might engage in. The meeting, at its adjournment in the Old South, on motion of Samuel Adams, voted that the tea in Captain Hall's ship must go back in the same bottom. It informed the owner of the vessel that the entry of the tea, and the captain that the landing of it would be at their peril, and it appointed a watch of 25 men for the security of vessel and cargo, with Edward Proctor for the captain that night, and it voted that the summons of the justices by the governor was a reflection on the people. Near the close of the day, Hancock stated that the tea consignees did not receive their letters from London until the previous evening, and that they were so dispersed that they could not have a meeting early enough to make their proposals and were desirous of further time, when the meeting, out of great tenderness to them, adjourned to the next morning. The meeting on Tuesday was viewed with the deepest interest by the Crown officials and by the people. The public utterances of the previous day were reported to the governor, who says that nothing could have been more inflammatory. One of the speakers said that the only way to get rid of the tea was to throw it overboard, but Hutchinson looked upon the men of fortune who were present and acted as a bond of security for the safety of the tea. "I can scarcely think," he wrote, "that they will prosecute their mad resolves." But he saw that the tea ship, now under the surveillance of a watch, was virtually in hands outside the law, and judged that the constituted authorities in this case were powerless. He said that, if the meeting went to the length it threatened to go, he should be obliged to retire to the castle, as otherwise he could not make any exertion of strength in support of the king's authority. He decided that he could not let the meeting go on longer in silence, though what he could say or do might not check the course of those whom he termed usurpers, and he felt some apprehension as to the firmness of the consignees. There was great pressure now made on them by their friends to persuade them to resign their trust. "The friends of old Mr. Clark," he says, "pressed his sons and other consignees to a full compliance. I hope the gentleman will continue firm, and should not have the least doubt of it, if it had not been for the solicitations of the friends of Mr. Clark." And thus Hutchinson, by repressing every idea of concession, aided, even more than the council, the progress of events that tended to the result of independence. The adjourned meeting came to order at 9 o'clock in the morning. The consignees, in a letter addressed to John Scully, one of the selectmen, made their long-expected proposals to the meeting. Expressing sorrow that they could not return satisfactory answers to the two messages of the town, they said that it was utterly out of their power to send the teas back, but were ready to store them until they could have time to write to their constituents and receive their further orders respecting them. This letter irritated the meeting, and it would take no action on it. Sheriff Greenleaf now came in with a proclamation in his hands from the governor, which he begged leave of the moderator to read. Objection was made, but Samuel Adams spoke in favor of granting the request, when the meeting consented to hear it. The governor charged the meeting of the preceding day with openly violating, defying, and setting at naught with the good and wholesome laws of the province under which they lived, and as great numbers were again assembled for like purposes, the governor, as his majesty's representative, bore testimony against this violation of the laws. "I warn," he said, "exhort and require you, and each of you, thus unlawfully assembled, forthwith to disperse, and to surcease all further unlawful proceedings at your utmost peril." Immediately there was a long and very general hiss, and then a vote that the meeting would not disperse. Mr. Copley, the son-in-law of Mr. Clark, inquired whether the meeting would hear the Messrs. Clark, whether the persons would be safe to come from and return to the place where they were, and whether the meeting would grant Mr. Copley 2 hours to consult with them. The answers were in the affirmative, and the meeting adjourned until 2 o'clock. The report of the proceedings at the adjourned meeting fills 2 columns of the journals, but the action that bears on the progress of events may be briefly stated. Roch, the owner, and Hall, the captain of the Dartmouth, and the owners of 2 other vessels, expected with teas, were sent for, and all promised that the teas should not be landed, but should go back in the same ships. Mr. Copley, in an apology for the time he had taken, said that he had to go to the castle, where the consignees informed him that, as they resolved to adhere to their proposals, it would be inexpedient for them to appear in the meeting, adding to their former proposal that the tea would be submitted to the inspection of a committee. This was now voted to be unsatisfactory. Resolves were passed to the effect that all who imported teas were enemies to the country, that the teas should be returned to the place whence they came, and the meeting voted to send these resolves to the other colonies and to England. The Committee of Correspondence were charged to make provision for the continuance of the watch, and they, if occasion required, were directed to alarm the country by ringing the bells in the day and by tolling them in the night. The brethren present from the country were thanked for their countenance in union, and desired to afford their assistance on the notice being given, and it was voted that this is the determination of this body to carry these votes and resolutions into existence at the risk of their lives and property. Francis Bernard, in his narrative laid before the Privy Council in 1773, says, "The persons who principally proposed the questions on which the above resolutions and proceedings were founded were Mr. Adams, Mr. Molyneux, Dr. Young, and Dr. Warren, and they used many arguments to induce the people to concur in these resolutions." The meeting dissolved. This was another of the remarkable popular demonstrations of this period. The comment on its proceedings does not differ materially on the points of order or spirit, whether by Whig or Tory. Hutchinson says, "A more determined spirit was conspicuous in this body than in any of the former assemblies of the people. It was composed of the lowest as well as probably in as great proportion as of the superior ranks and orders, and all had an equal voice. No eccentric or irregular motions, however, were suffered to take place. All seemed to have been the plan of a few, and it may be of a single person." Samuel Adams says, "The business of the meeting was conducted with decency, unanimity, and spirit." A Rhode Island patriot says, "The people determined the tea should not be landed. The determination was deliberate, was judicious. The sacrifice of their rights, of the union of all the colonies, would have been the effect had they conducted with less resolution." The Committee of Correspondence, Bernard says, met after the dissolution of this meeting, called in the committees from other towns to join with them, kept up a military watch or guard to prevent the landing of the tea, who were armed with muskets and bayonets, and every half hour during the night regularly passed the word, "All is well," like sentinels in a garrison. This committee, besides sending relations of these events to all the towns, with their eye on the Union idea that one colony should not take an important step without consulting the other colonies, wrote December 5th to Rhode Island and New Hampshire and December 6th to New York and Philadelphia, explaining their course at this critical conjuncture, and they acted in the faith, their words, that harmony and concurrence in action, uniformly and firmly maintained, must finally conduct them to the end of their wishes, a full enjoyment of constitutional liberty. There came now from other colonies cheering assurances that the Boston action had been watched with the deepest interest and hailed with the liveliest satisfaction. When, for instance, the resolutions of the first town meeting on the tea reached Philadelphia, the peal of its bells gave expression to the general joy, and this inspiring detail was now read by the Bostonians. Yet the Philadelphia patriots doubted whether the Boston action would come up to the manifesto, and in letters expressing this doubt, they warmly urged firmness, for, they said, if Boston were to fall back in any degree, it would bring on reproach, scorn, and irretrievable loss of confidence. But, by carrying its resolves into execution, it would convince the world that it could act with virtue and resolution. A letter, heralded as the Voice of Philadelphia, read, "Our tea consignees have all resigned, and you need not fear. The tea will not be landed here nor at New York. All that we fear is that you will shrink at Boston. May God give you virtue enough to save the liberties of your country." The true patriots abroad who thus earnestly counseled the men of Boston could not know the thorough action of its popular leaders. The Committee of Correspondence, it is said in the press, took every step which prudence and caution could suggest to execute the purpose of the town. It happened that the next tea ship, commanded by Captain Coffin, arrived, December 7th, the Gazette said, not only with the plague, tea, on board, but the smallpox, which occasioned immediate action by the selectmen as a board of health. The orders they gave to prevent a clandestine landing of the tea in her were of the most peremptory character. A third tea vessel arrived under Captain Bruce, and soon the two were directed to be anchored by the side of the Dartmouth off Griffin's Wharf, more recently called Liverpool Wharf, on Purchase Street. One guard answered for the three vessels. This force, it is related, was from 24 to 34 strong, and served 19 days and 23 hours. The determined opposition to the landing of the T's led to apprehensions that the officials might use the naval force to effect their purpose. There was talk, in such case, of making resistance, and the community was now greatly excited. Where, Hutchinson said, the present disorder will end, I cannot make a probable conjecture. The town is as furious as in the time of the Stamp Act. The flame, Abigail Adams, wife of John Adams, wrote, December 5th, is kindled, and, like lightning, it catches from soul to soul. Although the mind is shocked at the thought of shedding human blood, more especially the blood of our countrymen, and a civil war is of all wars the most dreadful, such is the spirit that prevails that, if once they are made desperate, many, very many of our heroes will spend their lives with the speech of Cato in their mouths. My heart beats at every whistle I hear, and I dare not express half my fears. The actors in these scenes were accustomed to meet in the home in which this American matron presided, and Warren was the beloved family physician. One of her sons, John Quincy Adams, then in his 7th year, broke one of his fingers about that time, and Warren was called in to treat it. Years after this lad had been the chief magistrate of the nation, he related to me the details of the accident, and with interesting revolutionary reminiscences, he mingled glowing tributes to his patriot mother and the venerated martyr of Bunker Hill. The legal status of the tea ships now became an element in this case. A vessel 20 days after her arrival in port was liable to seizure for the non-payment of duties on the articles imported in her, nor on landing only a part of the cargo could she be legally cleared in Boston or entered in England. This, in a few days, would be the case of the Dartmouth. There was now business detail, not necessarily to dwell on, between the consignees, the owner and the master, and the governor officially advised Admiral Montague of the case, who ordered the ships of war, Active and the Kingfisher, to guard the passages to the sea, and to prevent no unauthorized vessels to pass, so that Hutchinson said it was not possible for the Dartmouth to get out of the harbor. He said, December 7th, that the Patriots found themselves in a web of inextricable difficulties. Every movement was reported to the Committee of Correspondence. The owner of the Dartmouth, Roch, was summoned December 11th before the committee, Samuel Adams chairman, and was asked why he had not kept his pledge to send his vessel and tea back to London, and he pled that it was out of his power to do this. He was advised to apply for a clearance and a pass, Adams saying, "The ship must go. The people of Boston and the neighboring towns absolutely require and expect it." 2 days later, December 13th, the journals arraigned the owner of the Dartmouth because he had not applied to the officers of the customs for a clearance, and declared that the obstinacy of the tea commissioners rendered them infinitely more obnoxious to the public than the stamp masters were. They contained resolves, passed in the country towns, in support of Boston on this question, which indeed before this continued to appear from time to time. Thus Dorchester, printed December 6th, in legal town meeting, gave the assurance that, should this country be so unhappy as to see a day of trial for the recovery of its rights, by a last and solemn appeal to Him who gave them, they should not be behind the bravest of our patriotic brethren. Marblehead, the resolves were printed on the 13th of December, declared that the proceedings of the brave citizens of Boston and of other towns in opposition to the landing of the tea were rational, generous, and just, that they were highly honored for their noble firmness in support of American liberty, and that the men of that town were ready with their lives to assist their brethren in opposing all measures tending to enslave the country. The proceedings may be weary reading today, but they were then of the deepest interest and of the gravest import, and show the life of the time. On this day, the committees of the 5 neighboring towns already named had an important session in Faneuil Hall. Its doings cannot be related. Of this session of the Little Senate, and of other sessions at this time, it is written, "No business transacted matter of record." There can hardly be a doubt that the following handbill, which on the next day was posted over the town, emanated from this source: "Friends, brethren, countrymen, The perfidious arts of your restless enemies to render ineffectual the late resolutions of the body of the people demand your assembling at the Old South Meeting House, precisely at 10 o'clock this day, at which time the bells will ring. The meeting on Tuesday, December 14th, is said to have been larger than the previous meetings. People from the neighboring towns came to attend it. A citizen of Weston, Samuel Philip Savage, was selected for the moderator. Its business may be briefly related. The master of the third tea ship, Bruce, promised to ask for a clearance for London when all his goods were landed except the tea. Roch, the owner of the Dartmouth, was directed to appear and to apply forthwith to the collector for a clearance for her, and Benjamin Kent, Samuel Adams, and 8 others were appointed to accompany him. On their return, Roch reported that the collector desired to consult with the comptroller and promised an answer on the following morning. The meeting then adjourned until Thursday. On this day, 14th, the Committee of Correspondence was in session in the morning and evening and completed their preparations, but there is no record of their doings. On Wednesday, December 15th, the committee appointed by the meeting accompanied Roch to the Custom House to ask a clearance of the collector, Harrison, the comptroller, Hallowell, being present. The owner said that he was required and compelled at his peril by the meeting to make the demand for a clearance of his vessel for London with the tea on board, and one of the committee stated that they were present only as witnesses. The collector answered that, as articles subject to duty were on board and the revenue was not paid, he could not, consistently with his duty, give a clearance until the ship was discharged of those articles. The vessel could not have gone to sea, for on this day, Hutchinson wrote, "It is notorious that the ship cannot pass the castle without a permit from the governor, for which a fee had been granted by a province law in force more than 70 years. He said that he would willingly call the council together, but he reasoned, to cause them to be convened and to obtain no other advice from them than they gave before would tend to strengthen and confirm the people in their extravagances." As he mused on the drifting of the current, he wrote in a private letter to Lord Dartmouth, "Before the peace, I thought nothing so much to be desired as the cession of Canada. I am now convinced that, if it had remained to the French, none of this spirit of opposition to the mother country would have yet appeared, and I think the effects of it worse than all we have to fear from the French or Indians." Such was the mental mood of the representative George III, on whose decision the next day hung such vast issues. Thursday, the 16th of December, was by far the most momentous in the annals of Boston. The eyes of the patriots of the other colonies were upon it, or, more precisely, the committees of correspondence, the representatives of a national party, were looking with anxiety, perhaps with lurking doubt, to see how the branch of the party in Boston would act in the crisis. To say nothing of letters received by its committee which the public did not see, there appeared in the journals of this morning matter which could not fail to influence public opinion. Renewed assurances that not a chest of tea would be allowed to be landed in New York or Philadelphia, evidences that the same spirit animated the patriots of South Carolina, and it was the injunction from abroad, repeated in line upon line, both by the interior towns of the province and from the remote colonies, for the town to be firm and resolute. To meet these expectations required an uncommon work. Thus far the popular leaders had found moral force, public opinion embodied in petition, remonstrance, and resolves, adequate to every exigency, and notwithstanding occasional disturbances of the peace, which were always deplored, the patriots had been as true to the idea of order as they had been faithful to the cause of liberty. 2 months' efforts, however, only procured, as to the consignees, a repetition of the original rough and peremptory answer, no resignation, and as to the teas, a flat refusal to return them. It was plain that the action which would meet the demand of the pirates, united as they never were before, involved a departure from the line of law, and hence a revolutionary deed. It was necessary also that the action should be immediate. The 20 days allowed to one of the ships, the Dartmouth, for a clearance were out this day, after which, as the popular leaders had grounds for believing, the revenue officials would take possession of her and land the T's under cover of a naval force, and opposition to this would inaugurate a work of blood. Though it might have been clear that the hour for civil war had not come, yet it was evident that public duty required an effectual resistance to the landing of the T's, even though this might require their destruction, and though their destruction might prove the passage of an American Rubicon. The patriots would gladly have avoided the stern work before them if they could have done it with honor. But submission and a violation of their pledges were not to be thought of for a moment, and it was resolved to follow the only course that would meet the case thoroughly. The considerations seemed to be of a weighty character. The closer the train of events is scanned, the more fully will it appear that the patriots did not proceed blindly in the work they were upon, but, as if they had a forecast of the consequences that were to flow from their action, they conducted in what went before it in such manner that, conscious that their hands were void of offense, they might after it not only be pronounced free from the imputation involved in doing a deed of sedition, but to be judged worthy of the precious verdict rendered to those who faithfully serve their country. The day was rainy. No handbills are named as having been posted in the streets, and no rally words are seen in the journals, but the feeling was general that something unusual was about to occur, for the inhabitants of the town mostly suspended business and flocked to the Old South, and the people came in for 20 miles around. Nearly 7,000 persons, it is said, gentlemen, merchants, yeomen, and others, respectable for their rank and abilities, and venerable for their age and character, constituted the assembly. It was remarked that there was a greater meeting of the body than ever, and its spirit surprised all those who viewed the scene. The committee chosen to accompany Roch to the collector reported in detail the manner in which the application for a clearance had been denied. Roch, by order, came in and was told that he was expected to make his protest at the custom house, apply to the governor for his pass to go by the castle, and proceed on this day with his vessel on his voyage for London, when he replied that it was impracticable to comply with this requirement. He was told that the 20 days in which he promised the body his vessel should sail expired this day, and being asked whether he would now direct the Dartmouth to sail, replied that he would not. The meeting, after directing Roch to use all possible dispatch in making his protest and procuring his pass, adjourned until 3 o'clock. The afternoon proceedings may be as briefly related, though the report occupies over a column of the journals. Information was given that several towns had agreed not to use tea when it was voted that its use was improper and pernicious, and that it would be well for all the towns to appoint committees of inspection to prevent this detested tea from coming among them. It was moved, whether it be the sense and determination of this body to abide by their former resolutions with respect to the not suffering the tea to be landed. Samuel Adams, Thomas Young, and Josiah Quincy, Jr. now made speeches. I have met with only an extract of the address of the last-named patriot who is passionately devoted to the liberty of his country. The hectic flush on his cheek and his failing strength indicated, too certainly, his early death. He said, "It is not, Mr. Moderator, the spirit that vapors within these walls that must stand us instead. The exertions of this day will call forth events which will make a very different spirit necessary for our salvation. Whoever supposes that shouts and hosannas will terminate the trials of the day entertains a childish fancy. We must be grossly ignorant of the importance and value of the prize for which we contend. We must be equally ignorant of the power of those who have combined against us. We must be blind to that malice, inveteracy, and insatiable revenge which actuate our enemies, public and private, abroad and in our bosom, to hope that we shall end this controversy without the sharpest conflicts, to flatter ourselves that popular resolves, popular harangues, popular acclamations, and popular vapor will vanquish our foes. Let us consider the issue. Let us look to the end. Let us weigh and consider before we advance to those measures which must bring on the most trying and terrific struggle this country ever saw." In reply to this plea for moderation, it was said, "Now that the hand is at the plow, there must be no looking back." At 4:30, the vote was passed, nemine contra dissente. that the tea should not be landed. Many desired that this meeting might be dissolved, and motions to this effect were made, but it is related, some gentlemen of the country informing the body that their several towns were so very anxious to have full information as to this matter that they were quite desirous that the meeting should be continued until 6 o'clock, especially as Mr. Roch had been met on his way to Milton for a pass, and the motions for a dissolution were overruled. The interest now centered on Thomas Hutchinson, the royal governor, who was at his country seat at Milton. It is not named that he had with him, at an unusual place to be on a winter's day, any of his truest friends or wisest official advisers, to plead, as they did nearly 4 years before in the case of the removal of the troops, that he ought to bow to public opinion. He yielded then to a demand mostly local, but now it was virtually the united voice of America which urged that the technical forms of the law ought to be made to bend to a wise expediency. He acted on his own responsibility in this case. His course does not show one sign of vacillation from first to last, but, throughout, bears the marks of a clear, cold, passionless inflexibility. It was with him a foregone conclusion to refuse the pass. He had peremptorily said that, when the Dartmouth had been regularly cleared, he would give a pass for her to go to sea, but not before, and he resolved to adhere to his word. When the persevering Roch once more appeared to ask for a pass, Hutchinson did little else than ply questions touching the intention of the people respecting the teas. Roch told him that they had no other intention than to force the teas back to England, but that there might be some who desired that the vessel might go down the harbor and be brought to by a shot from the castle, so that it might be said that the people had done everything in their power to send the tea back. Hutchinson caught at this straw of the patriots of easy virtue with the instinct of a drowning man. He tendered to Roch a letter addressed to Admiral Montague, commending ship and goods to his protection, if Roch would agree to have his ship haul out into the stream, but he replied that none were willing to assist him in doing this, and the attempt would only subject him to the resentment of the people. Hutchinson resolved anew the idea of the destruction of the tea, but, he says, nobody suspected this until an attempt should be made to land the tea. He sternly repeated his former refusal to grant a pass. He said, "To have granted a pass to a vessel which I knew had not been cleared at the custom house would have been a direct countenancing and encouraging the violation of the acts of trade." With this answer passed his last opportunity for concession. Seldom in human affairs have greater issues hung on so narrow a point. Seldom has a decision been more fatal to reputation. It is the judgment of a candid British historian that concession was unwisely denied. Roch, about sunset, left Milton and went directly to the Old South, now dimly lighted with candles and crowded with patriots anxious to hear from the governor. It was nearly 6 o'clock and quite dark when Roch reappeared in the assembly and related the result of his visit to the governor. The people gave vehement huzzas, and the cry arose, "A mob! A mob!" The call to order rose above all other cries, and it was heeded. One of the patriots, Dr. Young, now said that Roch was a good man, who had done all in his power to gratify the people, and charged them to do no hurt to his person or property. The final question was calmly put to him, whether he would send his vessel back with the tea in her under the present circumstances. This was his answer. He could not possibly comply, as he apprehended a compliance would prove his ruin. He also admitted that, if called upon by the proper persons, he should attempt to land the tea for his own security. Samuel Adams then gave the word, "This meeting can do nothing more to save the country." At this signal, a number of resolute men appeared at the door of the church, sounded a war whoop, which was answered from the galleries when they passed on. Silence was immediately commanded, a peaceable demeanor was enjoined, and the meeting preserved its order to its close. The great purpose of all its pleadings and proceedings had been to devise means to preserve the tea without its being saleable, but no one being able to suggest any plan for effecting this object, the meeting, with great cheering, was dissolved. The band who sounded the war whoop had their faces disguised, wore blankets and other Indian costume, and carried hatchets. They were called Mohawks. The numbers have been variously estimated, being stated from 30 to 60. John Adams says, "Depend upon it, they were no ordinary Mohawks." But he does not give the names of any of the party, and it is doubtful whether more than a few of them have ever been authentically identified. They came from a room in the rear of Eddy St. Gill's printing office on Queen, now Court Street, at the corner of Brattle Street. As they passed by the Old South, numbers naturally joined them, and the throng went directly to Griffin's Wharf, where the 3 ships lay that contained the teas. They had been vigilantly guarded from the hour of their anchorage in the harbor. At 9 o'clock of the night on which the Dartmouth arrived, and even as she lay under the stern of the Admiral's 64-gun ship, a guard of 25 men went on board, and thus sharply had the 3 vessels been watched day and night to prevent the teas in them from being landed. Bernard says, "Mr. Hancock, the governor's captain of the cadet company, was one of the guard on board the ships." The body of the people who had composed the great meeting repaired to the wharf and stood in silence around the guard. The party, whooping like Indians, the writer of the Dartmouth's journal says, came on board the ship, and after warning myself and the custom-house officer to get out of the way, they unlaid the hatches and went down the hold, where were 80 whole and 34 half chests of tea, which they hoisted upon deck and cut the chests to pieces and hove the tea all overboard, where it was damaged and lost. I have not met with anything so particular as to other ships. Notwithstanding the whoop, mentioned to have been given when the party went on board, they proved themselves quiet, orderly, and systematic workers, the parties in the ships doing faithfully the part assigned to them. In about 3 hours, they broke open 342 chests of tea and cast their contents into the water. There was no interference with them, no person was harmed, no other property was permitted to be injured, and no tea was allowed to be purloined. There is much anecdote illustrative of the facts, but I do not have space to relate it. The whole was done with very little tumult, Hutchinson says. All things were conducted with great order, decency, and with perfect submission to government, wrote John Adams. We do console ourselves that we have acted constitutionally, is the remark of John Scully. The inquirer will seek in vain in this deed for the tiger-like growl of an infuriated mob. It was action performed out of a sense of duty. The town was never more still of a Saturday night than it was at 10 o'clock that memorable evening. The men from the country carried great news to their villages. Joy as for a great deliverance now instinctively thrilled the American heart. "You cannot imagine," Samuel Adams wrote, "the height of joy that sparkles in the eyes and animates the countenances as well as the hearts of all we meet on this occasion. This," John Adams says, "is the most magnificent movement of all. There is a dignity, a majesty, a sublimity in this last effort of the patriots that I greatly admire. This destruction of the tea is so bold, so daring, so fixed, intrepid, and inflexible, and it must have so important consequences and so lasting, that I cannot but consider it an epocha in history. We are in a perfect jubilee," wrote a New York Whig, who happened to be in Boston, saying that the proceedings were lenient and regular to the last. The spirit of the people throughout the country is to be described by no terms in my power. Their conduct last night surprised the Admiral and English gentlemen, who observed that these were not a disorderly rabble, as they have been represented, but men of sense, coolness, and intrepidity. I am obliged to conclude abruptly, wishing my beloved countrymen in New York may be as resolute and successful as the brave Bostonians, who, in spite of opposition and calumny, are an honor to mankind." The people of the other colonies expressed like joy on the reception of the news of the destruction of the tea. In New York, when the inhabitants received the intelligence, they were in high spirits. Vast numbers of the people collected and highly extolled the Bostonians. In Philadelphia, the news was received with the ringing of bells and every sign of joy and universal approbation. A great public meeting voted the most perfect approbation with universal claps and huzzas, and all rejoiced that the virtue of Boston appeared firm and triumphant. North Carolina gave the inspiring assurance that the act was the only remedy left to save the colonies from destinied slavery, and that the actors, besides the satisfaction arising from a conscientious discharge of duty due to posterity, had the approbation of the whole continent. This generous judgment is in the spirit of fraternity, out of which grew the American Union. Facts show that there was the same spirit in all the 13 colonies, that any of the East India Company's ships would have been met in the same determined manner. Circumstances devolved on the patriots of Massachusetts the duty of meeting the first tea importation. They were presented with a bitter cup, which they would have refused could they have done it honorably. A community of easy political virtue, by choosing the policy of non-action, would have left the teas in the hands of the Crown officials. Then the patriots might have received praise from the class who charged them with sedition and rebellion, and doomed them to all the degrees of punishment. But these right-minded men felt that non-action was neglect of duty, and they grandly rose up to the mark of a rare opportunity. A prompt home criticism reads, "The people have been mild and considerate. They have been temperate and patient. When their mildness was called timidity, and their consideration want of courage, they did not cease to reason and entreat. When their temperance was treated with insult, and their patience with contempt, they felt the injury, though they stayed their vengeance. When the situation of public affairs called them to resolve upon their danger and duty, they were unanimous and determined, and when the exigency of the times increased, the resolutions alone were vain, they proceeded to action with order and discretion, and executed the only remaining duty without unnecessary outrage and intemperate revenge." It is praise enough to say of Warren that he is seen constantly by the side of Samuel Adams through the whole of these interesting occurrences. His name is found on the petitions for town meetings and on nearly all the committees of the public assemblies. He was presented to the Privy Council as one of the prominent actors in these proceedings, and was held up by his political opponents at home as one of the Mohawks. He was not one to shrink from any post of duty, and it is not more improbable that he was one of the band who threw the tea overboard than that his friend, John Hancock, should have been one of the guard who protected the actors. Warren, in the progress of events, was soon called into wider fields of action, and other records, with the luminous annals of Boston, bear to posterity similar testimonials of his accomplishments as a statesman and his integrity and services as a patriot. End of Chapter 9, Part 2.